we showed up, now we showing up. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary. Raise up a white flag. Didn't come this far just to turn back. The curtains fall for the last act. Breaking that levee, breaking that levee. We don't back down. This is what we're made of. Standing our ground, here it goes down. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Oh, wait and see, we're gonna be legendary. Ain't no time like the here and now. Yeah, we showed up, now we showing up. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary. We don't back down. This is what we're made of. Standing our ground. Here it goes down. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Oh, wait and see, we're gonna be legendary. Ain't no time like the here and now. Yeah, we showed up, now we showing up. Oh, you and me, we're gonna be legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary. Legendary. We're gonna be legendary.
I got metal running through my bones, a resurrection like a ghost. Hurricane, go ahead and blow. Where you could keep your white flag, I'll never fold. A shadow on the battlefield, a survivor, never yield. A thunder, go ahead and shake. Don't run from the storm when I feel the rain. There's no rest for the wicked, no victory for the weak. And when the weeds getting thicker, you'll never see me on my knees. You can't control this, it's explosive. You can't control this, it's explosive. You can't control this, it's explosive. I got a fever in my blood, a falling embers from above. I feel the heat when the pressure blows, a wildfire that you can't control. There's no rest for the wicked, no victory for the weak. And when the weeds getting thicker, you'll never see me on my knees. You can't control this, it's explosive. You can't control this, it's explosive. You can't control this, it's explosive. With every beat on my heart, I'll be the light in the dark. You can't control this, I'm explosive.
We're a racing family that you can trust on and off the track. So if you're looking for foundation repair, go online or give us a call to schedule your free inspection. If we fix your foundation and you mention Race on Texas, you will get a 1-year free subscription to the All Access Pass.
Our family started RVing a few years ago, and when I think about all those campfires and fishing trips and sporting events, these are memories that are going to last a lifetime. I want to help others do the same thing. Hi, I'm Kevin Smith, General Manager at the all-new Click It RV in Milton Freewater. People in this community are very familiar with this location and the great service they've always received. So the biggest question we get is, where is Keith? The great news is, Keith is still here.
I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of things come and go. Through all the changes that we have seen, one thing that has not changed for us is the quality of our service.
Buying an RV is a big purchase, but it should be a fun and happy experience. So whether it be in sales or service or parts, our mission is simple: be the best. From our team here at Click It RV in Milton Freewater, we invite you to come down and experience the difference.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Looking to the inside of Turner, trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway, nearly does.
Last night the track was very slick. You know, we had 2 good grooves.
But anyway, just another some of that.
There's people in the stands. That means there's people watching.
At Click It RV, we know there's a lot of heritage and history at this location. RV sales and service has been part of this community for decades. We knew there was an incredible opportunity here, but to see where we've come in just a year is incredible. None of it would be possible without the patronage and support from this community. So whether it be a more convenient and accessible service drive, a fully stocked parts department, or this amazing sales facility, what drives this team daily is making sure our customers leave here with the best possible experience.
Ambrose, John Land.
Can we just get Molly Hats? Molly Jeff. You're leading in DNFs currently. You think
Is
you
that
can
right?
ruin your record? You think you can ruin your record tonight?
Yeah, man. I've been I've had an itch to just increase that DNF number, so I'm hoping the EMR safety team is ready to pick me up.
Okay, I appreciate that. 2-part question here. What lap will you wreck the field? Second part of the question is, Are you gonna have a conniption fit?
Yeah, I was thinking about the pace laps. Honestly, I think that's a good spot. Kind of gets the mood started early. No, I will not, Ambrose.
Is it true that a ginger places in the money that it takes the soul from a back marker?
I'm not sure. You'd have to inquire with someone else about that one.
Let's pull in John Mollyhands.
Gotcha, Ambrose.
You in here?
Yes, sir. I got you.
I know you. Mollyhands are good buddies. Is there anything you would like to say to John? There, Dick McGee. I mean, Logan.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be shit.
Hey John, it's a long race tonight. What strategy you playing?
Oh man, yeah, definitely got to play the long-term strategy tonight. Number one priority is to stay alive here, give yourself an opportunity at the end. So, we'll put it in cruise control early and just try to make it, see what we can come up with.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one, 188 laps, but I wish you good luck tonight. All the best.
Thank you,
Matt
sir.
Baker.
Hope to, speak with you later.
All right, bud. We got Matt Baker here.
Oh, what's up, William?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Living life.
Good.
Now, so this is the driver that I like to call Muffin Man. Are you ready to race tonight, bud?
Matt Baker, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Matthew Baker, can you hear me?
Now, Ambrose is interviewing you, too.
Oh, he is? Holy cow. Hold on, let me unmute him. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Ambrose.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Ambrose, how you doing, my boy?
You're the driver I like to call the Muffin Man. How you doing tonight?
Oh, just baking up the muffins. It's a chocolate chip kind of night. Looking to get this MVG Motorsports number 5 Chevy Silverado in Victory Lane tonight. But how are you doing tonight, Ambrose? You sound like you're a little tuned up.
Yeah, I'm tuned up, bud. I hear you got recently married.
I did. Best decision of my life. And not regretting it at all. I love her to death. And
that's fucking awesome, man.
It's amazing.
And so, in your state, if you got a divorce, you still fucking cousins?
Oh,
No, okay, come on, man. Come on, just be with me here.
Oh, I'm with you.
I know. I know your mom is one of the biggest fans of you on YouTube. Always watches along.
She is. She's the best to troll on the internet too. If you just start a little fight with her, she'll go off on you too. And Mama Bear comes up. It's pretty funny.
That racist broadcast is awesome. It's funny. Hey, I just wondered, she single?
No, she is happily married.
Oh. What do I gotta do to undo that?
Probably nothing, Ambrose. I think you're way out of her league.
Yeah, you're right. I am pretty fucking handsome.
Hey,
anyway,
Matthew,
All right.
Matthew,
So I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna time out here. This is Terry Radford. I'm gonna be the one calling this race. Cut it out with the language.
Cut it out with the language, guys. And
My-
can we get on
my
point
mother's
of what
listening.
this event is about? This is the stupidest pre-race show leading up to an event in my iRacing career I've ever done in my life. My God, people.
I'm sorry. Okay. I will give it up. My bad. I thought it was funny as fuck. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow. Wow.
Good going, Ambrose.
I mean,
Wow.
LSRTV, your home for sim racing, welcomes you to the McCullough Motorsports American 500. The drivers of trucks in the world of iRacing on the simulation are ready to go on the 2.66 mile, world's greatest, longest, fastest track in the world, the Talladega Super Speedway. And tonight, with a lot of money on the line, at the end of 500 miles in a truck. A lot of bragging rights about to happen here. We're glad you're on board the ride. We apologize for whatever type of grid walk, pre-race, humdinger show that was.
Whatever that was.
I'm Wesley Outland. Terry Radford is alongside. We welcome you to the coverage. We promise you it'll be a lot more professional than the F-bombs that were happening consistently. Terry Radford again, Talladega. And man, here's a racetrack where normally you think of 500 miles with cup cars. This is 500 miles in trucks. I think we're going to have some fun times here tonight at this racetrack, man. This was exciting, and this is going to be a really, really cool race. As I'm understanding, close to 60 drivers. 60 drivers are going to start this race.
Yeah, and there's a ton of good talent in this race as well. Aubrey Thompson, I just talked about him last night in a charity race. He was running up front, had an opportunity to win that race. Daniel Eberhardt's in here. Larry McDonald ran last night in a charity race as well. Matt Lee, very talented in the world of money races, you would say, super speedways. Matthew Baker, Kenneth McCullough Jr. There is a ton of big names that have come out to run this race. I believe we're going to get Garrett Maines. He's going to be in here. Logan York's in this field. There's a ton of these boys that I have raced with personally on the iRacing side, whether in the FEG leagues, over here in, I haven't ran one of these yet, but there is a ton of sponsorship money that's going to go out in total of sponsor payouts guaranteed, and it does not include the possibility of the bonus that we'll talk about later. $464, and that's not just including the race winner.
That's right.
Lap 9 winner. You have the leader coming to lap 10. You have the race control sponsorship money, the pole sitter, the hard charger. If the pole sitter takes an EOL at the start, wins the race, he gets 50. If the pole sitter takes an EOL at the start and wins the stage and wins the race, he walks out with $100. There is so much to unpack over 188 laps in the Truck Series. It is going to be hard to break down, but we'll do the best that we can. We have 2 minutes and 54 seconds to go in practice before we turn 60 trucks loose for qualifying, Wesley.
Yeah, the American 500 here presented by McCullough Motorsports and a host of other sponsors. Real quickly, let's take a look at the Hunt the Front TV race information. By the way, their Dirt Super Late Model Series in their sophomore year has announced a points fund of close to $500,000. Joshua and Joseph Joyner are looking forward for you to join them and their coverage of the Hunt the Front Super Late Model Series is always at huntthefront.tv. Race information for the American 500 includes one fast repair in this event, 100% fuel load. There will be a stage break, 2 stages. Stage 1 will go to lap number 80. And then, of course, once that stage is concluded, then they'll race to lap number 188. 3 attempts at overtime if need be. There will be, however, a lot of rules enforced here. And Terry, I don't know if you made it to the driver's meeting or were able to hear some of the rules, but one of the things that was said was that if there is an accident on the racetrack with multiple vehicles, if there is a one-car spin or one truck spin, pardon the pun, then there will be no caution thrown. But if there are 3 or more vehicles, immediately the race director, Ron Morris, will call for a caution. And another thing that's been forced, pitting, committing. If you are down below the double yellow line to come to pit road and then you psych somebody, you will suffer a EOL penalty. And if there is an incident on pit road with 3 cars or more, they will throw a caution.
And a little cleanup here. Aubrey Thompson actually won last night. We had some technical difficulties at the end of that one, but he won by 1/1000th of a second over Andrew Navarro last night, hoping for the same type of results from Daytona to Talladega. A little bit longer super stretch from one track to the other, but he made a phenomenal move, Wesley. He was right behind him. It was a 2-horse race down to the line. right where the pit entry starts, he dove up to the outside lane, didn't even have to side draft, just drove right around Andrew Navarro to win the Ugly Sweater 250 last night. That was on Nerditudes or Nerd TV. Dustin and those boys do a great job. But Jason Rockefeller and myself were on that call last night. But we'll see if he's able to work through 60 drivers, not just 30-something, 60. Speaking of 60, there's 60-plus people watching us on LSRTV right now. So thanks to all the people out there. Be fun with us. We have 188 laps, Wesley. Be creative in the chat. Ask us questions. Talk to us. Let us know where you're from. Just be creative, and don't be afraid to chit-chat with us. We'll be in the chats, I'm sure, and we'll see what unfolds as Brett Myers actually led practice with Josh Giambrone. Giambrone, I think is how you pronounce that. Hey, it's qualifying time for the American 500.
It certainly is, as these drivers are having their final 10-minute opportunity to lock themselves into those 60 spots. We will show you now the Kaufman Creative weather conditions as we get a look at John Mollahan of the 02 truck working on the speedway. One of the drivers we know from the PEG PC Truck Series, as well as the Sim Racer Hub Winter Program. And the Kaufman Creative weather conditions is showing 79 degrees in the virtual sim, clear skies, so wind speed at 2 miles an hour, 92 degrees on the track temp, and of course, time of day, 7:28 a.m. AM conditions. This will be fairly interesting as well, if you will, 7:28 Central Time, because Talladega is in the Central Time Zone, if you will, Terry. And obviously, we're going to be seeing those conditions in the morning shoot up to probably triple-digit temperatures even when this race gets underway about 3-4 hours time from now.
Yeah, the tempers were hot pre-race, so I'd expect to see the temperatures on the track end and the drivers to be the same thing. You take a look at John Mollahan. This is one of the drivers that I'm going to circle. I have raced countless plate races, super speedway races with him. You want to talk about a guy that can make more out of that truck or car. Doesn't matter if we're racing in the Xfinity car, we're racing in the truck. He can make that truck wide. He can make it faster. He jumps in them. And there's a ton of drivers that I will talk about in this race that can just do incredible things from the bottom to the top to the middle. They can make 4 wide, 5 wide work, and they're not afraid to be aggressive when it counts, but they're smart at the end of it. That's going to be the big key. And then we got a lot of teams that will be mixed along this. So you'll see 5-6 drivers all packed up together, and we'll touch upon that as the night progresses, as he'll come down to lay his first lap on the board. I believe he will be coming to his warm-up lap here, but then under 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, they'll get a dead lap, but then they get the qualifying lap, but John Mollahan will set the bar, and he already fell back to third, 55.492 seconds, 55.444 now. The new speed posted by Zachary Lima in the number 4. Here's Aubrey Thompson, one of those guys we follow, of course, in the FEG PC Custom Wednesday Night Super Speedway Series. And you got to think, Terry, now, obviously, there was only 35 lap races in the Wednesday Night Money Series. But with that being said, he got a chance to run Talladega earlier in the week. He was right there in the hunt of things with the win before the big wreck happened, coming to the finish. If there's anybody that I think might have a lot of seat time this week alone, it's got to be Aubrey Thompson, and he's always in the catbird seat to go to victory lane in that Chevrolet.
Yeah, like I said, coming off the win last night in the Ugly Sweater 250 on Nerditudes for presented by Martin Sports, he's got super speedway experience no matter what he's driving in, and the teams that he puts around him and the drivers that's able to make him better. I got to say, just watching him last night make the move, you see here going down to the apron, it is perfectly legal in qualifying to cut that tri-oval as short as possible. Aubrey will come across the start-finish line with a 55.474. That's going to jump him up to the 5th place position. Not too shabby, right behind Garrett Maines, an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver who has jumped in here, and him and his brother, dad, Jason Maines, runs a ton, and wouldn't be surprised. You'll see Garrett up here. Here's Logan York in the 01. Got a lot of fans out there of his that are ready to see him go win it. And the red, white, and blue paint scheme would love to go to victory lane in the American 500.
We'll see how it all goes right now. As Logan York, there you see that Chevrolet down to the bottom of the racetrack as we're approaching halfway in qualifying. Remember, a lot of cool things up for grabs, close to almost $500-600 in sponsorship bonuses guaranteed in this event. As right now, Auto Medics Pole Award qualifying going on here for the American 500. Here comes Logan York. It's allowed below the double yellow line, at least in qualifying. 54.481, 55.481 correction, and that's going to put him at least within the top 15, 13th. How about this, Terry? I think of my announcing career of iRacing, maybe yours as well. I don't think I've ever announced an iRacing that a broadcast has had maybe 43 tops, 60 trucks, 59 officially pre-entered earlier this afternoon, but there is a spot for 60 trucks coming to the green flag here tonight at Talladega in the American 500. By the way, you've already qualified 49 of the 60 or 59 entries. And here's the thing, Terry. You got to pace yourself, right? You run sim racing. You're not only a guy in the booth. You know this. This is a long race. This is a grueling race. As we see Christopher McCullough, one of the family members from McCullough Motorsports, making the American 500 come to fruition tonight on LSRTV. But talk to our audience that might be new. You've got to pace yourself in this race tonight.
Well, I'll use the analogy of people that like to go to the bar. You always have to have the water after a couple of drinks. You don't necessarily just go in there and just gobble all of the alcohol up. You at least want to consume some type of H2O in the night to make the night last longer. That's the same way in these type of races. You get that one fast repair. I said this last night on the broadcast. You cannot drive like a bat out of heck just to do it. You can in the first, in the last 10 laps, because if you save that fast repair, you have the opportunity now to make the run with the green-white checkered attempt as well. But you'll tell a mixture of our 60 drivers who still has the fast repair in their back pocket and who burn it early, because half the field's going to go about 2 or 3 seconds off the pack, and the rest of the pack's going to be 3, 4, 5 wide at times. It's going to be a nice little mix. We'll have a ton of dough as McCullough almost wrecked it there on the transition back up on the racetrack. 52nd on the board. That is not the lap he wanted. He will be one of the drivers that sits in the back of the field. But I like Zachary Lima.
Zachary Lima right now is the fast man. Steve Korosek will finish qualifying in second. Kevin Freeze and David Sheets along with Garrett Maines, one of the top 5 right now. And real quickly, before we finish qualifying, I believe one of the officials or operators of McCullough Motorsports in the American 500, William Rice, you got some words for us, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. Just want to let you know that earlier event shook me to the core. I'm sorry all that happened. It was not supposed to go that way. I was totally caught off guard to be that bad, and I'm embarrassed. And I feel I need to make an apology. That's it. I feel terrible about it. I don't really think any of it was my fault, but
no, and we certainly appreciate you jumping in and at least offering more apologies, and we certainly do accept it. And let's just make the best of it the rest of the way, and that's how we have fun here, shall we? Thank you, William.
Please do. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's William Rice with McCullough Motorsports, the American 500. It's qualifying just about ready. And if there is any other people out there in the audience, we do want to say that we do apologize. If you're a fan of Your Home for Sim Racing, Charles Wooten, Terry, myself, all of our broadcast crew, and even in the real world, we don't tolerate that stuff. We just don't. You might say, man, that was a hell of a race, or man, what an awesome move, and Terry might drop a D, me sometimes too, but not any of that type of language that you heard when we came on the air. And glad we were able to quickly get a hold of the reins. And if we have any young audience members out there, we do want to say respectfully, we do apologize for that language as well. And we do hope that you enjoy our broadcast. And Terry, we might have to put our disclaimer out here that our commentary is of ours and ours alone. So, no, we're going to have fun tonight, man, for sure. Beautiful looking truck here for the Wolfpack. Terry, you back with me? What happened? Did we lose Terry? I think we did. Yeah, Terry just...
You got me?
There
we go.
Oh,
okay. I muted my my Wave XLR, and for some reason it mutes me for good on the stream. But yeah, a lot of good-looking trucks out here. A lot of these drivers put a ton of effort and energy into making all of theirs look good. I know there's a lot of people out there in the chat that's a big fan of the Wolfpack. I hope they're not fans of NC State. It's a really, really awful football school.
Well, it looks like qualifying has expired here at the American 500. And the Automatics Polo Board, $50 going to be given to the driver, of course, of Mr. Zachary Lima. Starting lineup for the American 500 goes like this. Remember, if he tags the back, he's got a chance for some money. Lima on the front row, and Korosek, Stephen Korosek in the 45, row 1 at Talladega. Row 2, Kevin Freeze in the 25, and David Sheets the 06 alongside. Row 3, Garrett Maines from the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series, and Aubrey Thompson. We'll see what he can do tonight. Row 3, Kenneth McCullough Jr. from McCullough Motorsports, and Kenneth Stamper in the 30. Terry Radford, top 10. Sean Hill in the 77, and Matthew Baker. He'll start 10th in the 5.
Yeah, we'll start back there with 11. And you got Joshua McCullough and John Ward. Then you'll see Logan York in the 01 with Matthew Lee, driver we're definitely going to keep an eye on here tonight. J.R. Miller's going to start behind him with Daniel Eberhardt III. He'll be the aggressive one. I could bet on that one. Nash Brahmabilla. And then Trevor Osawath, I'll mess those up all night, are in your row 9. Your top 20, Wesley, Ryan Baste, and John Mollahan.
Row 11, we'll find Zach Rage and Devin Rhea. Row 12 tonight in Talladega, Albert Anderson and Jeff Merck. Top 24, top 26 to row 13, Justin Mills. Heath Job will be in the 500. Row 14, Brian Buzzard, as well as Richard Elliott. And starting 30th, Adam Ford and John Darnell III.
Seems like I get all the hard names. Row 16 is going to go Harrison Whitehead. You got Philip Wilkinson, and then Thomas Parker. Michael Menacheka. Yeah, that's going to start 34th with Danny Eskelman. Brett Myers and Chad Ross back there right behind him. And then you're going to have rounding out your top 40, Dustin Caruthers and Chris Parkerman with Larry McDonald in the 80.
Oh, well, yeah, there's your lineup. So we go also to...
Oh, no, we have 20 more. Oh, we're still going.
Yeah, damn, my apologies. Josh, Gia Brown, and Jeremy Osborne of the 41. Longest race I've ever done with a car count. Mark Vondell and Justin Sorrell, row 22. Row 23, William Fox and Tony Cox, row 24. Got to make it quicker. John Mankowski and Samuel Carter, top 30. I'm sorry, top 50. Easton Glover and Cole Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, we're going for a long time here. We got Ryan Honeycutt back there with Taylor Peacock. Vincent Guerrero is in the field. Cody Griffin's going to start 55th. Adam Johnson, 56. Joey Allen. And then you got Joey Galati. And then Ambrose Neal is your starter. And that's where my timing ends. It has managed to have enough. It has managed to have enough, and that, yes, leaders had the opportunity to go to the back of the field for the bonus. and they are going to take the back of the field here. So we'll see if they're able to cash in on the money.
And remember, there is an opportunity for some bonus money. As we mentioned, there is $100 going now. If a pole sitter takes the EOL and starts and wins the race, they get $50. If they win the stage and the race, they get $100. Plus another $564 in total up for grabs from McCullough Motorsports. There's a whole lot of sponsors. We'll mention them along the way. It's going to be a fun time. It is time to strap in. We're ready to go. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. McCullough Motorsports presents to you the December Sim Extravaganza. The American 500 is underway. And you got to start and freeze of that Budweiser Silver 25 works his way, Terry, up the 30, 4 degrees of banking into turn number 1 and 2, and there's a conga line of them, do-si-do here at Talladega.
Yeah, Garrett Maines was able to give the shove there from that third place position. Started inside P2. He's the 55 on your screen, but he's the 1 on the side of his truck. He'll give the shot to Freeze, and that will move him. David Sheets goes there, 3 wide already. Drivers do not want to sit in the back here. They want to race. That's what they're here to do. You can go 4 wide here. Why not make it 3? 3 distinct lines, one in the yellow. You got that double dotted line up top, and then the other one on the third lane. Roll with it. We'll complete lap number 1. It'll be a drag race as now Garrett Maines goes to the middle.
They're going to go 3 by 3 by 3 by 3, the first 4 rows, 187 to go, 1 lap down. Baker now up on the outside lane. He'll carry that momentum with Freeze. Ward's up on the top shelf now, up near the safer barrier, and they'll still stick it 3 wide, 5 rows deep as they work the back straightaway, and they're starting to get loose there for a minute. 1 wrong slip of virtual precision going wrong, and you got calamity somehow, Terry. They hold it together going to 3.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers sign up for these races. You're vetted. You are absolutely vetted before you jump in with a lot of these drivers. You don't just jump in and race with Baker. You don't just jump in and race with Ward, Eberhardt, Matthew Lee, Garrett Maines, Freeze. Those drivers do a lot of this. With John Mollahan, we talked about him in qualifying. You work your way into running these money races, and if you're not good enough and you get kicked out of one of them, like if you get kicked out of the FEG League, you're not racing in this one. You're not finding yourself in another money race. They all talk to one another. They schedule their events not on top of one another. They schedule their events opposite of each other so they get the most participation possible. And you see it here. Ward jumped up, took the race lead very quickly. In the number 92, he took the bottom side. He got that all the way from the outside, and we take it 3 wide again. The side draft is starting to get real.
And Garrett Maines is starting to side draft in the middle lane. The monkey in the middle up on the outside as here comes now Sheets on the top. Ward now powers the 92 to the lead. Here they come, working through the middle of the dog leg of the tribal here. That's Ward giving a push is Baker. Here comes Maines. He can't block up 3 lanes, but he'll try. He'll shoot up the gap and throw a block on Maines. Put a block on Sheets. Here comes Baker. He'll pile in with a draft help from Freeze as they work off 2.
Matthew Baker, a driver from the Martin Sports Stable, and he's been phenomenal. Hopefully he has his gloves on behind the wheel of that number 5 truck. But the 92 of John Ward controlling Dale Jr. style. 2 lanes, couldn't get to the 3rd lane to block Freeze, but he tried. He made the attempt. Maines got the shot in the middle. He went up there to that 3rd lane, pulled one of his buddies down. People want to work around all this one. We were 3 wide for almost the first 4 laps, and now we've decided to calm down just a little bit. It was like, you know what? We'll back down.
Yeah,
we'll concede to the 3 wide option of this one. It's early in the morning here in the virtual Talladega world. Most of them still ain't even woke up from their early morning nap.
You know what it gets me here, Terry, is right now we're getting ready to come up on a handful of laps as they're working the famous Alabama Gang Super Streetaway here at Talladega. And there's 60 some odd trucks on the racetrack, and they've all been able to perfectly work their way around this track. By the way, it might glitch a time or 2. And why is that? Because you've got 60 virtual trucks out here all at one time. Terry, I don't think I've ever in my iRacing career done a broadcast where there's over 60 entries on the track at one time. Big kudos to these guys. Great racing. They're going to go back 3x3 again, but they give each other plenty of room, and nobody has made any error for judgment in the early going as we work lap 5.
We need to get some endurance racing then over here on the LSRTV side of things, because here in just about 4 weeks time, I'll be on the air for the Daytona 24 with Race Spot and racing in it at the same time. I'm going to attempt to make my first ever 24 start. That got close for comfort. As you saw it right there, Daniel Eberhardt, you remember when I said on the grid, he's going to be Mr. Aggressive? Daniel Eberhardt is one of the most, he's aggressive, but he's one of the most patient drivers as well. He can be patiently aggressive, and it has worked for him in every single league race he has been in. He won an RSR race after going to the back 2 times, came back through the field, won the race, didn't even qualify in one of them, drove up to second. Very talented driver in the number 90. Love Daniel Eberhardt to death. He's helped me win numerous races with setup-wise, and he's going to try to get it done here as he goes up there and gets the shot in the middle lane by the 1 of Garrett Maines, the 92 now of John Ward to look to the bottom, the 5 of Matthew Baker all the way top side. He'll grab the top shelf spot here just for a second. Man, the blocking has gotten super real here, Wesley.
Yeah, you know, I was talking about how these guys ran a handful of laps and had a lot of composure. That all went out the window. They said, Wesley, that's hashtag fake news, and we're going to show you as they work across the start-finish line. By the way, if you're new to Talladega, real or virtual, the start-finish line is located at the end of the pit road exit. You're going to go through the tri-oval, and we've seen some slingshot engaged moments to determine the outcome of the wins in real life and, of course, in the iRacing world. Down the Alabama game, super straightaway they go. 3x3x3x3x3. Then it's 2x2x2. The thundering virtual horde worked their way into the corner for lap number 8.
Well, remember what I talked about early on, about 20 or 30 minutes ago, was the 2 distinct packs we're going to see. We're going to see the aggressive style of racing in the first pack, which is what we're seeing right here.
Oh, yeah.
If you go all the way back till I believe sitting right outside the top 25, and yes, I am right, about 25th or so, right here in this pack. They have packed up into their own groups. This group here wants to be able to miss everything that's going to happen in front of them. And if I wasn't asked to do this announcing job, I would have signed up and been out here running as well. But LSRTV got to me before they got to me. But there's so much money to be paid out here. I probably never would have led this race, but I'd have waited for the Rex, as you see there in the middle lane. The 01 Logan York getting pinballed just a little bit, but was able to hold on to it. It's a massive conga line. Everybody wanting to find the positions here, and so far so good as we work to lap 10.
What a move by Eberhardt to go from the outside to the inside, and he's got a 3-wide battle. Snarling, growling guys after him as he works into 1 and 2, and they're wrecking. Trouble up in the corner into 1. Couple of trucks are in the wall, and they're scattered to the bottom of the apron. And there's another massive crash. First one of the afternoon, working lap number 10 at Talladega. And there's the caution. We'll tally up the names of who's involved, Terry Radford. But what a big kudos for 10 laps to keep it clean and green. But you knew a storm was brewing.
Well, and for Daniel Eberhardt, he got the Fitz Racing leading payout of $25 for lead lap 9 coming to 10. So drivers are thinking about the race within the race, which they're racing for a certain amount of money at certain laps, and it all started there. The 500 got popped, and around they all go, and it took that second pack out.
Harry, I think Garrett Maines had something to do with it. Charles, if you want to go back to an extended replay here on your home for sim racing, let's pick up the 1 of Garrett Maines, because I think he started to fall back, Terry. Strategy or not, the 1 of Garrett Maines started to fall in the back, and then all of a sudden, he got collected in it. Nowhere to go. Watch the 1. I really think he got it started, just trying to avoid this up front calamity in front of him. And there you see oh yeah, well, maybe it wasn't his fault, but he was in the middle of the chaos, if you will, Terry.
Yeah, he was in it, but luckily for the new damage model iRacing has put out is he's going to be able to go down pit lane and fix that one. It just really took out about 19th or so on back. Became a parking lot party, to quote the great Lee Bryce song out there.
Yeah, if you will, a jam session going down into turn number 1 and 2. Hey, we're just getting started. We got a lot of sponsors that we want to thank for this event here in the American 500. Let's let them scroll across the screen. Charles Wooten, we got some drivers on the pit lane. Automedics, of course, the complete auto repair experts for the pole award winner. Thank you also to Blind Squirrel Racing. I pardon the pun. Kanawha Valley Key and Fob, your mobile lockout service, key fob specialist. Hyper Motorsports. Thank you also to KSR. That's Kenneth Stamper Racing. Also, of course, thanks to Money Racing, MMS Money Racing, Ron Morris Racing. He's the race director for this event. And One Stop Shop. Thanks also to Ron's Race Paints, RPR, and of course, Wolfpack Racing. All the people, sponsors that make this event happen for the American 500. Well, as again, Terry had mentioned, the man that was leading on lap number 9 got himself a nice little bonus. Other bonuses include the Mark Vondel Stage Winner Award. The winner on lap, the driver that's leading on lap number 81 at the completion of lap 8 will receive $100. Of course, Kanawha Valley Key and Fob Hard Charger Award of the race. The Blind Squirrel Racing Driver Clean Driver Award. Then you've also got the One-Stop Shop Halfway Leader Award on lap 94. Then the Wolfpack Racing Driver Random Awards will be $40 awarded each to them. Hyper Motorsports is given a Fastest Lap of the Race Award. KSR is going to give a lap 69 Leader Award.
Nice.
Fit Racing is going to give a racing, the man on lap 9 coming to 10, obviously got some money for $25. And Ford Entertainment Group, Beg, from the FEG PC Customs, sponsoring Race Control, giving $40 towards this race. Terry, there's a lot of money up for grabs, just in bonus money, close to $600 you could get.
Yeah, I'm curious how much, what do we get for being great? Like, do we get, does the drivers want to split that with us?
Maybe they'll give us a non-profanity award, right? Man, I'm digging the Budweiser colors of that number 25, the silver machine of Kevin Freese, man. I mean, wouldn't it have been cool if Dale Earnhardt Jr. would have actually drove a vehicle like that back in the day in his career? I'd have loved that, Terry.
Oh yeah, same. Absolutely. I mean, I tell you, some of the paint schemes that you see out here in these events, it never ceases to amaze me of how awesome they can make these things look. It's always been a pleasure to call some of these races and just see the creativity these drivers have.
Getting things started, by the way. Thank you to Brandon McNeil for the comments. Somebody said, is it just... So next up, I think there's been a little bit of a lag, but it quickly catches because we've got 60 machines in here. I believe that once we start process of eliminations, it'll get a lot better. But we're putting out 4K Ultra HD quality and trying to put out the best quality broadcast. And we do hope you enjoy it. And if it does lag, we'll definitely just hang with us here. So, Terry, I think that's the best way I can say it, unless it's not buffering.
Yeah, as long as you don't see a circle, I think we're good here, right?
Yeah, no circle.
No, the circles are not good. Circles equals bad. You want
right.
squares.
Hey, by the way, a couple of drivers did make pit stops. Matter of fact, everybody actually came down onto the pit lane and got service being done. As right now, Kevin Freese, Matt Lee from Clinton, Maine, be the man ready to bring him to the restart. Unlimited tires in the event.
You don't need tires here. You don't need them. You don't need tires here.
Well, we are getting ready for the first restart of the McCullough Motorsports American 500. Still a long way to go. Keep your energy up like Terry and I will along the way here, as it is a long one. Talladega back inside the Geico restart zone they come. Freeze in the lead on that front row. York and Baker, row 2. Mollahan, Ward, Merck, Hill, Range Miller, top 10. Couple of about 8 Chevrolets, a Toyota, and a Ford. Bring them back to green, and they're going to go 3 wide quickly. Terry back into turn 1.
Yeah, already taking it 3 wide, a little further on back. Top few lanes were able to stay bunched up 2 wide, but a little further back. They wanted to get just a little bit more aggressive to work their way through the field. They'll all snake it back down the Alabama game super stretch 2 by 2 as Freeze still holds this lead. He was not your original pole sitter. He got it because they went to the back of the field. Lee's to the outside. York, Baker, Mollahan, your top 5. Ward's there right outside of it, but that could all change, Wesley, in the blink of an eye as we'll put lap 15 on the board.
But just think about this, though, Terry. Let's mention the pole man, okay? Zachary Lima, he started. He's now 14th on the racetrack. He started shotgun on the field. He's in the 14th position, going for a big money bonus in the Red Bull number 4. Rolling through the pack as right now Matt Lee is the new leader here at Talladega. Freeze, Baker, Ward, York, look at him go side by side. The conga line, do-si-dos down the back straightaway. Everybody protecting their line, holding their line, respecting their line as lead leads them into 3.
Yeah, still leading down there on that outside lane. The outside momentum that you're gonna see is what's really gonna make this race play out just a little bit different, right? You're gonna see drivers that don't necessarily want to run that outside lane as much until they see the run that you get. You see it there with the 5 of Baker. He didn't get a whole lot of a shot from Ward in the 92, but he was able to make the pass be complete because of the momentum and the downhill trajectory as Eberhardt takes it 3 wide. Now here we go with the 77 of Alex Hill. He'll jump up in front, and they'll go back to racing just as hard as Alex Hill's going to take the race lead.
Well, what's the old saying? 2's a party, 3's chaos, 4th's calamity. Let's watch him negotiate here. 3's company down to the inside comes Baker. He'll make the move on Hill. And look at Lima. Terry Radford, look at the top of the outside. Here comes the 4, powering through the top 5. The man that led him to the green flag is up now as you're on board with Hill. He's the leader. Look at him working their way into turn 1, moving by some lap traffic. And Lima is right there in this pack as they're 3 wide. He is right in the cat's whisker of the leaders as they work off 2, Terry.
Yeah, and he just has to make it. Yeah, he just has to make it to lap 88, and then he gets, potentially the stage bonus if he can win this race. Yeah, lap 80. Sorry, if he makes it to 80 and wins the race and the stage, $100. And if he just starts at the rear and wins the race, there's another 50. So there's $150 that could walk into his pocket on top of the race payout to win this race. He's going to have a very good night. He's got his teammates with him. He's finding people as he goes through the field. They know how fast that 4 is, and they all want to work with him. So we'll see if Zachary Lima can get up there, stay up there, and run up front all race long. As surprisingly only 1 caution in 18 laps. I was expecting a little bit more chaos, but 3 packs have lined up here, and most of them are in this big old group that's barreling into 3.
Yeah, they're all holding it together now as again 188 laps to distance. It's 500 miles. There will be a stage break at lap 80. 3 attempts at overtime if need be. 1 fast repair. So a lot of those drivers that were involved in that big wreck on lap number 9, don't fret, you've still got a fast repair. But the thing is, Terry, you've got to race a lot more patient and smarter, if you will, as you're looking up top side. Aerial coverage presented by LSRTV, your home for sim racing. And look at this view from Hill to the outside. Blocks the middle. comes to the bottom, throws a block on range, and this is all going on to the back straightaway. They're 3 wide again.
Yeah, the blocking has gotten just a little bit more aggressive, as you see all the way from the third line all the way to the bottom. Range wanted that race lead in the 043. He took it by force. He didn't go up there and ask, can I take this race lead? Him and Merrick and Ward and Lima and Eberhardt, they all drove through the back of the field. They were all not involved in it, but they all came, did their thing, went back into the pack, came back up to the front. That ought to show you the speed that's in their trucks here this afternoon as the Ford takes the lead on the outside lane. Right? I wasn't sure, Wesley, that we were going to see that third lane have the power, have the momentum to take the lead. But sure enough, those 3 horses up top, they came to party. And that should scare the entire field. If that's 3 trucks can out-master class and out-motor the 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers that are in the middle and in the bottom lane.
And look at this. Range trying to block him in the middle, pulls up in front of Ward. He's got a tailgate in front of him now with the new meter. Merck the outside, the USA 60 machine with the prisoners of war missing an action entry. And down to the bottom comes Hill again. And here comes Lima, the fast qualifier. Up from the rear, taking the challenge, Terry. And there's contact.
Oh.
Lima's in the wall. He got into Merck. Merck gets into Ward.
Yeah, we kind of knew that was going to happen. Caution flag number 2 waves, and now they're all just piling in it.
Oh my goodness, we got him airborne.
Yeah, and we knew that. You could sense.
Stamper.
You could sense that one was going to happen. As you take a look at the replay here, it was way too aggressive block-wise, and from the driver's perspective, I know most people know me as an announcer, but from the driver's perspective, you had 188 laps.
Yeah, why you racing like this so early?
I love the racing part of it, and that honestly was the 043's fault. Range. If you're placing blame there, that's the 2 drivers in the middle. Once you get on the right rear quarter panel, the left quarter panel of these trucks, you start to lose control of what you're doing. And it looked like maybe he wanted to drive up the racetrack just a little bit, kind of get up there, pinch the 4 into the wall, but just too early, right? Too early. We're 21, 22 laps into this race, and you take a look at right here from the top side of it. You see he's kind of swaying a little bit, swaying here, swaying there, and then comes up the racetrack, and the moment he goes up, it just clips.
And you're just a little slip there, Terry. It's just a little slip. It wasn't like a bam or a slam.
Yeah.
It was just a nudge, and that nudge caused that air draft to get alongside Lima, and then you got Calamity, and look at that big parking lot of trucks there scattered, smothered, and covered at the bottom of turn number 2. Wow.
And it doesn't take much, right? It takes a fraction of a second, a half of a blink of an eye, and you're wrecking. You know, I would say if I took every race I did at Talladega or Daytona, I would be very fortunate to say I've maybe only caused 2 big wrecks. But I've learned from a lot of the drivers that's in this field on how to master these type of racetracks. Got 1 fast repair out there for them. They're racing like they have infinite fast repairs. So it's pretty crazy. But a lot of the drivers that are in here, it's good to be calling these type of races because you know what's in their head. Most of them, I sit in their Discord. I'm teammates with them when I go out and run some of these races. But you got to calm down a little bit, mate. Like we got a long way to go, and a long way to get there. This isn't eastbound and downs type deal. Like we got a long way to go. We're not even a quarter of the way through this race. And if you want to make it to victory lane and walk out of here with a big payout here this afternoon, maybe give us some boring action for. Give us some boring action for 141 laps, maybe. Like just kind of ride around.
To come here with me with empty pockets.
Yeah, I would much rather see them race hard in the last 25 or 30 laps than at the end of this race we're going, well, man, didn't we start with 60 trucks and then we're down to 10 trucks or 15 trucks or whatever? Yeah,
And Terry, that was my best Buford T. Justice, Jackie Gleason, if you will. So
yeah, this is going to be a good event. I mean, some of the drivers that are up here, Steve Korsak, I met him, believe it or not, through an open B series, just a regular race. And I went and started running some races with him and his team. And if you are looking for the fastest group, if you ever see me, Steve, and a couple other boys in that lobby, you're not winning that race. Whether we're racing Talladega, whether we're racing Daytona, does not matter. You will not beat us in any form, shape, or fashion. Cody Niegels, if you see us in your field, just you're finishing 4th, 5th, or 6th. You're not finishing first.
Well, let's set up the lineup for the restart as drivers have come to the pit lane. Alex Hill is the leader. Dustin Carruthers is in the 2nd spot. Daniel Eberhardt the 3rd. A couple of Chevrolets and Fords in the top 5. Of course, William Fox as well as Adam Ford top 5. Samuel Carter is 6th. John Mollahan is 7th. Brian Honeycutt is 8th. J.R. Miller is 9th. And Justin Mills, Terry, right now round out the top 10. Lights off on the pace car, correction, pardon the pun. And the trucks will get the 1 to go indication here.
Yeah, with so many trucks in the field, I'm sitting over here having to refresh constantly. People are fans of football. The Cowgirls of Dallas are leading 7-0. 6:42 left in the first. Philadelphia has the ball. Yeah, my wife put our daughter, she's about to be 8 weeks tomorrow, put our daughter in a Dallas Cowboy onesie because it's game day. And she started crying. So if that tells you anything, my daughter already doesn't like Dallas.
Yeah, that's a crucial game going on. I'm actually watching in the background right now.
Oh, I've got it on my phone. Yeah, this is a big game for the NFC.
Yeah, another big game was the game in the AFC where we saw the Chiefs and the Bills. Bills beat the Chiefs. Yeah,
I just need my Titans not to tank the rest of the season.
Just sick of tired of seeing Taylor Swift showed on a football broadcast every time something happens with the Chiefs. Exactly.
Who's
Let's
that?
get ready to go back for the restart. And Hill is ready to bring it back to green. The Alex Hill, the 77 machine, the pace car, ready to come onto the pit lane. Hill, Carruthers.
Here I was, Wesley, thinking you were a big Taylor Swift fan. I thought you belonged with me, man. Come on, what's going on?
No, hell no. Let's go back to green. I'm going to shake it off. That's what these guys are saying.
That's what Daniel Eberhardt's doing. He's shaking it off back there.
That's right. Players going to play, and the haters are going to hate, but I'm going to shake it off at Talladega, the American 500. We're back underway. Let's
It's crazy. Our ticker almost lost count of how many drivers we had in the field. It loaded 20 and then gave us all 60 at the end. Hill got a really good shot from Daniel Eberhardt. We saw him, shaking his tires. Not really a big problem, a big issue at a place like this if the wheels spin. But in the trucks, Wesley, you will see that quite often as the rear tires do like to light up on the initial start if you start in first gear, which is kind of a weird jump that a lot of drivers will use. It's what I try to use it. If depending on where I'm starting, if I'm in the lead, I'll hit I'll be on the clutch and then I'll go to first and let it run. But right now, Hill's going to jump to the outside right in front of the 10. So now the 10's going to push Hill to the lead. He'll jump to the bottom, put the 10 to the outside. Justin Carruthers, where did he come from? We hadn't talked about the 10 since qualifying.
Yeah, Carruthers is right there. Carruthers in that spot up on the outside. And he's got help. Forward to the inside. Right there, 2x2. There goes Hill back to the bottom of the double yellow line. And not for long, we might be sticking it 3 wide again. They're brave enough to do it. And right now, working into 3, Terry.
Oh, son, you talk about brave to do it. I don't think I could go pinpoint out of the 60 trucks that are out here at one of the drivers that I haven't either raced with, called a race, or been in a Discord or league session with them and can go, yeah, no, they're not. They're not brave to take it 4 wide. They're all of these drivers. I promise you, if there's still 60 drivers in this race, come lap 187, coming to 188, we'll be 10 wide if they can. If the truck, if there's a hole and they see a sliver of air, like they see a little bit of light in front of them, it's going in that hole. At some point in time, they're going to put it in there to make it just a little sketchy. They'll uproot you no matter where you're at. 200 mile an hour, 150, doesn't matter to most of these drivers. And you see most of your, I'm not going to say aggressive drivers, but most of your drivers that are willing to be right on the razor's edge, no matter where you're at, Bristol, Dega, Richmond, Watkins Glen, they're up front. They're up front for a reason. It's getting a little squirrely there about that 3rd lane all back. Kind of having a hard time holding that draft, and they're wiggling around just a little bit. Maybe a steering problem where they went 14-1, they wanted to go 12-1, and just having a little bit more of a steering arc than what they wanted.
160 laps to go when they come to the line. Sounds like a little, but it's a lot left in this race. 2.66 miles. 500 miles the distance of the American 500. 3 attempts at overtime if need be. As they work into turn number 3 and Hill the leader. Eberhard will now bring his truck back to the number 2 spot. Carruthers will fall back to 3rd. As they work back down into turn 4 coming to the tri-oval. Everyone, for the most part, has pitted under the cautions as we got a truck having a little smoke bellowing from the back end. I think he's on pit road. And all the while, they work across the stripe, side by side, 2 by 2, stride for stride, up the 34 degrees to banking here at Talladega. Now about to hit Terry that 4,000-foot long Alabama gang super stretch. And heel to the inside, holding them off as they work the back straightaway.
Yeah, drivers are, I think they listen to us, Wesley. Not often they listen to the broadcasters, but hopefully they take my advice. I've been around the block a few times. I'm not throwing it out there that I'm a 10-time winner at the plate tracks. That's about the only place, Wesley, I can win at nowadays. There's way too much talent. As there was an issue a little further back, caution flag waves, and that was about, I think, 2 or 3 trucks that started that one.
Trouble, bottom of the racetrack in turn 4, 3 and 4 off the apron. Yellow flag will fly for the 3rd time. Terry, what happened here?
Take a look at the replay, and maybe just didn't think the gap was theirs. We're waiting on the wreck to occur. It happens very soon.
It happened in the back.
Happens here.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Oh, yeah, just a bottleneck. They were checking up.
Airborne!
They were
airborne in 92.
What were they checking up for is the question.
Wait till you see the replay on the 92 award. Wow, you're on board but bored. What's this like, Terry?
Very sketchy. That's what this is like. Because you know you have the fast repair and you're riding in the back, so you don't have to use it. You don't want to do, you don't want to use the fast repair, and you go, man, I don't really want to tow. So you hope, and he sees everybody checking up, and then he thought he had it missed and just got caught in the right rear, and that's game over.
Nowhere to go for the driver award. Unlimited tires, you know you're coming to pit road. And we're going to take a break with them, everybody. Stick around. We still got a long way to go in the American 500 presented by McCullough Motorsports. We're back on your home for sim racing in just a moment. This is iRacing on LSRTV.
Looking to the inside of Turner, trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway, nearly does.
Last night the track was very slick. You know, we had 2 good grooves.
Anyway, just another some of that.
There's people in the stands. That means there's people watching.
At Click It RV, we know there's a lot of heritage and history at this location. RV sales and service has been part of this community for decades. We knew there was an incredible opportunity here, but to see where we've come in just a year is incredible. None of it would be possible without the patronage and support from this community. So whether it be a more convenient and accessible service drive, a fully stocked parts department, or this amazing sales facility, what drives this team daily is making sure our customers leave here with the best possible experience.
We're a racing family that you can trust on and off the track. So if you're looking for foundation repair, go online or give us a call to schedule your free inspection. If we fix your foundation and you mention Race On Texas, you will get a 1-year free subscription to the All Access Pass.
Welcome back to the American 500. Let's real quickly take a look at the Virginia811.com race information so far. There it is, Terry. 3 cautions, 5 caution laps, and Terry, 16 lead changes in 30 laps. What do you think of that?
Well, if we're at this pace, and I'm not a mathematician, that would put us at 38 if we do it again. That would put us at over 90 plus lead changes if we keep this pattern up. Not shocked. I mean, the way they've been racing thus far, not surprised one bit. And now you see the 45, Steve Karesic. He's leading this one, your pole sitter, who was involved in that earlier caution. He's up to the outside lane. He's sitting second. A couple drivers did come down pit lane, attempted to either get some damage fixed, put some fuel in it. The strategy that a lot of these drivers employ in the shorter races you were talking about earlier in the FEG League, well, that's kind of out the window. You if it's a 60-lap race, you want to pit around lap 20, and you want to come down. That's your normal go-to pit there. You can typically make it, varies on the car. 25 is like the last-ditch effort. I want to come down pit lane. And here, you just pit whenever the caution comes out if you want to chance your luck in the back. So far, though, it's been a good crowd in the chat. It's been a good crowd on the racetrack.
Yes.
And a lot of fun times out here in a very high-profile money race.
Yes, sir.
This is a really high profile. Yeah, a long way to go before we get to the very end of this one to see who's going to walk out with a ton of money.
Yeah, I was told that one time we were peaking close to 90 live views at one time, and I'm understanding we're approaching over 400, almost 450 total views already. And I want to say thank you. Already approaching 500, actually, 500. And this will probably be possibly, besides the major series, one of the biggest attended live or replayed broadcasts in the history of LSRTV. Been a long time coming. Ready to bring it back to you in the McCullough Motorsports American 500. Couple of new drivers up there again. Is Zachary Lima from the back. He was involved in that accident earlier, and somehow, some way, he's back in the game. But like you said, Terry, he's used that fast repair, so you definitely... Oh, we got him tangling up in the back. Trucks to the bottom of the apron. And somehow, they're holding it together. Don't crash. Don't wreck. They're just not getting the speed as fast as the front pack is, Terry. No harm, no foul. We stay green at Talladega.
It has to do with a lot of games that gets played. And it doesn't get necessarily played all the time from the front couple rows. The row 6 could miss a start. Could brake check the person behind him to try to get a gap, to try to separate these packs. And it looks like, to me, you know, you had the top 10, top 15 or so right here in this main pack. And then the rest on back, they either jumped early, had to lock them up, had to miss them, and it just accordion effects all the way back to the back where you see that type of jumbling that you get like lottery numbers. And so far, we kept it green. We'll see if we can stay on the track that we're on. About every 15 or so laps, we throw the caution flag, Wesley. Well, maybe every 10. Every 10 laps, we throw the caution. Since we're on caution number 3. I think that would add up math-wise. But look at everybody wanting to go to the outside. They're all ditching the bottom to a degree and going up to that middle lane, trying to make some hay up there as the top 4 in that outside lane's breaking away from the 5th guy.
And the man that took the challenge is right up there again as the driver in the top spot. Of course, that Auto Medics Pole Award winner, Lima, the 4. He got caught up in an accident, not of his doing. Big damage. Went to the back of the fast repair, and he's rallied all the way back to the lead. Korosek to the outside, Eberhard right there. Alongside is Hill, McCullough, Mollahan, your top 3 rows, and they're 2 by 2 by 2, like bringing the Noah bringing the virtual animals to the arc here at Talladega down into turn number 3 and just waiting patiently. It's all about patience, Terry, right? I mean, that's bottom line. You just can't be so aggressive so fast, and I think that's what we've seen be a big benefactor of the race we've had so far.
How long have you known me for?
A long time, 2 years almost.
Yeah, I don't have patience. Patience goes out the window the moment the green flag drops in any race that I'm in. My strategy is a whole lot different than a lot of drivers in this field is. I'm in the mindset of Eberhard. I'm in the mindset of Korosek and Lima and Mollahan and a lot of the drivers that are up here inside this top 10. I want to control my own fate. I hate putting my trust and my faith in people around me that I don't necessarily know. Good part about this series is a lot of these drivers run so much. They don't necessarily go out and run official races. And if you're new to the iRacing spectrum, there's official races all day, every day, 7 days a week, and it refreshes on Monday. A lot of these drivers don't care about their license. They don't care about safety rating. They care about money racing and money racing only. They love the plate track of it. They love the team aspect of it when it comes to these type of shows that they go out there and put on. I don't care about any of it. I go out and just have fun, but when it comes to Daytona week or Talladega week, or I guess you could put Atlanta in that bow as well, I go out and I want to lead every single lap. I don't want anybody to pass me. I want the fastest setup, and if I don't have the fastest setup, I'm gonna make it the fastest setup come lap 10. I'll think of something to make it faster, or I'm gonna make that thing as wide as possible. It'll be like Big Mama and Big Mama's house. That thing will be from the bottom to the outside lane in 20 seconds, and we'll make it work. But second pack has a different strategy, Wesley. They're just riding in a single file line, not really wanting to pass one another, just kind of back here going, yeah, we got time. We'll just take our time back here, maybe crack an ice cold bud or something, and just just have a good time. We'll wait for everybody up there to wreck, and then we'll come up here and mix up with them for the win.
Yeah, I'm noticing that we're having a problem with the ticker behind the top 20. You're seeing the top 20, and then you're seeing 56th to 60th or 59th. And we're trying to get that. It's not rotating the top 25 though, or 30. I'm not seeing it. Unless my eyes are confusing me, I'm only seeing the top 50. But anyhow, what we're alluding to, Terry, is that second pack that we were mentioning. And that's the driver, of course, of John Ward. 37 trucks are in that first pack. 37 trucks are in that first pack. And then you got John Ward right there leading that second cavalry. And they're all in a conga line right now, just staying one by one behind the other. Nobody jumping out of line. And that's probably the best thing that you need to do here as we approach lap 40.
Yeah, I would go absolutely insane running back here that far off the race lead. You can see the pack. I've always been in the mindset, I guess, of I want to race. Riding has never been mine. I'm either wrecking or winning. I don't have a middle in between. I'm a bit of a, I'm not going to say it, but I'm a bit of a butthole on the racetrack when it comes to these type of races, which I learned. I learned a lot from Daniel Eberhardt to kind of be a little bit closed-minded to everybody else around me. I could care less about the driver in front of me or the driver behind me. I don't like teammates. Like the whole playing as a team aspect and, you know, the drafting part of it, I want to win. I don't care to finish second behind somebody. I don't want to ride. That just, to me, it gets boring. It gets, you know, very just, it's just a rhythm thing for me that I can't find myself sitting in the back of the pack, Wesley. And it's the same way with me and you. We went to Florence, last year, and neither one of us wanted to be second at any point in that week. We went down there, and one of us was beating the other to the racetrack every day. One of us was beating each other to supper at the end of the night. One of us was like not one-upping one another, but we were bringing our A game with one another. It was, hey, you did an interview with this driver, I want to go do an interview better with this driver. And that's the way the drivers in this front pack are. You see Lima, he just passed Eberhardt there. They're catching lap traffic. That's going to be a bit of a struggle because they're about to go 4 wide with lap cars. This could get fun real quick.
Lima right now in that top spot. Eberhardt the third in that second spot. Gorsek, McCullough, Hill, top 5 is now. Eberhardt will now pull to the outside to go to the lead. 40 laps into this race. You've got about 37 trucks in a pack. There they are right there across the line. Literally separated by less than a second. And then a big separation. A big separation, about 3 seconds behind that, where John Ward, 5 seconds behind them right there in that pack. That is single file, trying to catch this group that's going 2 by 2. And right there going side by side, it will make that pack lose ground on them trucks that are going single file, trying to run them down, Terry.
Yeah, this top group, if we're able to keep it green flag racing, I'm knocking on wood as hard as I can. If we keep it green flag racing, getting these drivers to come to pit lane in the packs that they want to be in, Wesley, is going to be the name of the game. You don't necessarily know who's working together. If teams have an alliance with another team, it could be intriguing to see who commits, because the outside lane then has to work to the inside lane or wait that lap to then go down to the pit lane. So you have about 20 cars on the bottom, 20 trucks on the outside, or 20 trucks bottom, 20 trucks outside lane. They have to methodically get their way down to the commitment line, which is the back straightaway. The middle of the back is where you have to commit. You have to tell them you're pitting and go below that line to then work your way to pit lane. You cannot fake back up to the racetrack. You talked about it earlier. That is a penalty. You're going to the back. You're going to put a pass through under the green flag conditions. So far, we're still running very clean. They're not wanting to go 3 wide no more. They're not wanting to take it 4 wide no more. They're just like, okay, they listen to me. Not often people do that, but I'm proud of them. I'll take some 2x2 racing, find you a gap, get in the gap, but don't thread the needle. It's way too early. We have a long way to go. Just ride. Just be like Denver. Be like the Broncos and just ride.
You see Hill trying to ride up from the bottom of the outside.
Then look at Eberhardt. He goes 3 wide.
Yeah, he did 3 wide. Hill on the bottom. Here comes Eberhardt. He says, I'm going to make you stick it 3 wide and let Lima be the monkey in the middle.
Eberhardt don't listen to nobody. He goes up there to the outside. He'll do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't care.
Leader.
Yeah, and he takes the lead. I mean, he got a massive push there.
Lima, this is how you got wrecked the last time.
That's aggressive.
Just holding together there. You got some of these drivers from the Tail Cup and the Bluegrass Series and NASRA, and of course the fake BC and the eNASCAR Coca-Cola program. Just amazing, Terry. The plethora of talent, virtual from across the country, the world for that matter, being a part of this event here tonight in the American 500.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of drivers from a lot of different money leagues that come out here and run prestigious events to them. A lot of these drivers will go run the NIS Daytona 500. That'll be one of the crown jewel events for the iRacing community. It'll be live on RaceSpot. One of them will. I'm sure I'll see 5, 6, maybe even 10 of these drivers in the top split version of it. When we go to call, that is the 77 of Alex Hill, jumped up in front of the 4. He made a very, very, I would say, bold move. Made a big statement of what his idea is to win this race. And if he's making moves like that on lap 46, Wesley, come lap 187, he'll make an even tighter one.
And remember, lap 80 will be the halfway mark. Of course, will be lap 94, but lap 80 is the stage break. Money on the line for the stage winner. And you got a guy like Lima there. You think about it, Terry. Lima, he wins the pole, he wins the stage, he wins halfway, he wins the race. This man's pocketed a lot of money, close to $700 in one night.
Yeah, he's walking out here with a good bit of money. 150 just by those two alone. The pole, the stage breaks, the race. He gets it done. He's walking out $150 richer. Plus, on top of that, if he wins the race, he's walking out with more.
The halfway money.
Yeah,
halfway's $100, brother. $250.
$250. So yeah, he's walking out that plus the race winning at the end of the night. So a ton of money on the line, and you know, this isn't just your normal, you know, payout race where it's 150 to the winner or whatever. They're walking out with this is some serious money. There's a lot of sponsors that came out here and helped put this one on, and I want to thank all those. You know, every one of them. I'm not going to name them all off. We'll do that throughout the race, but every one of them that jumped on board, I'm sure they're all watching. They'll go back and rewatch it. We do appreciate that. It's good to see sim racing as a whole. And I don't just mean one particular series getting, you know, a ton of focus and a ton of money, but sponsorship dollars coming from wherever to put these drivers out here and to entice them to put on events like this. This is good for the community. This is good for the iRacing community as a whole, for a lot of the drivers in here that don't necessarily get to ever get visibility. And it's a bad part, and I'll say this from from my perspective, I don't think a lot of people appreciate the iRacing community like they should. You know, there's a lot of us that do call races for iRacing or we're contractors for them. There's not a lot of us that go down into the communities and just tell everybody, "Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you for being on this platform." They pay my wages when I do a race for the College Series or the World of Outlaws or whatever for iRacing. I appreciate it. They're the reason that I have a job to keep practicing to broadcast and having that outlet to do it. They're the reason I get to come do LSRTV shows. You know, just can't thank everybody enough that's watching, that comes out here and pays their monthly subscription or their yearly subscription to iRacing and all these drivers on the racetrack. It is it's a very big honor to get to do this a lot, and for all of these, and I know most of them personally. They're what make iRacing great. They're the reason that iRacing is the #1 simulation in the world today.
Oh yeah.
It goes unnoticed a lot of the times, Leslie, but it really should.
13 seconds, by the way, now that pack that was led by Ward, John Ward, the 92, is now 13 seconds back to this big lead pack of almost 40 trucks right there in a pack. And then you got them all, the other 20 or so, falling back by the wayside. And you got to wonder, Terry, when do they come down to the pit lane? When is 100% your lap counter when you need to come to the pits? And this is the longest green flag run of the race, by the way, as we just passed lap number 50. 30 to go in stage 1 here at Talladega.
Well, all of them came in on that lap 30 caution. Or our leader, technically, right now came in on the lap 23 caution. So Lima actually came in a lot later. 7 laps was the difference, and him being the race leader will kind of change the way he's going to have to, you know, address this race, whether or not he wants to be the pusher or the pushee. at the moment, if I'm looking at it from this perspective, it's 100% fuel. So they should theoretically get about 60 or so laps on a tank of their Sunoco fuel in this one. I'm coming down probably around
65? 65, 70?
Nah, I'm coming 75 or 80. I'm pushing it to the very end. I'm getting the low drag of the fuel range. If you see a ton of drivers peel off, Wesley, say lap 60, they're trying to undercut, I'm coming the very next lap. If I see 5 or more drivers come in and they're in this lead pack, I'm radioing up, and I'm hoping that somebody behind me, at least 6 drivers, are going to catch on to what I caught on and say, hey, we got to come pit. Everybody thinks that the big pack is what wins you races. Nope. If you could undercut with 5 good trucks or 5 good cars, you can take a massive lead. Me, Karesic, Kegels, or Nagels, and 2 of my other buddies, Richard Regan Jr. And Danny Cervantes, all came down to pit lane one time at Talladega and took a 13-second lead with 5 of us. 5 of us took a 13-second lead, and it took a last-minute caution to come out to win the race, for them to beat us. That could be the same fate that comes into this one if we're able to stay green to a green flag pit stop. 5 drivers could come down in the trucks, keep it single file. They could take a massive lead. No tires, just fill it full of fuel and roll with it.
Longest green flag of the American 500 going on right now. Let's take a look real quickly at the, if you will, Virginia811.com race summary. 50 laps in. There you go. They're getting bobbing and weaving, and they're dropping to the bottom of the apron already at 27 lead changes. We've added 11 lead changes on to the last time that we showed you that. By the way, there's been 3 caution flags so far in the American 500. Right now, there you see them working their way off too, down that back straightaway. This is the combo, if you will, the pacing time. I know you're not a fan of just trying to take her easy. And honestly, Terry, I don't think they are taking it easy. Yeah, they might ride and drive for about 5 laps, but then they get shuffled up 3 wide again. I don't think these guys know how to stay away from one another.
Well, they're not necessarily just riding up here. You see them shifting the lead back and forth. You saw there for a second, Lima had the race lead. Then Hill took the race lead. Eberhardt took the race lead. They're swapping it back and forth. It's not necessarily, oh, well, this driver's going to come up here and we're just going to push this person for, X amount of laps. No, we're swapping it around just a little bit. They're making it more of a show within the show. They're making the moves strategically, but they're riding and they're doing it a little bit more calmer than what they were doing it earlier. 4 wide, 5 wide only gets you so far, so many times in the race. And I think they learned that real fast, where we started eliminating trucks just to eliminate trucks. Can't do that. One of our comments in the chat actually said, man, we're going to end up with no cars at the end of it. We were close to it. We were very, very close.
Yeah, Pastor Paradot, as Hill is the man up on the outside, now pulls back to the bottom in front of Eberhardt. This opens up the door to the green machine to get into the dance. That's Samuel Carter. That's a name we haven't mentioned any so far tonight. They work that back straightaway. Lima to the inside. And that Red Bull number 4. He's the driver that took the challenge. He started from the rear. And if he wins this race, big money on the line for him in this showing right now. Closing in on less than 20 laps over 20 laps to go here in this in the first stage. Remember, the stage will go to lap 80. Okay, lap 80 is the Mark Vondel stage. Winner is going to get $100. And right now, we have just got everybody just got. We got trouble. Oh, they're in the wall.
Oh, that's big trouble.
And there's a couple of more trucks that have slammed the safer barrier, and they're not done crashing. It looks like the 99 might be the worst for wear in this incident for caution number 4 here at Talladega. Albert Anderson, the third maybe some more drivers. The 93's involved in it as well. Lima, I think this time got away from it, Terry. Yellow flag after the longest green flag run of the race so far. And it happened behind Carter in 95 on the outside leg as we look at a replay.
That's just a bad push. You see it here. And wait. Oh, he might have blew up. The 99 might have blown up.
Yeah, I think so too.
He was
99.
He was pegging the water temp. Can we go on board with the 99? That'll tell us. Because if he was pegging the water temp there and everything was flashing red for him on his little boxes,
I'll look at a replay.
Yeah, we'll see here if anything starts to flash, because he's here. He's still just pushing. Let's look at the RPM gauge. See how it flittered. Yep.
Just dropped it. It just fluffered, if you will, fluffed. Oh man. There you see the end result. The 99 and others involved in an accident. Another multi-truck accident. Terry, so much for going for the undercut or pitting on lap 80. They're all coming in now.
Yeah, I mean, you pit now, you can still pull the cut. I mean, you can still make it work. If the fuel mileage window is good enough for them to take an undercut of some sort, you might want to take it. I mean, do I think we're going to stay green long enough to get green flag pit stops? Probably not, because things like that happen. Whether you want them to or not, it's bound to happen at some point. You're going to peg it. There could also have been a connectivity issue where he's pushing somebody, and then it kind of just lags back into him, and that could have started that chain reaction. But a lot of drivers will come in just for fuel only here, maybe take 2 tires. If they want to go to the back, they'll take 4 tires. There'll be a lot of mixed strategies that get lifted up draft here. Because it's gonna make the back end of these trucks just a little bit more unappreciative.
I believe we're having a buffering issue on the YouTube broadcast feed. We're trying to work on it behind the scenes, everybody. So just be patient with us. We're trying to work on it. So we can let everyone know we are aware of that. We're trying to fix it up. I told you, Terry, I've never done an iRacing broadcast that had 60 some odd drivers in the server all at one time. I was kind of questioning it, but for the most part, they're making the best of it. So next up, it might be also possibly your internet provider, because I'm just starting to see it start to do it now. So it hasn't been doing it the whole entire time, but it has just recently started to buffer. But we're working on getting that fixed, and we'll try to get ready for a restart, Terry.
Yeah,
lap 60.
Or almost to the lap 69 payout to the driver there that leads that lap. There's so much to break down in this one, and we do want to thank KSR for the lap 69 leader. He's going to pay exactly $69, so double nice.
Next up is correct, Terry. We've had the entire southeast affected by weather. I had tornadoes and thunderstorms this afternoon. I literally was probably 10 miles from a tornado spotted in Garner, where I was at Clayton visiting with my family when I finally got my car back out of the shop today. And then, of course, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee. Our heart goes out to Tennessee, Nashville.
Yeah, all of my buddies up in Clarksville got smacked, and Hendersonville got hit. And, luckily, Columbia, where all of my family is, none of them got.
Clarksville Speedway, the home of the Tuckasee Toilet Bowl.
Yeah, I think
did that race one time, and I froze to death. I said I'll never do it again. Holy cow!
Pretty sure that place was unscathed.
That's good.
Yeah, that is the Mecca Center for good dirt racing. Is there in Clarksville. I stationed at Fort Campbell for 3 years, and I never missed one. So we'll get back going. The leader here, Alex Hill from Dale Cup. Daniel Eberhardt to the outside, Carter, and then Mollahan has worked his way. Green flags back in the air, and the top two on the outside row. That was one heck of a start from Eberhardt and Mollahan as they broke away from the third truck in line. They didn't even have a chance in the 01.
Back underway, back to it again. Let's see how it all shakes up here on this restart. Looking and working their way to the back straightaway. Alex Hill up in front. He is the man. He leads the way. Eberhardt in tow. Here comes Samuel Carter to the inside. He's got the holiday spirit. Ready to have a holly jolly Christmas in the American 500. And he powers to the inside. Here comes the Grinch. Ready to go after Whoville here at Talladega. And Hill's the first man on the list as they work into 4. Coming to the tri-oval.
Got a Grinch in the broadcast booth. Got a Grinch on the racetrack. Big fan all the way around. Eberhardt's going to go up the outside. Going to try to make that one work with Mollahan in that number 2. He'll push him there. Then you got the 85 down below. Samuel Carter will push the 77 of Hill. They'll go side by side. It's too wide all the way back through this field. Nobody single file at this very moment. And Hill will hold a very slim lead. Look at that, tandem drafting. Can't do it in the actual truck series, but you can do it here as he pushed Hill all the way to the outside lane.
Back across the line. There you see him working through the tri-oval. And Hill is the man in that top spot. All the while, all this comes going on here. We are having a technical issue with YouTube, guys. We're aware of it, please. We are aware of it. We're trying to fix it. They're going to try to go 3 wide. Here is right now. Open the door inside. Here comes John Mollahan, ready to power to the bottom.
Yeah, Mollahan got the run to the inside lane. He'll get the shot from Carter. Carter will keep it there. He will go 3 wide now. A couple drivers wanted to go up there to that outside. It starts with Logan York in the 01. He jumped up there with John Darnell, the 3rd. Not going to make much room there. They have to get a little bit more cooperation and a little bit more patience up there as well. You got to get more trucks to that outside lane. 2 at the moment. They need at least 5. Nobody else wanting to take that 3rd lane chance. As now it's Eberhardt taking the lead. They'll pass Mollahan. Hill will be there. Carter will still be there. Lima still in this fight. All 3 trucks trying to clear that bottom lane. 69 more dollars if he can lead that lap.
We're going to take a quick break to try to work on our buffering issues. We're back with more coverage of the American 500 on your home for sim racing, LSRTV. Stay with us.
We're a racing family that you can trust on and off the track. So if you're looking for foundation repair, go online or give us a call to schedule your free inspection. If we fix your foundation and you mention Race on Texas, you will get a 1-year free subscription to the All Access Pass.
Hey, we're back here, and to let our audience know, we kind of hit it on the situation with the weather. It is messing up some of the internet at the studio in Texas. Me and Terry have a strong signal. It is still storming outside, but I think we're okay right now. Terry, I know we were mentioning on the weather situation, but there's still some weather in the Texas area, and And well, what do you know? We've just been told that the second run of the storms are coming through where I live at right now within the next hour. But
should take the green flag right at lap 68. Should double file them up this time by.
well, we still got a long way to go. Obviously, 66 of 188 laps in this event. In the American 500. As hopefully this will all clear out for us. I'm understanding that the computer just got smacked upside the head, so maybe scattering the brains of the internet wires might make them work properly again. Daniel Eberhardt III is the leader. Alex Hill is second. Zachary Lima third. Lima right there taking that money challenge. John Mollahan fourth. Samuel Carter the top five. Then it's Steve Korosek, Logan York, Vincent Guerrero, J.R. Miller, and Kenneth McCullough Jr. Right now, the top 10 as it stands here. And the lights are off. Terry, we're looking at, oh my goodness, what is it, 12 laps to the end of the stage. 12 laps to the end of stage one here.
It'll be a one-lap shootout for the lap 69 winner as well. And big target for the 90 of Eberhardt. You know, he led 9 coming to 10. It's $25 richer there. Can he lead the next lap? Once we take the green flag, if he could lead that one lap, he'll add $69 more to his total. And he's the only one that's in the eligibility to sweep the night, minus the pole. If he can do it, we'll see. Lima's still in the running there for the sweeping of his respective stage of going to the back after winning the pole, winning the stage, winning the race. We'll see. 2 drivers in the running for that. Everybody else in the running to just win more money. So who can lead lap 69? We'll take the green flag with 68. This is going to get entertaining. How hard do they race for that $69?
Get ready to set them up for the restart. For the restart. Pace car onto the pit lane. Hill, Eberhardt on that front row. Mollahan, Lima right there in the top 5, counting also Carter, who has been really strong so far. Field works their way into the Geico restart zone, back for the restart in the American 500. And Eberhardt the third, great restart. Here comes Hill down to the bottom. Mollahan, we got him wrecking at the start-finish line. Trouble down at the bottom of the triangle. There you see it, just starting to come unglued as the pace car catches the field, and we've got him wrecked. We've got him wrecked on the restart, Terry. Keep your eye on that 32.
A lot of games being played on that restart. People wanting to jump it, trying to take it 3 wide potentially. We'll take a look at the replay there.
Michael Minchia
right there.
The 32 Minchia machine, and he didn't go. Maybe the truck ambassador let them know about how they can get involved in it.
Well, with the holiday special, it's 50% off for new members. You head on over to iRacing.com. There's no / this time. iRacing.com is your ticket to the iRacing world. You can race in any car, any track. You get your membership yearly, monthly. A lot of people like the monthly idea of it. iRacing is good for you.
There you go. For more information on how you too can get lined up, go to iRacing.com. Charles, isn't there a QR code we can put on the little box there? For about
that
a lap
would be
or so
for eNASCAR.
For eNASCAR. And yeah, that one right there.
Yeah, you want to join iRace and scan the QR code. It's all at the touch of your buttons.
We'll keep that QR code up.
You have to have a good PC though. The PC's where it's at.
Yeah, and it looks like hopefully things will start to get a little bit better for us with the buffering issues. We're under the yellow flag. Terry Radford, I'm Wesley Outland, the American 500 here tonight at Talladega. Let's thank our sponsors real quickly as we are under the yellow flag for, I believe, the 6th time tonight in this event. Thanks to the sponsors here, including McCullough Motorsports, presenting the American 500, Auto Medics, Complete Auto Repair Experts, the Pole Award winner, Zachary Lima. There's Blind Squirrel Racing. Thank you also to Conemaugh Valley Key and Fob, your mobile lockout service key fob replacement dealer. Thanks also to Hyper Motorsports, here from the American 500, KSR, Kenneth Stamper Racing. Of course, thanks to MMS and Money Racing. Ron Morris Racing, and Ron Morris Jr. is the race director for this American 500. One-stop shop. Anything you need, one-stop place to get it. And Ron's Race Paints, RP, as well as Wolfpack Racing, and your official broadcast partner, iRacing on LSRTV, your home for sim racing. Yeah, Reliant, I mean, we really don't know what we can do. It's the internet. It's nothing we can help, but obviously we've had some nasty weather here coming in. You know, Terry, we went from 30 degrees the other day, 40 degrees for lows, and then or highs, and then it shot up to the upper 70s, and then storms and bad weather, and then there's a cold front behind it. It's kind of like weather in Florida now. The Carolinas and Georgia don't like it. Wait 10 minutes, it'll change on you. Terry, you with us? He might have lost service again, too. Let's check and see if Terry can come back. All right, ready to try to get this restart going here with Eberhardt the third alongside with Hill. Last couple of restarts has been them right there alongside with one another. 10 laps to go in stage number 1. 9 to go when they come to the green flag. Lap 80. Lap number 80 will be the opportunity to pocket some of that money, $100 at the halfway mark of this event. And again, that's going to be presented by the fine folks at Mark Vondale Stage. The winner awards $100 for Mark Vondale. Thanks also to Ford Entertainment Group, FEG, PC Custom sponsoring race control. They are paying the race director to be a part of the event thanks to the FEG PC Customs. And don't forget to join the Ford family in that exciting Big Money Super Speedway Series Wednesday night on your home for sim racing. Less than 10 to go. Stage 1 in the American 500. Here they come back through the Geico restart zone. Through the gearboxes virtually. They pick up speed. Eberhardt down to the inside. Mollahan to the bottom. And here comes now Hill to follow. And Carter right there in that fight as well. The Grinch now into the top 5. A bump draft there. Hill hits the tailgate of Eberhardt. Down to the inside, Mollahan. Mollahan's got a driver going left and right on him as they work the back stretch, going to turn 3, Terry.
Yeah, and you see now Eberhardt takes the middle lane. Mollahan has Logan York behind him. York trying to do all that he can to protect the bottom side as the 14. Vicente Guerrero, we haven't talked about him at all either. He's been kind of quietly inside the top 10. He's working his way through here as we actually are taking a look at the 14 with the Butt Kicker logo on the top. If you truly want to feel every nuance of iRacing, buttkicker.com. Learned that one over the World of Outlaw Late Model Series events. But Mollahan still holds the bottom. He's the first car on the inside lane. 4 cars deep. Now he's third. He was 4th until they got to the back straightaway. And now, yeah, everybody trying to jockey for position as we're inching closer, Wesley, to the halfway point.
We are. Lap 94 will be halfway of the race. That'll be 250 miles. Still a long way to go here to win this show. As boy, oh boy, as we approach 200 miles in this event, lap number 80 will be 200 miles, and then we'll be officially got some money coming from Mr. Von Dale. It is Alex Hill right now up in front. There's that silver 25. Kevin Freeze silently climbing back into the fight. He's been hanging back, and he's right now back into the top 10 as they work their way into turn number 2, lap 74. This time by, it's Alex Hill, the leader. John Mollahan now. Eberhard, all these new drivers up in front as they work that back straightaway.
Yeah, Mollahan's done a really good job just really being patient. We talked about patience all night long. He's done that. So has Logan York. Hasn't necessarily been in the midst of the chaos. Kind of just been back here minding his own business. As Hill jumps to the bottom lane, he'll have Eberhard take the lead. Carter's back up there. Talked about Guerrero. Now here comes Maines. Here comes Freeze. He's back up in this mix. They'll take that third lane around Talladega Superspeedway, put them up second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as they sit. And Guerrero and Carter are up 40-plus positions, Wesley, as they come roaring down the back straightaway.
Yeah, back into the lap bin, and obviously right now 3 wide behind the leader. That's, of course, the 90 machine. And Eberhard the third falling back. Here we go again inside. Here comes now Carter. Samuel Carter down to the bottom. And now
field and started, lighting them up, but they've gotten truly more aggressive than what they were some 76 laps ago. We'll put lap 77 on the board here in just a moment. Hill, Eberhard blocks all the way to the top. He blocked Baker to the wall. Blocked him again. Turns him.
Carter.
Around they go.
Carter, others, Baker crashing, wrecking. Big trouble. Oh, my. Another multi-truck scramble skirmish down into turn 1 to the pace car. Comes plowing through the field to catch the pack. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Terry, that probably should have happened probably 2 laps ago, and here's the end result where it finally just, the bomb went off.
Yeah, I would have expected that wreck to happen many laps ago. It all started with the blocks. And then everybody down there at the bottom lane, just a bad push. They're all looking around, looking to where that driver's going to go, looking for the block, where the block's going to go, where's this going to happen. And the end result, there's a lot of drivers that have used that fast repair. They're not in the race no more.
A bad block. A bad block.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the American 500. We have made some adjustments also on the broadcast stream. Hopefully that will make it better. And Terry, a lot of people in Texas where the broadcast server is also watching Dallas kick Philadelphia's butt right now in football, Sunday night football. And man, yeah, that's a big crucial game. Beat Philadelphia, that's a lot riding on the line there.
Yeah, top of the NFC standings.
If Philly loses to Dallas, they are literally going to be put in a bracket where they could drop to 5th. So it's a big game tonight. And obviously, how about them Cowboys?
They could have a road game against the worst teams in the NFL in the NFC South. So let that sink in for a second. The best team in the NFC could be on the road, potentially in New Orleans, playing the trash bag Saints.
The Saints have a chance to go to the playoffs. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, they're 6 and 7, and they lead the NFC South.
Oh, they beat the worst team ever tonight. Hey, welcome back to coverage of the American 500. We are iRacing, not football.
We could be both.
I'm Wesley Outland, and by the way, we are approaching the green flag, and when it comes out, it will also be the stage break. So we're going to go right into stage number 2 from this break. And of course, the driver in front, John Hill, gets himself a nice little bonus from Mark Vondell for being the stage 1. Alex Hill, I think I said John Hill, my apologies. Alex Hill from Greg Vondell for being halfway, $100 going to him. We are ready to bring this one to the finish and kick off stage 2. 108 to go at Talladega. Let's see now what the 14 can do. This is Vincent Guerrero in that number 14 green machine up on the outside. Again, we've made some adjustments on the buffering, on the bit rate. Hopefully it turns things down. It'll make it better. It's Baker now, who was just almost caught up in that accident right there in the second spot. Guerrero, Jason, here comes also another man climbing. And John Mollahan, I have to say, Garrett Maines, Terry, is back in the top 5 again in that blue number 1.
Yeah, started 5th, running 5th, and he's gotten up through there. Had a little bit of a caused issue early on in the race, approaching that halfway point. It's kind of go time for a lot of these drivers. You want to put yourself in that position. So far, so good. We'll see what he can do. Squirrely in the front. Alex almost got turned. He almost got turned by Baker right there. And that would not have been fun for the entirety of this field, because if it happens up front, then it's a bad day. It's truck on pit lane. Caution flag waves.
And we got a couple of trucks, I think, wrecked entering the pit lane. Matt Lee and others. And here's a look at the replay. Oh my goodness, Matthew Lee, one of the greats in the Click Main era. In the 04 machine, there's a McDonald's entry. All right, so here, I really think we saw, what was the caution for? Oh, I wonder, I think it was. I think they only made a 1-lap stage. They only made 1 lap out of the deal, yeah. Wow, and listen, and my apologies to our audience, that's my bad. I'm sorry, Terry, this is what happens when you assume. I was assuming, and I will take the blame for it, that because they were going to be coming to 1 lap to the end of the stage, that they were going to call that stage when that caution fell and give the guy the stage points, and they didn't. So, actually, Vincent Guerrero is going to get the stage win award. $100 from Mark Vondell being the stage award winner. $100, and again, Terry, he had 1 lap, got himself a Franklin out of the deal.
I'll take it. That's a good pay. I mean, that beat your buy-in. Your buy-in was not that, so you walked out a lot richer, and he's probably going to go spend that on some more money races.
Yeah, we were trying to find a replay of what happened here. But that was the end of stage number 1. I can't bring him in I can't move him into the box. I'm sorry, our apologies. I was trying to see if I could Terry trying to bring a driver in here and try to get Logan York, because I know he's a popular chat box driver people have been talking about, but unfortunately we don't have the rights to be able to bring drivers. We can't move drivers into our box, so oh well. By the way, Logan York is after pit stops. He fell back to he's out of pit road right now, so 52nd.
Yeah, a lot of drivers that
There's
came
still
in.
a lot of trucks in this race, Terry.
Yeah, and a lot of the drivers, it's right now, your top 8 all came in on laps the 77 caution. And that puts Jeff Merck, your leader, Easton Glover, Cole Fitzpatrick, Dustin Caruthers, the 49 of Josh Giabro, Brian Busher, Philip Wilkinson. It's your top 8. They're all first time being up front for a good majority of them. They're up all plus 20, 20 to 24 to 47 spots gained on the field. I'm enjoying Rocky Road ice cream, by the way.
Yeah, it sounds like you're eating on the air. Lights off on the pace car. A lap number 84 whenever we get this going again here. It's 10 laps away to a halfway mark of the race, which will be 250 miles completed. 250 miles to remain, 94 to go after we get to halfway. The stage winner got some money. We want to say thanks to Mark Vondell. Halfway, another $25 going to be given to the halfway leader of the race. Now remember, lap 94 is the halfway point of the race, Terry, but we will still stay under green flag conditions unless we do get a caution, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I would love this race to go green.
One-stop shop halfway leader award. Go ahead, bud.
I would love to see this race go green to about 88 to go.
I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
I thought I'd throw it out there. We could get 25 laps here. And new faces up front, Wesley.
I love your
top
optimism.
8. I'm here for it. I'm always here for optimistic outlooks. I mean, I just had Rocky Road ice cream. You can't go wrong. You can't be upset after eating that. There's no way. There's zero way you can.
Back underway, 2 by 2 by 2. Hopefully our buffering issues will fix out on the YouTube feed. We're trying to work on it, folks. We can't help the weather, and we can't help if the internet suppliers has issues themselves. We've all been there. We've all been. Oh my Bob! We got a crash. It's the front
everybody.
of the pack. Littered, scattered, destroyed. Coming out of 3 and 4, the big one, and that is the big one. It might have been the biggest iRacing crash I've ever called in my career, Terry Radford. Just happened here a moment ago. Holy camoly!
Yeah, that was everybody, and we talked about it before.
The field exploded.
If it starts up front, that is when you get the crazy ones. Yeah, I mean, it literally started in the first row. I mean, top row got turned, and everybody else goes with them.
The leader got airborne and got through into the catch fence. Whoever the leader was before that accident happened, we need to pick up the leader, the lead man, which I want to say, was it Hill? I think it was the 77 Hill. It might have been Hill. No, he got through it.
Yeah, he's sitting second.
Whoever the white truck was, if we can get a replay of it, whoever the white truck was that was leading, wow, I mean, my goodness. Oh, wow. Terry, and again, that just literally the leaders and then everyone else in the back trying to avoid it. And you got like a 40 truck pile up there. We just showed it to you. Holy. Oh,
yeah.
And Jeff Mark back up front again.
Yeah, don't pit. That's the best. He wants the halfway money. People think all the time that drivers don't think about the race within the race. They do in money racing. I will think about, okay, they're paying this on this lap. They know that the halfway point they're paying money. So this is so far. If Jeff Merck can hold out, he's going to be a happy man. I mean, he's got Chad Ross up here with him. William Fox has worked his way in this one. We haven't talked about the 38 of Chad Ross all race long. We haven't talked about the 761 of William Fox either. And here they sit second and third. Danny Eshelman, we hadn't talked about him. Joshua McCullough, we hadn't really said a word about him either in the 05. Devin Ray. There's a lot of new faces up in the top 8 for the second time. Larry McDonald in the 80. I found out last night, Wesley, of why all of the McDonald's ice cream machines don't work. It's Larry's fault. Larry's 100% to blame for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They spent all that money. They put, if we could show his truck, they put all of the money on his truck to put the McDonald's sponsorship. They don't fix the ice cream machines.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's the reason why. And it stays clean. He doesn't get caught up in accidents because he's got the McDonald's logo on. Wow, it's raining like crazy outside my house.
Yeah, it's storming here as well, and the studio is Texas is getting weather, so we're all where we're located at, I guess, doing our jobs are getting affected by the weather somehow, shape or form. So
we can't repeat what our producer just said, but just know that it's going to be a bad day for Texas.
So, ready to bring this back for a restart with the first half of the race just about ready to get halfway home. Obviously, Jeff Mark is the driver. Jeff Mark is the man that's up in front. William Fox in second. That's another driver that got caught up in an accident earlier. Bump draft went wrong. The 761. Now he's in the second spot. Chad Ross, another name we haven't mentioned. In the third of 34 spots, John Mollahan. In the 0-2 fourth, we're Devin Ray. Danny Eshelman, Joshua McCullough, Larry McDonald, the McDonald's machine. Kenneth Stamper, John Darnell, the third, top 10. And we get ready for the restart. Charles, I want you to jump in here. All of a sudden, I want you to join us on commentary, but our producer, director, the man that's in our ear, if you want to talk to our audience, obviously, the numbers are starting to pick back up, but just let them know that we're dealing with weather, and we've been dealing with weather, and that messes up the internet. explain to people kind of like Reliant why we just can't call a rain delay and call it off and try to go 500 miles tomorrow. We just continue to press on.
Well, long story short, apparently there's some storms, and that caused Farmer Joe Brown to lose his tractor. He cut a line in one of the fibers, or a fiber in one of the lines, the 400 gig lines. How, I don't know. It seems stable for the moment. We'll see. We're putting Band-Aids on this dam that just broke. So hopefully, with any luck, we will have it sorted out. What's not helping is everybody streaming the Cowboys game right now in Texas. So that should be winding up, and that will definitely help things out as well.
Ready for a restart here. Back to racing again. It's right now 3 wide already on the restart as they work the back straightaway behind the leader. Jeff Burke stays to the inside, double yellow line, working into turn number 3. And Terry, single file. And now you got Ree and McCullough and Darnell and Mollahan trying to make it 2x2 as we watch them work off turn 4.
What you don't want right there is Danny, I believe that's Danny Eshelman in the 26. He had some connectivity issues. Talked about internet on our side. He kind of blinked out a couple times. He looked low for a second. You don't really know if he's there or not, if a lot of them are there. You're starting to see a little bit more breakup in the field. You get the bottom lane. They're very stable for the moment. You got 8 drivers. Now they fan out, go to that middle lane. But the bottom lane was perfectly aligned in a succession. And now the middle groove starting to make their way back up to this field. The third groove is up there as well. 2 trucks go to the middle lane. Everybody else is just biding their time. Maybe they don't realize the halfway point's coming up.
Joshua McCullough is now the new leader. McCullough, the new leader in the 0-5. To cross the line. 5 laps to the crowd, 4 laps actually to halfway, and oh my goodness, Terry, 2-3 laps after a restart. Here you go, 3x3 again. Wow.
Yeah, still going. They're trying to not wreck, and believe it or not, I'm surprised we have not seen more caution flags than what we have seen. As many times as they've taken it 3 wide, 4 wide, and been able to hold on to it, it's all really wreck-wise started from either close quarter connectivity and right when I say it, there they go.
Lord, oh my goodness, trouble. 0-3 McCullough.
Only took 3. Yeah, there it is.
And now the yellow flies. My goodness, the front pack up now. Oh, geez. And now there's your secondary truck accident. The 59, the 32 in the fence. Bottom of the racetrack. That's, of course, the drivers, Mark Bondale, Josh Giambri, the 32, Michael Minchia, and others. And Terry, it all happened in the front again.
Yeah, we're getting a lot more aggressive. I think that's really what this is coming down to is they're all just getting more and more aggressive in the pushing, and then they started wrecking in the back trying to check up. And yeah, it's not gonna. I don't think it's really gonna stop.
Did you see Garrett Maines slither his way through that? Wow, the one.
Yeah, how he got through this wreck is iRacing top 10 material.
And that's absolutely amazing. Jason Rockefeller, thanks, buddy. Our buddy from New Jersey usually joins us in the booth. Jason was supposed to join me for the call tonight, and it worked. Work. Speaking of work, Terry, how's your new job coming along? What is it, Valvoline, right? Valvoline?
Yeah, good. So far, so good. It's not a. Yeah.
I didn't say Vaseline, I said Valvoline.
Oh, Charles. No, it's going good. Worked out managed to take 5 for a while, and thought, man, this is good. They underpay people. You ask for a raise, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll give you a raise. I'll give you what you want and what you ask for, and then out of nowhere, they don't give you a raise. They tell you, oh no, you have an attitude problem. We're not going to give you a raise. We're gonna pay you less money now, actually. And when you get a call, it's like, you guys are going to pay me what? To just run one of your stores for you. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. So far, so good, though. They gave me a lot of freedom when it came to the broadcasting side of things to go do whatever. And that was the real point that I made with them was I'm not stopping the announcing stuff. And you called me for the job. I didn't call you for the job. So I'm not changing for you. You're changing for me. I got a week vacation out of it too, Wes. I'm actually on vacation now.
Get ready for the hopefully restart of this event, the McCullough Motorsports American 500. Be nice to have another long green flag run. I think there's been one stretch here, Terry, right before the if you will, the stage break where we had maybe 25 lap. I say that speaking hypothetically, 25 lap green flag run, and then
we've had 42 lead changes.
Yeah, look at that, man! Holy cow! 7 cautions, 15 caution laps of the 93 or that about they put up on the board. 42 lead changes in this race so far. We're only midway through.
That's pretty good, though. That is pretty good for a race with 60 drivers in it. To only have 16 caution laps now. Not too shabby. And the fact that we still have 50 drivers, 48 drivers still on the lead lap, all the way back to Joshua McCullough in 48th. Not a bad gig. Not bad at all.
We approach, what is it, 10 Eastern time, 9 Central in real time. And we're closing in on, what do you say, Terry? What about 2 hours of race time? 2 hours of sim time, which was 7:30. It's 9:30, basically Central, 10:30 Eastern right now. Sim time.
We've been going for a while.
Yeah, we've been going for about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, we're up there. We're up there in the sim world. I mean, this is, I think the longest stint that I've called a race, and we'll pass that here potentially. Depends on the cautions. Was 5 hours or 4 hours. I think we'll be right up against that. That was the stint last year in the. I think that was the stint in the 24. It did 4 hours consecutive, about GT3s and LMP2s.
Well, nonetheless, when they come back to the Geico restart zone this time by, it'll be officially halfway in this race in the American 500 for the trucks from McCullough Motorsports. 250 miles down, 250 miles to go. The run to the second half here at Talladega. We're back to green. Steve Korosek brings them to the restart. Anderson, McCullough, McDonald, and Ward. It sounds like a law firm. Those are your top 5 as they work into turn 1.
The law firm joke got me. Got the 45, the 99, the 03. They'll flip-flop around here as, it looked like there for a second. McCullough wanted to jump down in front of the 99 of Anderson. couldn't make that one work, he'll have to stick up to that outside lane. And he'll have to motor around up there. They'll come to lap 96. Nobody really wants to take that third lane as the use at the moment. We'll see if anybody pulls out here on the front stretch. Nobody thus far. They'll push and push to see who's going to walk out with more money.
Terry, I am beyond surprised. Look who's got right back in the dogfight again. The number 92, John Ward. This guy has got to have like 9 lives, or he's just being smart when he's not using his fast repair yet and only going on the damage clock. This guy's right there in the top 5 again, top 3 now as they work into turn 3. Amazing.
Can't hold a good guy down. They always find a way back to the front, and that's John Ward. If you watch him in anything he races in, no matter what car, you put him in one of these type of races, he uses his head. You see here, they might want to use their head on that one because the 80 there of Larry McDonald got a back bumper of Anderson, and that almost sent them all around up front again. For the second time, we could have seen a wreck up at the front. And they're wrecking in the back.
Trouble in the back. Oh, no. At second pack. I just can't believe we got 60 trucks still littered on the back straightaway. There you see the replay. Oh, my goodness. Yellow flag number 8. Let's take a look at it. Just after halfway. At some point, Terry Radford, the race director, Ron Morris Jr., has got to get in these guys' head and be like, listen, enough is enough.
Wow, when you're racing for money, you take all the moves, and that right there was just
what in the world were you thinking?
That's a
Terry, that was a blatant turn into the driver to the right. I don't. My goodness.
Can't really defend that one.
I know. Sadly. But the sad reality is you can't defend it. Under caution here. Well, Terry, normally if it was a Northwest Racing Series broadcast, they would have us pop up on camera for our ugly mugs for a holiday mug shot and at least give a recap of the race so far. We're not on camera, but what's your take so far in the first half of the American 500, and what do we need to do differently? And I wonder if me and you are going to be on the same page, and I got a feeling I think we are.
Well, I mean, you just have to realize that we'll have 88 laps to go when we take the green flag again. You don't have to. You're not going to win it on lap 100. You know, once you get to that 100 mark, you're not winning the race. You can put yourself in position to win, but if you race without a head, you're going to take yourself out of the opportunity to win it. There's still a lot of good drivers in this field. Taylor Peacock comes to mind. I looked at him. He's sitting there 6th. We hadn't talked about him all race long. Tony Cox is another good one. We really hadn't talked about Adam Ford. Hadn't said a word about the 11. Baker's still in this one. Matt Lee's still in this one. Aubrey Thompson, driver that won last night, still in this with a chance to win. A lot of good talent up here that has the opportunity to do it. Could clean up some stuff, but with 60 trucks, I honestly think this has been a really good show from the race control side to just all the way around from the driver's perspective too. 60 drivers normally becomes a dumpster fire in about 5 seconds. It has been 8 cautions. I'll take that. I'll take that with 60 at 100 laps.
Thanks everybody for joining us again. Just getting ready for the second half of the American 500. There you see the guy taking the wave around, or at least the free pass. And pit stops have now concluded. Pit count. Here, this blows me away, Terry. The pit count has been between 7 for the front leaders, 7 pit stops, to almost 19 by others like Thomas Parker.
Yeah, that when you don't want to use your fast repair, Wesley, you go in and fix as much damage as possible to save it for the end.
That's like the damage clock, right? Like in NASCAR, you go down there, you go on the damage clock, you try to get whatever repairs you want to get done, and then you try to go back out. Now you're a realist because you run in the iRacing world. Well, how much time usually does it take to fix certain things? If you miss up a fender, if you tear off the rear end, what does it normally take, time-wise to get done to fix it?
It all depends. So certain stuff, like you talked about the fender, it could be 30 seconds required, but a minute and a half optional. You don't have to take all of it at the same one. I personally sit there for as long as possible, especially here at Talladega. You have about 2 minutes, 2 whole minutes from the time they get to the start-finish line, you're coming down pit lane, to the moment they get back to the middle of pit road. All you have to do is beat the damn pace car. That's all you gotta do. You gotta beat the pace car. 55 mile an hour, you can hit 56 or so, but you can find your way there. You can get to the to the end of pit lane and beat that sedan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can fix as much. 19 pit stops sounds about like a deck lid. Sounds like they had a whole deck lid issue.
So basically what you're saying is you can come in, have 2 minutes, beat the pace car out, fly like a bat out of hell, back around the racetrack.
Go back down pit lane, you have about a minute.
Down pit lane, you got another minute and a half for you if we get caught again. Yeah.
Then you got to turn and burn, get back around the racetrack to catch the tail end of the field just before they throw the green flag. It's a game. It's a game within the game.
Yeah. And honestly, Terry, that's why I think we've seen a lot of these names that were involved in some big wrecks and crashes that you say that would be out of the race as we're approaching lap 100, triple digits, 88 to go in the American 500.
Well, and they'll come take their fast repair probably with about 30 to go. We get a caution about 30 to go. They'll take the fast repair, 20 to go. They'll take the fast repair then, and then you'll really see the race pick up.
Yellow flag calamity. So far in the first half of the American 500 all the way to a century grind. 88 laps to go. Green flag back in the air here at virtual Talladega. Corey second, Anderson. Freeze and Lima, the pole machine right there as they work their way again down into turn number 1 and 2.
What?
What's this?
Wreck was already up in front. Yeah.
Yeah, it was already happening in front of. I know Gary Main's got a piece of it. Who else? Any other takers? My goodness, man. This race has just been a virtual demolition derby in a squared circle.
Up for it. Albert Anderson III has the race lead, by the way. The 99, we hadn't talked about him much at all. And he's got the lead.
None at all, actually. Actually, you know what? Yes, we did, Terry. He got involved in a wreck earlier in the race of the 99, remember?
Oh, he had the motor issue where it blipped on him.
Yep.
He's back.
But he's back in the saddle again. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Lima's still up here.
Lima's got the guy that got a chance to go for some big money. I mean, obviously, he wasn't leading halfway. He wasn't leading at the end of the stage. But
he can still win the race.
You're exactly right, and that's a bonus. That's a $50 bonus. But let me just throw this out here real quickly. Terry was burning the yellow flag again. And while we're doing that, Charles, let those sponsors scroll across the screen. We want to thank them and we want to acknowledge them for the race here at the American 500 on your home for sim racing, iRacing on LSRTV for McCullough Motorsports. As the sponsors will just randomly go across the ticker on the main monitor. And while I'm mentioning that, okay, I understand we're dealing with internet issues again. Payouts for this race is what I was trying to refer to. The winner of this race, Terry, regardless if they go for the bonuses or whatnot, they get $430. Guaranteed $430. Second gets $258. Third gets $172, and so does fourth. Fifth gets $129, all the way down to eighth. So you finish fifth through eighth, and you can make $130. Ninth and 10th get $90, 86 to be exact. And then everyone else gets at least some type of share of the money. And
more than what you paid in.
That's right. And based off of the entries of 43, they had 60 commit, 59 started. Or correction, 58, which, by the way, I believe that Ambrose Kennable did not take the green flag. So shameless plug for Ambrose. I know he was on when we came on the air, but he did not start the race. But we had 59 drivers attempt to at least be in the server. 58 took the green, and there were 60 drivers pre-entered for this event.
Yeah, and you didn't have to pay much to get into the show. I mean, the buy-in to this one was what, $35 bucks?
$40.
$40. You enter, you finish top 8, you walk out with, a $60 net gain. And if you win some of the incentives, your entry fee was paid. And that's the pay it forward type of way. I'm not going to name drop certain money leagues that don't pay out most. They, hoard it all for themselves, and then they become rich based off of you coming to run their race. But that happens. Yeah, that happens a lot in this type of racing. But McCullough Motorsports, they said, hey, you come sign up for our race. We're going to pay you big money to come run in ours. I mean, obviously, the owner, has to put some back to build the servers, to hold 60 drivers. It's not cheap. I think it's like 10 or 15 bucks. But you want to do that throughout the week, right? And then you have to pay the broadcast side of things. Like, we're not cheap. We're not cheap. I know what our rates are. We're not the cheapest too on the iRacing platform. I think we're pretty good for what we charge, but there's certain things that you have to hold back. But other than that, I really don't think the McCullough Motorsports people took a lot of the buy-ins and kept it for themselves. They're paying pretty handsomely, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I think next time I'm gonna take my chances of making a little bit more money going out here and running this race. Now knowing how much they pay out at the end of it, because I think I could finish top 8. In all honesty, so we'll see. Maybe next time Jason will come up here and I'll split some of the revenue with him.
Well, we're not done yet as the lights off on the pace car. Oh, and by the way, we're not trying to toot our horn here. Us in the broadcast booth, we got to balance ourselves. We got to pace ourselves as well, Terry. You just can't go out balls to the wall, rip roar going. And obviously, we're always excited in what we do. Just come back for the restart of the Geico restart zone on lap number 104. But with that being said, if we're all hyped up and excited by the time we get 30 laps into it, we're wore out. You got to pace yourself. This is an endurance race, and this is an endurance broadcast here in the American 500.
Yeah, my kid's asleep in the other room, so I can't necessarily hoot and holler as much as I used to about 3 months ago when we were doing Northwest stuff together. So I have to be kind of, down just a couple notches. I'll inflate my voice, but I will not yell on the show. It's Albert Anderson holds the lead for a slight second. Now Steve Karosik He goes there. He takes that lead. Freeze is sitting there in second. Here comes Taylor Peacock in the number 18. He'll work the second truck to the outside lane. We're getting squirrely up here, Wesley. We're going to do this again.
Hold it together. We got trouble in the back. Trouble. Turn 1 in the mid-pack. They're wrecking. They were sideways, and I know they crashed. There's the caution. It's triggered a yellow flag. I just caught the glimpse of it. Terry, I don't want to take anything away from the opportunity for 60-some-odd drivers to be on the racetrack all at one time, but oh my goodness, man. I mean, my question is this. Are there too many on the racetrack and it's just experience versus unexperienced? New people that you don't know you're racing against and different personalities here?
No, it honestly is it's a balancing act. I would say that I think that with 60 drivers, it has been much better than a lot of other shows that I've seen or tuned into a broadcast, which I don't get to watch a lot, but when I do tune in to some of these, you start to question the talent crop that's there. I'm not questioning this one. I know the talent that's here. There's a couple new ones in here. There's a couple new drivers that probably hasn't done a lot of these. That isn't necessarily as experienced. There's some truth to that. There's also a lot that we are getting down to 80 laps to go.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
They're gonna push a little harder. They're gonna have to make some time up. And if you're off the pace in the back of the field, you're starting to get antsy. And I think that's really what it is.
Understanding that if it will just buffer off and on for about another 30 minutes. Obviously, we've made some adjustments to fix some things, but hopefully in the next 30 minutes, we should have this error issue taken care of. Not of our doing, by the way. Can't help it. It does look like, from what I checked, it's got improved. So, hey, for that big audience tuned into the broadcast, give us a shout out. Let us know where you're tuned in from. Let us know where you're watching, checking us out. And if you're a fan of LSRTV, hit that subscribe button. And we thank you, Baker's mom. Thank you. Next up, Brandon Broadfoot. Can't wait till the 23rd. Hey, Terry, that's a race me and you are doing. December 22nd and 23rd.
Yes. I keep agreeing to things and not looking at the dates. Yes, you're right. The 22nd and 23rd. You made me think for a second. I'm like, wait, what else did I sign up for? Yeah. I actually signed up for the race yesterday, the Ugly Sweater 250, that Dustin texted me, and I was at Southern National.
The Ugly Sweater 250.
Yeah, I was at Southern National, and he texted me me, and I answered, and I just said yes. I was like, sure, absolutely, sign me up. And about 2 days before the show, I get a message from him. And he goes, "Hey, you're still down for Saturday, right?" And I'm like, "What Saturday?" And he was like, "Well, I put them they were in my calendar. I thought it was something different." I jump in there and I had I didn't pay attention to nothing he sent me. I was doing something else, and he goes, "I'm sure glad you jumped in here in the Discord with me, because I thought we were at Talladega. We were at Daytona. I thought it was the Xfinity cars. We were in the trucks. I didn't know any of this." I was like, "Man, I'm so sorry." Everything has gotten wild with the new kid and doing the travel stuff. I don't know how many people do this with a full-time job. 50 hours at work, travel to do this, and then come home and get all this, plus doing the college series, plus World of Outlaws stuff for iRacing. it's a little hectic. Oh yeah, and trying to do the superhero husband things too, or attempting to be a good husband.
$80 laps to go here in the Sim American 500. Terry Radford right there. I'm Wesley Outland. Thank you to the Sidewinder. Another one of our new partners of iRacing on LSRTV and RC cars. And RC cars. Hey, let's give a shout out. Thank you, Brandon Broadfoot. Thank you, got rookie drivers racing to pros and wrecking people. That's your problem. Just 30 drivers blocking and pushing for no reason. Patience. Hey, y'all. Thank you, RGL Motorsports. Zayna Thompson from Almost Heaven, by God, West Virginia. Hope you're doing well. Always enjoying the wild and wonderful state when I go up there. Christmas by the seashore.
Can I chime in to the Josh?
Oh, I'm just giving shout out to people. Parker, thank you, Tracy, and thank you to Texas. Not watching the Cowboys, Baker's mom. All right, Terry, what do you got?
I get it from Josh's perspective because he was having a good run. The inexperience level, you don't gain experience without racing in these things. And unless somebody puts on one of these events, you're not going to get any better. I hate to tell you. Like if most of the drivers that are really good at the super speedway type of races put together not a training race,
back
but
under white.
Yeah, we're back on the green flag, but there's a ton of rookies that are in here, and I'm looking at the licenses here. I mean, we can see it on our timing. I only counted one rookie. There's a lot of D-class drivers, but most of the blocking has come from the drivers with the A licenses. We've seen Lima block. We've seen Caresset block. We've seen Freeze block. We've seen Eberhardt block. Garrett Maines threw a lot of blocks. It's not the inexperience level of people that are throwing the blocks. Half the time, they're just as scared to throw the block and they are to get blocked, right? They don't want to get blocked. They don't know at that moment what to do. Most of the wrecks we've seen coming from the front has been from the experienced drivers. That's the ones that have caused the wrecks, which, I mean, one of them was just a lack of, I guess, paying attention to how close they were to the driver in front of them. But don't go in the chat and blame inexperience. It is. We've watched this race from the start. We're looking at the drivers that caused the wreck, whether it's the big wrecks or the little wrecks a little further in the back. The massive incidents have come from the experienced drivers up front that push the envelope that one extra inch. So yeah, don't say nothing's ignorant in here, because I'll call it that.
I say this jokingly with no disrespect. We started from the F-bombs to the H-bombs that are going on right now. So the hay-bombs, from the F-bombs to the hay-bombs.
Look,
so,
I'm
new leader, Coruscant around Freeze. You were saying 3 quad, back to what?
Listen, I have calmed down in my, I guess now I could say, older age, Wesley. I was a little bit more fiery about a year ago, and me and you worked together, and it was actually you that told me, hey, buddy, back her down a little bit when you hop on somebody's ass. Like, you don't have to be too mean, but a lot of people are starting to agree, and it frustrates me to a point, because we can blame people who don't have the experience all day long, and I get that 100%. Sure. But man, they are not the ones causing the issues. They're the ones that are scared. I was in this position 2 years ago. I ran my first ever money race, and I ran it with a bunch of Martin Sports drivers, Baker, Garrett Maines, Jason Maines, and I was terrified. I'm like, listen, I'm just going to be the pusher. I'll sit in the back. I'll be the 5th car, 6th car. I don't care. Just don't put me in harm's way. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, there's big problems. And that was caused once again by a driver in the front. And all of our drivers up front, Wesley, guess what they all have in common? They all have A licenses.
That's right. The big dog in the front.
There are big dogs.
Somebody zigged when they should have zagged. And, somebody looked to find the X's and O's and ended up with haunting moments on the back straightaway here.
Yep.
Here's
and
the replay.
It started up a little further than this. It started up here around the 80 of Larry McDonald. We need to get to him right up in the middle.
80, number 80.
Number 80. We'll see it right here.
There he
so
is.
Starts there. He made a move.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah, he made a move going low.
Garrett Maines got collected again.
Big hit. Larry McDonald, A-class driver. 1,500 I rating. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Another multi-truck accident. And all of these accidents have been big ones. Bottom line.
Well, and they're going to be big ones, Wesley, when we have the situation where nobody's willing to lift. And I understand. And, granted, what real life broadcasting, this broadcasting, me and you collectively have talked to a good bit of drivers, either together, whether it's virtual or real world, over the past year. Like, I'd imagine that you've talked about 200 or 300 drivers. I'm right there about 150 or so across the board. They all say the same thing. If you're coming down with a lot of money on the line, with whatever's there, you ain't lifting. You ain't lifting once. I mean, I don't know if people watched the Snowball Derby. Those boys weren't lifted. People watched the Thanksgiving Classic. Those three wasn't lifting. If anybody watched the New Year's Bash you called at Dillon Motor Speedway, those boys wasn't lifting for nothing. At Dillon, you ain't lifting at all. I mean, you ain't lifting at that racetrack just because, it's Dillon, and you can get away with a lot more at that racetrack than you can at other tracks because it's a little bit more forgiving in the corners. They're not lifting. Some of these boys come out here and want to have fun. It's around Christmas time. This could buy their kids something to put under the tree, a bigger gift. Could buy them a bike or I don't know how much an Xbox goes for nowadays, Wesley, but could an RC car, could buy them an Xbox. I want the new the new portable game system they got out. I want to run this.
All right, so hello to some more people tuning in. In Texas. Hello. Tracy Parker, Alabama. All I got to say is roll tide, Tracy Parker.
Shut
roll
up,
tide. Roll tide. hey, Tennessee's at least going to be playing Auburn, right? You got Auburn in the Music City Bowl.
Thankfully for us, we're in the Citrus Bowl this year against Iowa.
Oh, you're with. That's my apologies. You're playing Iowa in the Citrus Bowl. Who is Auburn playing? Maryland.
Maryland. The Terps.
Yes, that's it. In the Music City Bowl. My apologies.
Good. I mean, it's an easy dub for Tennessee because it's Iowa. There's no offense there.
Yeah. Hello to Spokane, Washington, the Northwest.
Go Cougs.
Looking forward to another Washington State. Washington. They're looking really good. Going to be a good one, Washington Huskies.
See if the Huskies can win the Natty.
In Alabama. Let's see.
They don't belong there.
Chattanooga.
Go Vols. They don't. We'll have that discussion later. They don't belong there.
Scott Rooney chiming in, and Rooney says that's money racing for you. We see the same thing with $5 pot races.
He's not lying. I mean, you could pay $50 to win or $5 to win. Look, I'm not the most perfect guy in the broadcast world. I'm not the guy that you call up to say, oh, we want this guy because he has the best voice in the world. That's not me. But if you want somebody that's going to give you honesty from the announcing perspective, from the race perspective, from whatever perspective, I don't give a rat's behind if you tell me $5 is on the line or $500 is on the line. Every single driver is going to race the exact same way because there's money that did not have to come out of their pocket on the racetrack to win. Cody Griffin is the leader for the first time. He started 55th in this field, Wesley. 55th. And here he is sitting there. But crazy.
Terry, might I interject here? Now you got a guy in the name of Cody Griffin. And this is a guy that actually races in real life. He races. He's from Sanford, North Carolina. Cody Griffin runs in the Chargers in the limited late models. He's been a champion before in real racing and in the world of iRacing. And now you got Cody Griffin in the front, probably looking to lead and try to win the biggest race of his iRacing career, hands down.
Nader asked, what does lifting mean? Well, you ain't going to see lifting for the next... you ain't going to see that again for the next 60-plus laps. So if you tuned in to see people lifting off the throttle, you came to the wrong place.
Ain't nobody lifting.
Yeah, there's no more of that. It is all regard has went out the window.
Nader says, I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to make you mad, but what does lifting mean?
Yeah, something that's not going to happen again tonight. I can promise you that.
RGL Motorsports chimes in and he says, but then again, A-class drivers doesn't necessarily mean the best of the best of the sport either. I'm an A-class oval driver and have a lot to learn. I just hang in the steed trucks and SK mods for officials.
Yeah, and I RGL Motorsports. I follow a lot of people on Twitter, and I think that's the person that follows me. I follow them.
NGL Motorsports.
Oh, NGL. Yeah,
No, it is RGL. My apologies.
I chat out with them all the time. They. It doesn't matter what your license is. It really has to do with what your IR is where you put yourself. I mean, I'm not the best driver in the world. You put me on a mile and a half, I struggle. I can get a good top 5 out of it. I mean, if I'm top split, I struggle a bit. Those drivers put a lot more laps than I do. I mean, I work 50 hours at my regular job, plus travel on weekends. Yeah, work for Valvoline now. It's 50 hours running one of those service centers. It's busy all day. Very rare, very seldom do I find myself sitting behind on my sim rig. And when I do get home, with the new kid here, you only get one race maybe out of the week. Maybe one. And if you have a race weekend, and Wesley, you understand this just as much as I do, I drive from Savannah, Georgia. So I leave early Saturday morning. Normal, you can just wake up on Saturday and you're at the racetrack at night. I'm driving 7-8 hours to get to the racetrack. So there's a whole day, plus driving back Sunday. You don't want to sit there and race after that. You want to lay down, get your head rubbed a little bit, go to bed. And you put me in any race, I could hold my own.
Right.
But you don't want to. You don't want to go out and make craziness, which is probably why I stick with plate racing, because I understand this type of racing here. And Cody Griffin is going to have to understand real quick that he's got a lot of hungry drivers behind him. 42 of them to be exact, that want to win this race just as much as he does in the 3. He's got the number on the side of the truck, Wesley, that has a lot of wins here at Talladega.
60 laps to go when they come back to the Geico. What? Yes. 52 drivers remain.
42 of them that can win.
Yeah. and Nader says, I'm here supporting my boy in the 99.
Let's go, baby.
This is my first time watching this. He's intrigued. So
Good.
That's why he's asking the questions he is. If you want to be interactive with us, please, Terry's more of an iRacing guy than I am. I'm just a commentator. I'm just a play-by-play man.
iRacing.com. Come out here and race with us. I'd love to see you, Nader.
50% off for the holidays.
That's right. 50% off brand new members. You get you a computer. Wesley's at least learning from there. A lot of people don't know much about iRacing, and That's good. Come watch it, see it. I mean, NASCAR came back before any other series, any other sports did, because they had iRacing to lean on, and it was one of the most watched iRacing events. I didn't know what iRacing was until the COVID year, until they put it on TV. So
they're right back 3x3 again. These guys are relentless. There's just no stopping in them here, Terry.
We'll see if they can hold on to it. No. Who is that? Carter. Carter slides off the racetrack. He's going to go falling through the pack. All that work he did to get up to the front. Samuel S. Carter going to go all the way back to outside the top 25 before he slots in there, and we'll go 3 wide. Try to throw the block. Alex Hill try to work to the bottom. That's not going to work. Middle pack it and working. Oh, they're wrecking. Yep, Hill's around.
Ward's around. The 11's around. So is Griffin in the grass.
Oh, hang on to it.
And they're still crashing. Look at this in the tri-oval. Oh my goodness. We might have started 60 trucks, but I think we might be left with 5 when it's over with, Terry. Oh, wow.
That started with the 77. That all started up front. You'll see it here. We were 3 wide, pogo, pinballing up
Hill,
here.
Right, Alex Hill.
That's Alex Hill. It started there. He just got, I don't know if he got loose or if he got turned. But around he goes, and the field went with him. How he missed it. Then he got popped.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
And then here you go again with the crash. And you know, Terry,
right there. Here it is.
Yeah, but here's the deal, Terry. We've done this for so long. We literally can sense when all hell's about to break loose.
Oh, yeah.
We literally can look and tell you, like, oh, here it comes. There he goes. Bam.
It's either that or we're getting old. I'm not too sure. We're, yeah, here we go. So
bump draft gone wrong. Here he goes.
Yep.
Look, Lima.
He got a shot.
Got into John Ward. Got into Alex Hill. Alex Hill into the 48. Then you got Griffin and others in the grass. Oh, man.
That's what I'm here for.
Was that an NFL truck on the track? Was that the Bengals? I think it was the Bengals.
Bad year.
Number 30, Charles Kenneth Stamper. Is that a Bengals truck? Can you show us real quick? Matthew Baker, by the way. You're seeing Baker on pit road. Looking for the 30 truck. He's on pit road as well. Kenneth Stamper. Number 30, Kenneth Stamper. And don't you cuss on this here radio. Oh, man. You know, Terry, if I had a favorite for this race, I would have to say, man, that number 25 of Kevin Freeze. That 25 Kevin Freeze Budweiser Silver Bullet truck, man, that takes the cake, man. That is a sharp looking wrap job that somebody on iRacing created right there.
Yeah, if we're talking favorite paint schemes, that would be the one. If I'm picking favorites in the race, I've got to go with the 5. Right there.
Baker,
I got to go with Baker. I have to go with Baker. And I'm only going with Baker. 1, because I know him personally. Baker, Matt Lee, or Garrett Maines are 3 of the biggest influences I've had when it came to racing, right? If you need, I've needed advice of how to run certain places, they're always willing to answer. Even with, Garrett being busy with the Coke Series stuff, if I have a question, G Money, he takes time to answer the question. If Baker or Lee's sitting in the Martin Sports Discord, they take time to answer the questions. And it's like, hey man, I'm struggling, blah blah blah, and they'll figure it out and help me get it done. I do think that the 5 has the strongest truck out of most of these drivers. He's kind of held back quite a bit, but I'd have to go with him. What I am surprised in, big time surprised, the 80 of Larry McDonald is sitting 3rd. I don't know how, but he's sitting third.
I'm just, yeah.
Like, he was just upside down. He was upside down about, what, 30 laps ago? And now he's third, just chilling.
The McDonald's machine, there's another look at the trucks, the 11 of the 45 Hyper Motorsports. There you see Steve Karezik, is that how you say it, Terry?
Oh,
Karezik?
yeah. They're making me hungry with the McDonald's keep being up front.
Yeah. Karezik in the 45, Adam Ford in the 11, front row. Up 33 spots, Brett Myers in the 16. He's in third. Little Inkin Blinken, welcome back. And then you've got Larry McDonald up 36 spots in fourth. Gary Maines back in the top 5 there, Terry, in fifth, you were saying.
I hope that Cody, Steve's teammate, actually won the NASRA championship tonight. That's my hope. Because Cody runs a lot of good, little good racing. If he was out here, I bet we would see the 45 and Cody right up there next to one another.
Who is that now with NASRA, the 45?
Cody Niegels. He races in the NASRA, NSRA or whatever. He runs in another league, and they're running their championship. Yeah, running their championship tonight. He runs a lot of races in the money racing side of things.
Gotcha. All right, let's see how it happens now. Real quickly, race summary. Charles, I'm going to pop that up on the screen, bottom left, when we come back to the restart. 12 cautions, 120 laps, 54 lead changes in this race. It's been an entertaining one. And the American 500, we're back to green in the Geico restart zone. Lap 122 of 188. Now you got officially 60 laps to go as they work into the corner.
I like the math. We're here for math. I'm not very good at it. As you see, the outside lanes start to stack up just a little bit. Tried to give the shot. Like, kept trying to give shots down the back straightaway, but third place pushed into Maines. Fourth place pushed into him. The leader got pushed into just a tad bit. We'll see if anybody hops out of this line. So far, everybody in line until you get to about, what, 9th or 10th?
Make you feel better. Now we're in the countdown mode. We've gone from the lap counter now to the countdown at lap 65 to go when they come to the line. And here we go off turn 4. Steve Karezik, he's the leader. Look at the bump draft. It's happening again. These guys are relentless. They're not going to stop. Garrett Maines from 5th to the lead into turn number 1 as he got around Karezik. And here comes Terry. Aubrey Thompson. There's contact. Oh, they're going around. Oh, no. You knew it was going to happen. That's the 16 of Myers.
Mollahan did that lift.
And more. Oh, my goodness. Oh, just when you thought it was getting good in the neighborhood.
All starts again with a bad push. Yeah, all starts with a bad push.
Look at this again. Just, I don't understand it, Terry Radford. It's just, there's no need to be this aggressive with 65 to go. I mean, just what in the hell? I mean, part of the fun is just Baker and Mollahan and McCullough, Myers. Good, let's see it again on the front pack. Watch this one more time. Like, why? I mean, there's no need for it. Who's at fault here, Terry? Terry, who's at fault? Is it Maines?
No, I mean, you can't really you could put fault on it, but it all blames off of a bad push. Like you see here, you see here.
I say it's Thompson. Aubrey Thompson got a bump draft going wrong, and he lost control. Look at that.
I mean, yeah, you can't really. can't put blame on one driver. Once you get the shot.
What a hit!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Terry, you know, that shot right there from Mollahan to Myers reminded me of the NASCAR, Craftsman Truck Series race at Talladega in October of this year. In the real truck race where a guy had to be transported to the hospital because of something right there, just like that, but that impact being hit in the rear of the fuel cell. Man. Scott says this is like watching Pee Wee football. Well, to each their own, I guess, right, Terry? To each their own.
I would love to hear how that compares to Pee Wee football. I'll take it.
Yeah. MCU body number 1, Garrett Baines. Hey, have you had your break today, Terry? Guess who's in the lead?
Yeah, Larry McDonald. Look at him. Sitting up there in the 80.
Have you had your break today? Look at the McDonald's Toyota up in front. Larry McDonald. Chris Parkman, there's a name that we haven't really mentioned tonight. Garrett Maines, that's the father. Terry, that's the father of Jason.
No, that's the son.
Yeah.
Jason
Garrett
Maines. Garrett's the son. Old G Money.
Yeah.
Out here just having a good time. This would be a great opportunity to talk about what really should be talked about.
That's how Garrett Maines is, man. That's a driver that we remember. Oh my goodness, we remember that name from years ago during the COVID years on LSRTV before he made it to the eNASCAR level, if you remember. Terry, he was running the Swag Series, the Swag Outlaw Super Late Model Series, ran NASCAR. What was it, Charles? One time he won 9 straight races in a row, and the series league had to kick him out. They had to ban him because people were like boycotting against the series because he was running and winning all the time.
Sounds about right. People don't want iron sharpening iron. They want bums making more bums.
They literally told him to pack up and leave and not come back because he was too good. By the way, he's in a blue number 1 truck. He's on time and scoring in 55. Chris Parkman, the leader. Larry McDonald, Chris Parkman, William Fox, Garrett Baines, Devin Ray, Kevin Freeze, J.R. Miller, Tony Cox, Cody Griffin, Jeff Merck, top 10. Terry, 1 to go. 61 to go when we come to green flag here at Talladega.
Well, Logan York's actually in our chat. He says he feels like a pinball. I understand. I get it. I feel like a pinball up here too. Logan's actually sitting 24th, so he shouldn't be texting and driving, but he is. So, don't. Luckily, it's virtual cars, or your license will be suspended.
Boy, oh boy, what an interesting race this has been. As we're 11 o'clock Eastern time.
It's 11 already.
11 o'clock Eastern time. 10 Central. Terry Radford, I'm Wesley Outland. Charles Wooten in the box. We welcome you to LSRTV's coverage of the McCullough Motorsports American 500. 500 miles, 188 laps of the trucks, 60. Took the green close to 60 around Talladega.
It's so late, you almost forgot where we were at.
It has had its share. It has had its share of calamity. That's all I'm going to tell you.
You know what I'm happy for? Is I have the ice-cold refreshment of Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Did you know that it's the official fan refreshment of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series? and it's a proud sponsor for the eNASCAR College Series that returns January 28th for the second semester. The spring semester live on twitch.tv/iRacing or eNASCAR.live. As green flags back in the air, and Chris Parkman might have jumped that restart.
And William Fox about just got bump drafted and spun. And he holds it together. Down into the corner, he drops to the bottom of the double yellow line. Hold on to it behind McDonald. And while that goes on, Garrett Maines to the lead. Kevin Freeze will follow.
I almost wanted to start singing "Old MacDonald Had a Farm," but then he started dropping through the field, and I thought it would be it would be rude to do it at that very moment. But I think he got jumped on that restart there. He was our race leader. Why the aid of Parkman was able to jump him there and take the race lead on the initial one, it might have thrown the 80 off to maybe miss a shift, which cost that bottom lane to not go, and maybe he didn't want to go at that time once the outside lane did. But right now, 60 now, 61 to go. See, it's kind of calm. Maybe now they'll take our advice from lap 22 and apply it to now, which is like, hey, kind of ride just a little bit. You got time. I mean, we have, I don't know the miles, 2.66 into 60. That equals a lot.
Somehow the race director has had to at least tell these guys, look, this has gone on long enough. He's wrecking this crashing. 60 laps to go, 128 laps completed. And if you're keeping up with the math, Talladega is 2.66 miles. They just put lap 129 on the board. We just completed 343 of the 500 miles in this race, Terry.
Oh, it's a lot of numbers you just threw at me. All I know is one number trumps them all, and that's number 1. Who's going to be number 1 on lap 188 to win this race? We're four wide. Maines just blocked all the way to the wall. Oh, Maines almost got shot. They're 5 wide. For what reason? Now we're back to 4 wide.
Three's a company, 4's a crowd, 5 is chaos.
5 is absolutely insane. We had people on the apron. Maines blocking every single lane. And here comes Eberhard. He's in the mix again.
And remember, Terry, they cannot go below that double yellow line. That is being enforced, just like the real race. You can't go below you can go below the double yellow line. You can't advance your position, and if you do, you've got to give it up. And if you don't, then you're getting a black flag.
Or you can Rick Ashley
again
and never give up. That could be a big one. I mean, we're 3 by 3 all the way through the top 12 at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, we're coming to 57 laps to go, and you would swear up down that we're paying the winner right now. Maines just blocked Eberhard, and I thought Eberhard was going to turn him. I for real thought that the 90 was turning the 55 right then and there.
Terry, it looks like a pyramid. It's like 1, 2, back single file, then it's 2, 2, 2, then it's 3, 3, 3, 3, then there's 4, 4. They're trying to get a pyramid started here.
I mean, if somebody told me there was a Klondike bar on the line, I would be running this. I would be 5 wide. I'd go 5 wide at Talladega on iRacing. I want everybody blinking around me too, and I want to be blinking where we don't know where anybody else is at. That's what I would do for a Klondike bar. All the madness, all the chaos that you can fit into one race, I'd throw it there. We'll settle down. We'll be able to calm once we get 56 laps to go. 2 by 2 all the way through the field until we get till about row 4 in this section. We'll go 3 wide at that spot. First car all the way up there against the wall. I believe that is, now it's Eberhard. Now he's got Merck behind him. And he's got Ray in this fight as well. Job's coming up into 500. Talked about him. J.R. Miller's in this fight. Mollahan, after that massive hit that he drove into the back bumper of somebody. So that stinks. He's back out there. Logan York was in the chat and said he's a pinball. Well, he's a pinball up to the top 12. So, pinball your way to the top 12. I'll take it any day of the week.
55 laps to go. 55 remaining when they come to the line this time by. Now they're racing hard. Single file now, 2 by 2 by 2, 3 wide. To look at the block there by Eberhardt, pulling up in front of Ray and Merck. And while that goes on, Garrett Maines, a renewed vigor in the middle, monkey in the middle, because here comes the outside lane, ready to push with Devin Ray in 22. Now he falls back a lot of spots.
Yeah, that outside lane's not very loyal.
It hasn't been able to work any tonight, Terry.
Yeah, but when it does, they're not very loyal to the end. They'll push the driver up to clear the outside or the middle lane. They'll go to the middle lane or the bottom lane. They're not loyal to push them to the front. Now you see Freeze. He's up there. Can he get the shot to go up here and run up front? We've seen he's had a fast truck all night long. He's been able to run up front. That 25 has been one of the consistent ones inside the top 10. There's a lot going on. Now Maines jumps up there. He's going to go side by side for the lead, 3 wide again. That lane's starting to roll. 3rd lane, top lane. Got 7 drivers in it, and it's starting to play dividends here in the latter part of this race.
3 by 3 by 3 by 3, 5, 6, 7 rows back, jumping out of line, getting in line. Garrett Maines now, the middleman again. Hot dog between the bun. Truck to the bottom of the apron. In the flat. He got turned. Trouble. Merck goes around. And here comes all the prisoners of war caught up in as well. John Ward collected. Free somehow got by. The 8 machine collected. The 99 also. Caution out. The prisoners of war missing in action. Merck. Entry. Goes around in the middle. Terry, you knew it was bound to happen with 54 to go.
You saw a bunch of the drivers up here starting to twitch around. They would give a good shot, then you would just see them you see them floating and bobbing a little bit. It's just unstable truck-wise. And yeah, the 01 just got in the back bumper of them, and that was all it wrote. I mean, there's nothing you can do. If you got a driver behind you, if you even so much even crack the throttle, you're getting hit, and either you're wrecking or you're going to tap them as well. No matter how you look at it, that wreck was going to happen.
Yellow flag out again.
I actually got a good question out. There was a good question out there in the chat. Baker's mom said, "Why block when there's so much to go?" Well, that's the magic question of the night, isn't it? Like, why would you block?
Yeah.
And the real question, or the real answer is, and I guess I'll answer this from. I'll mix a little bit of announcer in it, and I'll mix some race in it.
Hey,
I want to lead every lap. A guy like Garrett Maines, a guy like Daniel Eberhardt, I'll throw Baker into this too. I'll throw Matt Lee in it. A lot of the drivers we've seen up front, right? We saw Samuel Carter when he was up front. We saw the same thing with Guerrero when he was leading. That type of blocking, you want to be in control of your own destiny. If you're sitting 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, wherever in the field, well, you can't really control anything. We just saw it. One driver made one mistake and took the whole field out with them. If you're the race leader, what really can happen to you? What can happen if you're able to block every single lane and you're the only person out front, right? But there's a price to pay with blocking. What was the Brad Keselowski line? If you block, you're going to pay. A lot of them have paid here this afternoon. They've blocked.
There's an old saying, Terry. You know it, I know it. You know what I'm about to mumble out here in virtual or reality. And that quote stands to the test of times. from the first time somebody said it back when Henry Ford built a car to what it is today. To first win the race, you must first finish.
That's right.
And you can't win it on the first lap. And we are seeing these guys, even though they got a fast repair, okay? And it's just impatience. I don't want to say it is impatience, Terry, but I think it's also bragging rights. I think it's cockiness. I think it's, you want to get by me? Let me show you how better my truck is, fella.
Well, I mean, I don't like being behind people to begin with, right? I personally have no issue with blocking. I think I think it's good.
There's a different kind of blocking, though. There's good blocking,
Correct.
And then there's bad blocking. Yeah.
There's stupid blocks and there's good blocks.
Yes.
We've seen some stupid blocks, right? Like we've seen some stupid blocks. I mean, lap 1 was a stupid block. Lap 10 was a stupid block. There's been some blocks in the later part of it where it's like, okay, you could justify it and be like, that's not a bad block. But there's been some that's been questionable. I think now you're blocking, 51 laps to go. We'll take the green flag with 50 to go. You're blocking all day long. I'm not even thinking about it. And, lap 3, Eberhard blocked the entire field.
Yes.
All right? Blocked the entire field. And that
no
caused...
No need for that, though.
There was no need for it on lap 3. You're right. But what did I tell you?
By the way.
What did I tell you when we were going through the starting lineup? That the 90 would be one of the most aggressive drivers in the field.
Yeah, McDonald, you're exactly right. Yep.
Yeah, it took him 3 laps to get to the front, and then the blocking began. It began from that moment because he knows, and we have the same mindset when it comes to these races. I do not ever want to be second. I don't. I think it's stupid to sit and be second because you can't control what the third place driver does. You can't control what the 5th place driver does, what the driver on the outside lane is going to do. None of them. You can't control any of them, right? And unfortunately, it happens.
50 laps to go. When they come back to the Geico restart zone, 138 laps completed. Let's take a look at the Virginia 811 race summary. Look at that. 14. Terry, I feel like we're at a short track. I feel like we're at Martinsville or Bristol or Richmond with that type of number of caution flags. Holy cow. 32 caution laps. 14 cautions at Talladega. And then 63 lead changes. Ready to go back to green. 50 laps to go here in the American 500 as we are about to approach 4 hours of coverage of being on the air. Back underway. Green flag this time on the restart. Give it to Zach Raines. Remember, Terry, earlier he got turned a little aggressive in the pack. And he goes quickly to the bottom and throws a block on Garrett Baines. Here comes now Eberhard back in the fight. Freeze will follow. And they're 3 by 2 by 2, 3 rows to the back straightaway again.
Yeah, we're trying to stack them up once more. We'll go under.
Guys.
We'll go 50. We'll go under 50 here, right? And the top 7 just broke away from the field. Oh, that's going to be big. If he comes back up, he stayed down there. That was the most impressive save. So good for him. He stays below the racing line. We're still under green, 49 to go. But top 7 broke away. Don't know how they did it there. That initial start. Everybody starts checking up for no reason. Again, I got to agree with some of the chats of the checkups and the games that are being played. But now it's just going to be a drag race to the end. And look at the separation between this entire field. This is what's going to cause the next big stack up. All of that field from the second pack is going to get the draft, go to the outside lane, and they're going to just haul the mail past them.
That's exactly right now. Range up on the outside, and now really? Are we seriously going to get single file? Are you guys finally going to be good little boys and girls? No, the hell with that. Instead, I thought they were going to get in line and go one by one. That went out the door very quickly, Terry, as they work into one. And now Devin Rhea is the new leader, the 22, his second time leading here in Talladega. Here's John Mollahan back up in the fight on the back straightaway and pulling up in front of Maines as they work the back stretch. A little wiggle and a jiggle and a giggle and a bobble, and they hold it going to the super stretch.
Yeah, and I told you that the second pack was going to make a run up through the field. And here they go. They made the run up to that second lane. They'll go up there. They're not going to sit behind them. I don't know how the two of Mollahan's leading this race. Oh, he got turned. Mollahan got turned. Wow. No caution. Single truck spin. So now well, actually, they threw the caution. Who else wrecked?
If their caution's out, we'll find out.
Oh, they wrecked behind him.
Yeah, they sure did. Oh, wow, there they are. Oh, was that Freeze? That's Freeze involved. No, my apologies. Hashtag fake news. He's not caught up in it. Watch this. This is all going on in the back behind Mollahan that spun Terry. Well, Terry, there's a look at it on the replay. Look at this. The General Lee got caught up in it. The 0-1 truck, I mean. Just want to call it the General Lee, right? By the way, that's Logan York. Oh, my goodness. We haven't took a commercial in a while. Let's step away. We'll take a commercial. We'll be back with, hopefully, the home stretch of the American 500. This is LSRTV. Follow us at livesimracing.com on social media. And, of course, your home for sim racing on iRacing.
At Click It RV, we know there's a lot of heritage and history at this location. RV sales and service has been part of this community for decades. We knew there was an incredible opportunity here, but to see where we've come in just a year is incredible. None of it would be possible without the patronage and support from this community. So whether it be a more convenient and accessible service drive, a fully stocked parts department, or this amazing sales facility, what drives this team daily is making sure our customers leave here with the best possible experience.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Looking to the inside of Turner, trying to make it 3 wide down the back straightaway, nearly does.
Last night the track was very slick. You know, we had two good grooves.
Anyway, just another some of that.
There's people in the stands. That means there's people watching.
We're a racing family that you can trust on and off the track. So if you're looking for foundation repair, go online or give us a call to schedule your free inspection. If we fix your foundation and you mention Race on Texas, you will get a 1-year free subscription to the All Access Pass.
Welcome back to Talladega. We just joined the sights and sounds of just some of the ambiance of what is the virtual Talladega Super Speedway. Terry Radford out Wesley Outlet, Charles Wooten. Charles, I got to bring you in real quickly, boss. Producer, Click It RV Studio. Technical issues, but still rocking and rolling somehow, some way. Have you ever, have we ever did a Talladega broadcast? And obviously, you know, we've got, what is it? The full distance, 500 miles. But Charles, have you ever seen a race that went with this many caution flags at a super speedway?
Oh, I'm going to answer this the only way I know how. In my almost 9 years on iRacing, I've done almost 2,000 broadcasts. So, yeah, I don't have a clue.
Hence, he's done this for a long time, Terry, bottom line.
He's getting old.
40, and I'm the oldest one here. 45. No, wait a minute. Terry, you're the oldest one, aren't you?
No, don't put that evil on me. That's all you, dog. I'm probably the youngest one here.
40 years old and 45 to go here at Talladega. Back to green.
Yeah,
and Samuel Carter is the man now. Here comes the Grinch. You're a mean one. Look at this. Going after Adam Ford, Larry McDonald.
We're 16 laps above my age.
Shut up.
So I'm the young one in here. You see all the moving around. We talked about this one not too long ago with the pushes that are going to start happening. It's going to make the truck behind them very uncomfortable. They're not comfortable pushing as hard as they could. If you can hold the wheel as steady as possible, you have a better opportunity of getting the shove. You're not seeing that now. We got Kenneth Stamper. Yeah, we got Kenneth Stamper up here. We haven't seen him at all. Adam Ford, we really haven't seen a lot of him either in the 11. And look at that. They both go to the bottom. And you saw when they went to that bottom lane, truck almost came out from around them. You got Heath Job starting to come through this field. Samuel Carter's back up there. Zach Range.
Big trouble. Big wreck. Second pack. Another multi-truck wreck there, Terry.
Yeah, another big
wreck.
There's the
18 involved, the biggest one with the damage of it. Oh my goodness, man. Come on, guys. The 18, Taylor Peacock from Nazareth involved. He's won some speedway races. From Nazareth, Taylor Peacock. Some other drivers caught up in it. What in the world did it happen in front of him or behind him? And it was another multi-truck pile-up, Terry. Watch this. Oh, man. Hell yeah. He just got, oh, my God, turned. Wow. Nowhere to go, Terry. Nowhere to go. Why? Why are we doing this? If you're the race director right now, I wonder how ticked off he is. He just... put it out. All right, green, put it out. Which, by the way, I got to see David Hoots at Orange County at their finale that I did with Flow Racing. Always great seeing David Hoots. Let's see if great. Super great. I told you not to do that, Charles. Don't do that. Terry Radford, please convince our producer in the Clickin' RV Texas studio that's over 2,000 miles away from us that he doesn't need to eBay or marketplace his Dale Earnhardt, Kevin Harvick souvenirs. He needs to keep it. He needs to keep it because it's definitely going to be worth money.
Yeah, don't hate on the NASCAR stuff. I'm upset that the wife made me split my man cave in half to make a partial guest room out of had to condense all my stuff into a corner.
You know what we're missing, Charles? You know what we're missing right now with Terry Radford?
The tire?
We're missing tire talk with Terry.
Well, the tire is in the back of a trunk somewhere. So, yeah, we had to get it out of this room because I didn't have enough. I didn't have enough space for the tire. So I actually I hung it up at work. You know, when I worked for Take 5, I hung the tire up, and it was a good little decoration up on the wall.
I got you.
So when I quit, I had to pull the tire off the wall, and I had to put it in the back of somebody else's trunk because I was driving to the Classic. So I was like, I can't take the tire with me. So put the tire in the back of your car, and I'll hang it up at Valvoline when we open the new one. Which it's crazy.
Yeah, we're missing tire talk with Terry.
Yeah, the old tire. I mean, I don't know if I don't even think I have a camera connected to this. I wish I honestly had the tire. I did get a cool jacket. Are you looking at my chair? Oh, you're looking at my other camera. Okay, you're looking at my driver webcam. Is it? Oh, it is on. Huh. There you go. There you go, Charles. Just for you. You see my WWE Championship belt back there, though. I don't. It's the guest bed. Here you go. There's a picture you could show off. That could be my background picture for you, Charles.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Oh, yeah.
Somebody framed that for me. I was very, very, very proud of that 12 o'clock in the morning experience. That I was exhausted, but you don't say no to that idea. I don't even drink.
All right. We're ready to try to do this again here with 40 laps to go. When we come back to green, we'll take the green flag. Hey, Terry, let them also know something as well. Sim time. 5-hour time limit. We're 3 hours and almost 20 minutes into it.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
I just like sarcastically that hey guys, you might have to put up with 5 hours of this torture. And triple overtime as well, Terry.
At least we're not Eagles fans right now. I did think that the Eagles were going to win convincingly. They lost bad. They lost by 20.
Put it like this. This just put Dallas in the catbird seat for a good playoff picture. And it just put the Philadelphia Eagles, who was the #1 seed in their division, coming into tonight's game, now within amongst 4 teams for 5th place. Put that in your pipe and smoke it if you're a follower of football, as the road to the playoffs are looming, if you will. Let's get ready for the restart. 40 laps to go. 39 at the Geico restart zone when they take the green. Adam Ford, Alex Hill, row 1, Kenneth Stamper, Heath Job, Samuel Carter, Zach Range, Vincent Guerrero, who was the halfway winner, Larry McDonald, Christopher McCullough, Kenneth McCullough, and Garrett Baines is looming. Back to green, quickly driving to the bottom was Hill. He thought he had a run on Ford, then he got back up to the top shelf. Middle lane, that is, as they work into 1 and 2 now. It's going to be Ford pulling that momentum on the bottom. He's got a bump draft partner. It's Kenneth Stamper. And here they come, swallowing them up. Here comes now 2 trucks, Terry, becoming 10 and 12 and 16 and maybe 20 as they work the backstretch going to 3.
Yeah, they got a great jump there for the initial start, but that's not what you want here. You want to kind of keep it as close as possible. Those 3 trucks on the outside lane hung with them. Once they got help on the bottom side, Adam Ford was able to continuously hold the race lead. Now he has a whole truck length, now a truck length and a half race lead on the field. Side draft is starting to get a little bit more aggressive as down goes Stamper. He went almost into the side of the 20 there. I believe that's Stamper. Stamper got hit by Hill by a little bit, and then it just continuously gets more and more aggressive. The third lane's starting to become a factor again. They actually left Garrett by himself. They're hanging him out to dry. He only had one person. That was Vicente Guerrero, that left him. He dipped on him, went right back down to the middle.
Sure did. And now Ford on the inside, working on 4. Coming down to the line, into the tri-oval. Moving inside, moving outside. Somehow these virtual steel chariots holding fire as they work in the end corner. It's Job now, pulling to the lead, the 500 up on the top now. Here comes the outside, Terry. We've been waiting all day for it. On the top shelf for Grandma hides the cookies from Grandpa, and the Ditchers too, from looking to get Christmas cookies. And they're gonna go 3 by 3 by 3 again, and the outside's getting quicker than any lane right now as we go to the finish.
Yeah, middle lane through the block, and now the outside lane will throw the block. They'll go back down to the bottom. That'll put Heath Job to the race lead. Eberhard gave him the shot. Eberhard will now go to the middle. He'll work his way back up to the race lead. He's got the 77 of Alex Hill. They have been the perfect combination, like Reese's and peanut butter so far in this race. So we'll see if the 90 and the 77 stay working together. You see the outside lane coming into fruition. There goes Kevin Freese. He's in this one. He's pushing mains. Ray's in this fight. All the drivers that were somewhat in the middle of things are all back and willing now to go head to head. Oh, almost had a wreck there in the middle, but they saved it.
And they're trying to get back in line, tuck in line, hold it together, and that's what they'll do. Look at this, thundering herd, roaring into 3 and 4. And they're right now trying to get this outside lane to work. Gary Baines has got it started. Oh, Ford's trouble. Here goes McCullough. He goes around bottom of the racetrack, and they're piling in from there. Caution out with 35 to go. Oh, man. You knew it was coming. Terry, I think you're just speechless now. I'm shameless. I don't have any words anymore. I'm beyond words. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, this is the aggressiveness that you expect. I mean, it's the latter part of the race. We're under 40 to go. If it makes you feel any better, it only gets worse from here.
That's right. That's right.
You can't be no worse than crybaby Patrick Mahomes whining about a penalty that was blatantly a penalty.
And the hits. All the hits just keep on coming. Let's check in with Charles Wooten, our producer. Charles, what you got?
Well, I know we're talking about the bad news, cautions and breeding cautions around here, but On the good news, you might notice the stream is getting better. Thanks to goodness, all these Texans are getting off their streaming of their YouTube TV and stuff, and we should hopefully, fingers crossed, be good for the rest of the night, because I have yelled at Texas repeatedly. They know the issue. It's a bandwidth issue, and then this cut in the line that occurred has not made it any better, but I am monitoring it, and I can drastically see it getting better with everyone being off streaming the Cowboys game, and all the games pretty much being over with by now, so we should be good for the remainder of this last 35 laps.
To get that 4K Ultra HD quality back up in the box as drivers are pitting. Terry, if we don't have any more cautions, which I think that'll be hashtag fake news, obviously. If we don't have any more cautions, did we just see the money stop with 34 to go?
I mean, and we're going to have more cautions. I mean, we had 73 lead changes would be the circle point we should go to.
17 cautions, is it? Do you think?
Yeah, I think 17 isn't enough. I think we need to hit an even 20.
It's not enough. Is that what you?
Oh, there was 3, so we are at 20.
We're at
so
20
I think,
costume flights. You're
yeah,
exactly
so that's
right.
over. Yeah, so I think we're good here, right? If we could go 32 laps green, either way, I'm content. I'm happy with this race. I think from everything that McCullough Motorsports have done, with 60 drivers coming out here, 58 or 59, I think was the official count we had when we initially took the green flag.
Oh yeah.
To get that many trucks practiced, qualified, signed up is it's a big accomplishment. Most of these places don't get that many. They had one fast repair, and I'm almost positive that everybody has used their fast repair in this race. If they have not, that'll make it even more interesting. We've kept good viewership all night. I don't know what the official number is of what we've ran, but you know, we set it over 1,000 has tuned in. I mean, that is for a money race. You know, it's good. It's a good number.
It is. Yeah, it is, and there's still a lot of money on the line, and we ain't even got to the end yet.
We're not done.
And by the way, I just thought of this. Charles, put up the Virginia 811 ticker again. What did you say it was? Okay, so here's the deal, Terry. Remember, we had 3 cautions before we had to reset the server when
we had 20. We had 29 lead changes.
We had
before
29 lead changes. You're damn right. So you take 73 plus 29.
Over a hundo.
102.
Yeah.
102 lead changes in this race.
And Scott Roney out there. Listen.
Yeah, that guy just he's not on my Christmas card list right now.
If you put on a race for a lot of money, and that's a lot of money out here on the line, and you put 60 drivers out here, I'll make you a bet. If you could put that race on, and you have less than 15 cautions or 10 cautions, and you can go green for whatever, I'll match the purse. I'll match it out of my pocket. I'll cut the check, send it to you.
Scott Roney just got called out.
Like if you can do it.
And Charles will broadcast it on LSRTV.
Yeah. Like if you could put 60 trucks or 60 cars out there on the racetrack and go 190 whatever miles an hour, 2-3 wide, put on a good show, and you can have less than 15 cautions, I'll match the damn purse. I'll pay it out of pocket. Like, don't come into a chat and say something's embarrassing when you don't do it yourself. I'm sorry. Like, there is cautions. There's 60 drivers. I mean, I understand it. There's 60 drivers that's out here on the field. Get up for it. They're gonna wreck, man. It's the part of the beast. There's factors in it. There's net code in it. There's all this other stuff. There's internet problems. There's, whatever. Get off your high horse.
32 to go. Here comes Hill down to the inside. Alex Hill alongside Maines. Boy, oh boy. Now Everhart right back in this battle again. So is Zach Range again in the saddle. Kevin Freeze back up there. McDonald up on the top side. Working in the corner, closing in on 30 laps to go at Talladega here in the American 500. All right, Terry Radford, it's pucker time. Payout windows nearing. This is when you're getting to the home stretch. This is when the racing should be really good here.
I mean, it's been good all race long. I mean, minus a couple of, the minor incidents that we've seen, the major incidents across the board, but the pay window opened. I feel off of the racing wise that we've seen it open about 50 laps ago. They were racing pretty crazily across the board, right? But if we get to the point now, that almost happened.
Oh, it's the 500. Hold on to it, and they're wrecking behind them. The 8 to 22, the 14, Guerrero, McDonald weasels by, Ford collected. Oh my goodness. Terry, here it is again. You saw what happened. Heath Job, the save on the 500 made everyone else get antsy behind them. Caution flag number 21 here at Talladega.
You remember when you said that the pay window was open there?
Yeah.
That checkup on the bottom, nobody else was going to lift, right? And nobody else. Oh, well, the 11 didn't even bother to lift.
Get vectored. It's a lot different when you're dropping F-bombs instead of saying an A word, buddy. Thank you for playing.
Well, pay no attention to that. I mean,
it's probably one of the spam things.
No,
maybe they're going to
not
ban my Facebook account next.
I mean, I pay no attention to dumb comments. I mean,
Scott says, I agree with you, Terry, but these are the best of the best, though. I race with these guys all the time, but no, not in a money race because of this. Well, have you ever heard of money's the root of all evil?
Yeah, I mean, there's
Charles, what you got, boss
God.
producer?
I'm mute.
He'll pay you if you ain't behaving in the chat box.
Okay, so we'll address this very politely. At the same time. Ambrose was told prior to going live that, certs words like hell, stuff like that were okay. Hell of a race. We specifically said, do not drop an F-bomb. He then proceeded to drop 3 of them. So he was promptly removed. That is why...
He dropped more than that.
Yeah.
I think he dropped 3 at one time.
We do allow some words. Hell, we'll allow damn, it's an damn good race, whatever. Those are words you would hear on national television. You hear them in broadcasts all the time. Right. F-bombs are
Don't be liberals out there.
Yeah, he was told prior to that not to say it, and he said it anyway. That is why, not to mention, he was intoxicated. So, yes, that is why he is not in the booth, and that whole segment was basically scrubbed, and we went directly to it. There you go. So we're just making that very known.
Me and poor Terry Radford, I think we're about ready to go off at the same time, and he popped in. I was already in there, and then I was like, what? But listen, on behalf of all of the people that McCullough Motorsports and other people, they came back and they apologized, William Rice and others, and just said, hey, listen, we want to say we apologize for that. For
Look,
sure. So
I
if
honestly,
you're going to get offended for me saying that you know, yeah, you got a punt in the ass, or yeah, that was a damn good move, or, you know, yeah. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with those words, but yeah, saying F-bombs, yeah, saying GD, no, you can't do that. I'm sorry, I'll never do that.
I don't take offense to it, right? Once the microphones are off and somebody says all clear, I think Charles and Wesley both understand what I say behind the scenes. I'm very animated. I'm very animated with what I'm going to say. I don't sugarcoat it. You know, don't really care, right?
Can I just give a little description? What a beep!
Yeah, but when the microphone goes on, you have to do something. I do appreciate the people in the chat saying we've kept it entertaining.
Thank you.
I'm glad. I feel like this has been a very entertaining race from my standpoint.
We've been on the air for 4 hours now talking.
Yeah, for 4 hours, we've been going back and forth. I mean, there's still a lot in play. We've got drivers that are up through this field, and we can name them all. The pace lights that came back on, we double filed, but we're back on. We extended it one more lap, so we'll take the green flag with 26 to go instead of 27. Kind of, doesn't really take away that it's going to be impatient regardless.
Right.
Cole Fitzpatrick is a good story, sitting there in the 12th place position in the 44, doing a good job up 38 spots. From where he qualified. Christopher McCullough up 46, sitting there in the 6th place position, 3rd car on the outside, doing a masterful job coming through this field, keeping that truck clean in the 48. Samuel Carter's been involved in a couple incidents. He's up there in the 7th place position, up 41. Chad Ross up 28. Logan York stayed in this race. Baker, he's sitting in the top 10 from where he qualified. I don't know. I thought Baker was out of this one from about 40-ish laps ago. He's still up there having a good time. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heavy hitters still in this field that still have an opportunity to walk out of here with a good bit of money. And I mean, you said the top 8 all make over $100 to end this show. I mean, Eberhardt walked out with the $25 bonus. We had Guerrero walked out with the stage bonus. I don't remember who won the lap 69 bonus. I think it might have been Eberhardt as well.
I think it was Eberhardt. It was Eberhardt. Yeah.
So I mean, he walked out with that money. So I mean, there's a lot of money that was given across the sponsors. Can't thank those people enough. I mean, we had Wesley 8 sponsors that came on board for this race. Yeah, and they've done a lot for them.
Let's flash them across the screen for you while we're talking about it, for sure. Yeah,
there's a lot of sponsors.
1 to go indication, 26 to go. Here's the sponsors that Terry's referring to. And as again, Terry, you mentioned all these sponsors as they go into automotive show you one by one who they are.
I do like Blind Squirrel Racing. That's good.
Yeah, I like the squirrel with the mustache there. No, not the squirrel. Damn it, not the squirrel. The skull, the skeleton with the cowboy hat and the mustache. I like that. Ron Morris is the race director. I wonder how many drinks he'll have when this race is over.
Oh well. I mean, if people follow Landon Huffman on Facebook or Twitter, he had a lot of High Rock vodka that he had at his Christmas party. Yeah, after the season he had. I mean, when he brought the Oldsmobile back and won at Hickory, that was pretty impressive. That he brought that 75 and got the victory, and then went and won $30,000. He went out and won the Cars Tour $30,000 race, which was good for him and the Nelson Automotive.
I will say this. I think the Nelson team made a big mistake.
Yep. Huge mistake getting rid of Landon Huffman. I don't want to say anything
bad against Connor Hall. I think the world of the Hampton, Virginia driver. Congrats on him getting the NASCAR Advanced Auto Parts National Championship. But that man could do it on his own on the Town Bank 77. We've seen that with his team. But when you saw the talent that Landon Huffman was in that race car, in the 22, and then they just are going to move him and put the 77 in there, you still would have had the same talent pool And I just think Landon Huffman is a much better, different driver than Connor Hall is. We're ready to go for the restart here. Talladega, American 500. I am a real American, are you? 26 laps to go. These drivers ready to push it to the limit one more time in the tri-oval. Back to the Geico restart zone, and we're ready for the restart. Alex Hill, Eberhardt, Maines, Breeze, McCullough, top 5, and this time nobody tries to pull away on the bump draft in tandem. They all stay nestled right there with each other. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, stride for stride, mano a mano a swine down the back stretch. Here we go.
Yeah, the middle part of the pack did not get the run that I think they necessarily wanted on the restart. Not sure if there was a damaged truck that was in that line. Oh,
hold
big
on.
hold on to her down there at the bottom.
Don't pull up, don't pull up, don't pull up.
He stayed. Another one gets popped. Cole Fitzpatrick gets back up there. They're wrecking in front of him.
Oh, jeez, not 25 to go. We're crashing again.
That was
another
big
McCullough
one.
Again. McCullough and the 28 also involved in that incident. Yep.
There's that Ross started right there around him, and that's right at the tail end of this the lead pack.
The 28 was involved, and Chad Ross, I'm sorry, the 38. McCullough was caught up in it. Trevor Ashburnoff was also involved. Wow, Terry. There it is again. Dirty Mo Media. Delsey Green will be happy about that virtual ride. Oh, my. Wow.
Since we're on the topic, and well, his mom's on the topic.
Sure.
There's I can't remember what I guess I'll look at my Discords of what the PGR racers, they do their broadcast, right? That's another good that's another good money league that's out there for Ghost Racing Network. Baker.
These names of broadcast companies just hurt me sometimes.
Ghost Racing Network, and I'm telling you this because it's funny. Go back to the 5 of Baker.
Oh my goodness.
Matthew Baker.
Okay.
He is one of the announcers, and it's the funniest thing in the world because when I first met Baker, I had just started working for Podium, right? And it was, the relationship between Martin Sports and Podium Esports was like hand in hand. He's a glove company. He sells gloves and apparel. Well, it was like a hand in a glove between them.
It was like the sister company, basically.
Correct. It was perfect. Yeah. Like they both needed one another. A sim racing broadcast and gloves. Baker was like, I can't do that. Like I don't know how to talk. Sure enough, about 3, 4 weeks later, he starts getting into it. Starts a little bit here and there calling races, and now he does their. I think they do Thursday nights. I race in it every now and again, and Baker race controls / announces for that series, and he is an absolute hoot to listen to in the booth. I wish he was in the Discord right now. I would yank him up here and have him call it from his perspective, because he is hilarious to listen to call a race, because he brings a different perspective from what most others bring, and he's not afraid to tell you like it is either. That's the right. He's one of those guys where he's like, man, that was dumb. Like, what are you doing? You know the move to make. He yelled at me the last time I raced. I got caught up in something, and he called me out on the broadcast, and I was like, what the hell? I didn't do anything. But he was right. I should have missed it, but I ended up running right in the back of him. But no, that's a good guy right there.
The Baker's mom chimes in and she says, I love the broadcast, but y'all have made me laugh so much tonight. I'm in stitches. We're glad you're in stitches.
There you go. Were there any Northwest racing drivers entered? No,
Not that I know of. No, I didn't see any. No.
They don't money race that much. I wish they did. I wish we saw some of those guys come over in money race. I'd like to see some of the Northwest guys come. Yeah, I'd like to see some Northwest guys come over and race.
Jeff Merck might have ran the Northwest event a time or two, but not on a full-time capacity. Hey, I will tell you that I know that they're already planning the scheduling for 2024. Obviously, season 11 for the Northwest Racing Series for the trucks, and I believe they're going to bring Xfinity back again.
Xfinity's a good show. And you can watch the Northwest Truck Series and Click It RV Series.
Yes.
Right here on LSRTV, home for sim racing. It's a late.
Fifth year with LSRTV, and fourth year is the play-by-play man. My first year, Terry, was on pit road as a pit reporter.
It is a very late start. If you work overnight in the graveyard shifts, it is all you to watch from 11:30 Eastern to about 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now that I try to sleep when the kid sleeps, because I go to work every day, right? Like I'm never really home, and the wife always tells me, Terry, she doesn't sleep. When you go to work and she wakes up, she's up all day. Dog, today was my first true day home with her, and she don't sleep. I've never in my life seen an 8-week baby not sleep once it wakes up. Like, never in my life have I seen a child stay up all day long and then gets mad when you try to put her to sleep. And then when she falls asleep for 5 minutes, she's up again like nothing happened. That's crazy. I need a nanny.
22 laps to go when we come back for the restart. Terry Radford, Wesley Outlet, Charles Booten along the way. The LSRTV broadcast crew bringing you the McCullough Motorsports American 500. And yes, I promise you, we are approaching the home stretch.
Allegedly.
About 460 miles, 460 miles. 40 miles left to go in this thing. Back underway. Hold it together. Down in the corner.
If we can go 22 laps, green to the end.
I know.
I would be surprised. I'm tired.
Will for it.
I am ready. I'm ready for bed. I've got a week of family coming down. My vacation is full of my foster parents and my real parents.
Like the damn Griswolds. Caution. Well, there's your move of a long green flag run again.
Oh.
Licky Baka. We got trouble in the fourth turn.
There's the 72.
Oh my goodness.
Again.
Yeah, the broadcast is back in full strength again.
That's Tony Cox in the 72 there. See what got him around.
Does that say Backstreet Boys?
Backstreet's back, but no.
Jackson Street. My apologies, Jackson Street.
See the 9.
Oh,
the
man.
9 tech.
McDonald at 9. No, McDonald got turned to the 9. 72, nowhere to go. Oh, man.
And the 80. The 80 is 26th. So the wrecks aren't happening in the front.
I don't think people realize, Terry, how draining it also is on us in the broadcast booth. And you've got to keep that energy. You've got to keep that excitement. You've got to keep that. You got to keep people entertained. If we sound boring, the people are going to sound boring and get bored, and they're going to leave the chat. Bottom line.
Well,
I've always said this. Me and Dave Moody had this conversation. the last time that we chatted. Matter of fact, I was texting Dave Moody this morning, and one of the things we were talking about was racing and how, one of the greats, the Dean, and his mentor. I got to work with Ken Squire as well on many occasions, calling NASCAR in the booth at Atlanta and Charlotte and Bristol, or Charlotte and Atlanta. But one of the things that I remember was you can have a boring race, and hey, I'm not trying to, Terry, me and you both know we've called some boring races in the world of iRacing too.
Dover last year.
I wasn't trying to beat that dead horse, but yes, you're exactly right.
3 straight races at Dover was all boring.
Oh man, they were caution free, no cautions, and just
everybody was a lap down.
Well, no excitement. What was it, like two cars in the lead lap when the race finished? 3, I think it was.
It was miserable.
Yeah. But anyhow, what I was trying to say was that whenever you do a broadcast, that real or virtual, and it's draining. Usually we do like quick sprints, 200 milers, maybe 134 laps, maybe 80 laps if we do 200 miles here at Talladega. We've done that before. When you're doing like endurance races, and that's what I call it, full distance, you gotta prep. You gotta prepare, not only mindset to be in the booth, but to do the iRacing, to get in the iRacing rig of the butt kicker, Terry. Talk to him, brother. Let him know. I mean, it isn't just put a headset on and talk.
I will, I guess I'm the anomaly. I did 0 prep work for this one. I honestly forgot that I was even on this one today until our lovely producer tagged me and said chat and reminded me that I was here tonight. Luckily, I know almost every one of these drivers. I had 3 Coca-Cola Zero Sugars because they're the official fan refresher of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola.
Oh, here he comes again.
I sit in here for 30 minutes, watched practice, and I was good to go.
Now jumped out of your chair when you heard, we heard the pre-race.
About hopped out of the chair for that.
Oh.
But past that, I mean, the only ones I do prep work for, and this is, the truth, and I'm not here to lie to anybody, is the college series. I mean, that's hard. That is that's probably the hardest. That's definitely the hardest one, because you got to know colleges, you got to know whatever, and there's a lot. You remember me talking about the Ghost the Ghost Racing Network people?
Yeah, Ghost Racing. Yeah, DGR. Yeah.
There's the gentleman down there. I don't know if we can pull him up here. He's got some talent. I think he'd benefit the old people. Let's see if we can get him. And he's a good entertainer. I'm not sure if he's entertainer of the year. He's a good entertainer though. You like the country music reference? What's up, Austin?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Just watching these guys. Seems like it's been a little bit of a struggle tonight.
We're having a good time. How's our friends over in the people that cover the PGR doing?
They're doing pretty good. So I mean, obviously we're gonna have to root for Baker here tonight, our co-commentator, and looks like he's doing pretty good so far. But besides that, I mean, you guys are killing it up here. This is fun to watch.
You hear that, Wesley? We're killing it. We're killing it, Wesley. We're killing it. He's old. I'm limber.
I'm 40. Don't push it. Ready to bring it back to you. Hey, listen, so how about this, guys? We're approaching 20 to go, and we were going to do this anyway. But now that we've got Adam joining us in the
Austin.
booth, why don't we go?
Austin.
Austin. Austin joining us in the booth. How about we go MRN style? I'll bring him through the tri-oval. Austin, you pick him up in turn number 1 and 2 to the backstretch. Terry, you pick it up the backstretch into 3. And we'll go MRN style the rest of the way. Green flag, ready to go. Here for the finish of this event in the American 500. Down into turn number 1 and 2. It's Hill. He gets a jump on Maines. Everhart Stamper, Freeze, top 5. They're working their way, Austin, to you into turn number 2.
I'll tell you right now, I can't. I'm actually not in yet. I'll let you guys know when I get there.
I like it. I'll call it from here. They're going 2 by 2. They go down the back straightaway. You see Alex Hill, Daniel Eberhardt, Kevin Freese, Garrett Maines, your top 4. Samuel Carter right there in 5th, up 43 positions with Kenneth Stamper. Matthew Baker, after getting in a wreck about 50 laps ago, he's back in this fight. Merck, Darnell, Ward, your top 10, barreling in turns 3 and 4, still drag racing, coming to 17 laps to go, Wesley.
We were going to do radio style anyway, and now we're doing it down to the whip. It's 18 laps to go as they work their way through the tribal. Here they come to the line, 17 remaining. Eberhardt now down to the inside. Outside lane is Hill. Hill, correction, flip-flop those spots. Freeze and Maines now. They go 2 by 2 by 2. Nobody jumps on the line as they work the banking. Terry again off the second corner.
No worse for the wear. Alex Hill still holds the race lead. Daniel Eberhardt holds that outside lane. Hill throws the block all the way up. That opens the lane for Garrett Maines in the 55 to the low side. He has, I believe, that right there is going to be Stamper that's pushing him in that 30. He'll push him up to the second lane. He'll push him to the lead. He'll go side by side now with the outside lane of Alex Hill. That 77, the 55, drag race it now to come to caution flag number, I've lost count.
24, yellow flag 24 of the race is the 66 machine, and I believe Matthew Lee is also involved, the Clinton Main driver. The 66 is also caught up in it, and that is the driver. Oh my goodness, where are you? The 66 on the roster. Yellow flag is out. That's Ryan Honeycutt. Matthew Lee, Ryan Honeycutt, and others. Here's a look at the replay. Oh, McDonald got turned in the pack, and then there goes away Honeycutt. Wow.
Well, if memory serves me right, we had no free pass on the last caution. This caution, William Fox, if he was not in the caution, the 761, be a free pass. That'll put 36 drivers, Wesley. Crazy to think 36 drivers will be on the lead lap.
Austin, are you in the box now? You back with us, Austin, from Ghost Racing Network?
Yeah, I think I got it all set up here. I see you guys just got under caution, but didn't quite catch what happened.
Well,
a lot.
And another wreck.
Yeah, so now we'll have 36 drivers on the lead lap if William Fox gets the lead lap or gets the free pass. Like, we'll find out just like everybody else. It's showing that he's still potentially going to go another lap down here. Maybe he is on pit lane. We'll find out here in a moment when the field passes him as they're coming to the tri-oval now. I don't see him moving out of the box, so put him 2 laps down, or maybe that's him getting out now.
Austin, I got to ask you this question, buddy. Where did the name Ghost Racing Network come from?
I actually don't own it. It's Bryce. He made it. I'm not sure, but I think it's a pretty cool name. And then we kind of got to originate the green, red ghost. Everybody kind of gets a different colored ghost.
Well, another caution. Charles, just for giggles, put it up on the box, bottom left. The Virginia811.com race summary. So we started, what did you say, Terry? 76 plus 27 for the lead changes, right?
Yeah, we had 29 lead changes
29.
before. So, yeah.
There you go. So there's your first one.
So, yeah, William Fox did.
Plus 29. That's 105 lead changes.
I believe William Fox did just get the wave around. So that now puts 36 drivers on the lead lap. So for Mike Smith, that said here would be a novel thing to say, talk about the race. There you go.
Yeah,
The 70-61 just got the lead lap. So and the next caution, Mark Vondell, who is 2 laps down, would get one of the 2, and then Justin Sorrell. It's a battle between the 59 and the 39 on which one of those 2 drivers, and I believe Justin Sorrell in the 39 is on pit lane currently. So he's projected to go another lap down as he's still sitting on pit road. Once the 77 of Hill passes here, would then only put Mark Vondell in the chance to get the free pass. So I think Wesley and Austin, we're slotted here to keep 36 drivers on the lead lap until we end this race, as all of these last minute additions off of the pit lane, they did not want to use their fast repair. And Austin, you watch a lot of money racing, you call a lot of money racing, you understand just as well as I do how important it is, right, to save that fast repair to the very last minute.
Oh, I mean, 100%. But I mean, you know, no surprise, right? The guys that you see at the front, I mean, we see them up here in all the money races: Alex Hill, Garrett Maines, Daniel Eberhardt. And it's kind of the mixed strategy. Most of these guys, when you get the shorter races, they like to come out here and try to lead every lap, especially that last one. But man, I'm telling you, when you get long races like this, I still always think it's the best strategy to try to save that fast repair until the end, which, you know, seems like right now the guys that have are the guys that are starting to make the progress towards the front. But the guys that had to waste it early, man, it seems like it has kind of bit them in the backside here late.
Got Austin from the Ghost Racing Network joining us. Terry Radford, I'm Wesley Outland, Charles Wooten in the Click It RV broadcast studio in Texas, and we're ready to try to get ready for another restart to wrap up the 24th caution of the American 500, presented by McCullough Motorsports. Again, 13 laps to go. When they come back to the Geico restart zone, there is 1 hour and 1 minute left in sim time.
Think we can finish 13 laps and 3 attempts at a green white checkered in an hour. I don't think the crowd out there watching, we got back to 70. I'm not sure if all 70 of them agree that we could. I think it's going to be fun. We got 13 to go. We crossed the start finish line. The big names are still here. There's still, you know, there's still some heavy hitters. Aubrey Thompson sitting in 12th. He won last night, Daytona. He won a plate race. Can the 31 come up here and get it done? Carter still in the fight. This is going to be interesting as the pace cars down and in.
13 laps in, we're going to go again radio style. Of course, Austin is now in place, ready to go from turn number 1 to 2. Terry to the back stretch. I'll pick you from turns 3 to 4 to the flag stand. It has not seemed to get this race to the finish. Boy, oh boy.
Man, that looked like a hard hit. I couldn't tell if there was some net code there or just a little bit of a mistake. But I mean, usually Garrett and Kevin teammates, so surprising to see those two be the spark of the accident.
Let's go on board. Well, we're showing you, Charles, is the replay of all the calamity there. And let's find the 25. Let's find Freeze. And Austin from Ghost Racing Network, we'll toss it back to you because you were picking up the call. And literally Kevin Freeze, the silver 25 on the outside, alongside the 95 there of the 30 of Stamper is what I was going to say. What went wrong here? What did we see?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really odd look. Again, Kevin and Garrett, both one of the best of the best out here. And I mean, it looks to me like Kevin's drifting up. I'm not sure if maybe he's following Eberhardt there. You see Eberhardt move up a little bit and getting a little bit of the tunnel vision. But as he starts to move up, Garrett's still hanging there, and I mean, they make contact, and the rest is history.
Another look at it, Terry. What you think when they were coming from your view from the backstretch?
Yeah, I agree. Oh, no, the 25 just came up the racetrack, and I don't think he realized that Garrett was even there. And that's just, once again, misjudging the holes. The old saying at Talladega and Daytona is in the blink of an eye. It can all change. You can think you're clear, but you're not clear if you don't make the move right then and there. And so far, we thought it wasn't going to work. It didn't work. But look, we reshook our entire field again.
Yes, we have.
We're doing it all over. And hey, your pole sitter's still in a chance to win this from 15th. Lima still in the race. Still has the opportunity to win the race and get the bonus.
And remember, there's still 3 attempts at overtime.
Oh, don't remind me.
I don't want to add this onto the bearer of bad news to anybody, but yes, there is. And by the way, Terry, we've had drivers that have pitted. Man, we've had guys pit 15, 19, 21 times, 15, 20 times, 17 times. I'm looking at the minimum of drivers coming down the pit lane. It's 11.
Yeah, we got a lot. Got a lot going on here.
Tell you what, though, fellas, looking further towards the front here, it's always cool to see a big name win, but man, it's even cooler if you can get an underdog victory. And right now, keep an eye on John Darnell, him, and honestly Samuel Carter. Looks like Samuel's up 43 positions from where he started this race from. John Darnell up 27, and I mean, I'm not rooting for him necessarily because he's got the Ghost logo, a little bonus, but man, how cool would it be to see the 99 find himself in victory lane tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about...
is Matthew Baker one of your teammates too, or with Ghost Racing Network? Is that what Terry was talking about?
Well, yeah, but I mean, we know Matthew Baker's going to be up here at the end. He's one of the pros out here, so I don't think I could count him as an underdog pick, but certainly got to root for him here at the end.
Terry, you were saying, boss?
There is a lot of underdogs in this. I don't think there's a bigger underdog story than the driver who has come up 43 positions that's sitting fifth in the 85 of Samuel Carter. That would be an upset based off of if you look at his iRating and you look at his license. It is the Grinch. That would shock the field if Samuel Carter in the 85 pulls the miracle. Maybe an old Wichita State, the Sweet 16, a couple years back to get it done. We'll restart this race with 10 laps to go.
Maybe when Alabama beat Tennessee this year.
You know, I have the power to mute you in here. Just tell you that.
I had to. I'm playing about it.
Well, that was Wesley for the Knights.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, by the way. It's 12:20 here on the Eastern Time Zone.
It is. Yes, sir. Definitely.
Good. We're morning racing now, so we're Sunday night morning racing.
We had to simulcast and bring in Austin with Ghost Racing Network to help us finish this thing.
Yes. It's good.
LSRTV, your home for sim racing. More details at livesimracing.com and, of course, at LSRTV on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Ghost Racing Network. Austin, let everybody know how they can follow you. And, by the way, if you're looking to get into producing or announcing, message us on Facebook at livesimracingtv.com as well. And let everybody a little shameless plug know about GRN.
Well, I certainly appreciate it, fellas. Didn't expect to get it, but I'll take it on YouTube. Just check out Ghost Racing Network. We broadcast mostly money races, but throw a couple leagues in there as well. And then, I saw that you guys picked up Wednesdays on FEG, and man, put on a heck of a show. I hear a lot of good things.
They're fun. Me and Jason are on the call for that one. And I love the fact that it's Daytona, Talladega, and they're super speedway races, Austin, but they're 35 lap sprints, like literally under 100 miles, and man, they're just excitement. This past week they ran the whole race until the white flag before caution was thrown.
Well, I'm racing it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to attempt to race in it this Wednesday, so you guys will have me too.
There you go. All right, let's go here for the restart. We are going to be single digits to the home stretch. It'll be 9 laps to go as the field works their way back to the Geico restart zone with Hill and Everhart right there on the front row. Picks up through the gearboxes. Green flag is in the air. Here comes a bump draft there with Baker. Baker goes to base. They're going to pull each other to the outside lane. Losing ground is Hill. Everhart to the lead as they work Austin to turn 1.
Yeah, and it looked like Alex Hill was trying to jump down low, couldn't do it. Everhart's going to hold even as they go out at 2.
Yeah, you see the top two, 77, 90. They hold it down there, starting to go 3 wide a little farther on to the mid-pack, but it's not really going to change their top for the lead. Base goes to second. He clears it, but Hill goes to the bottom. Base goes to the lead. Everhart slides to second. Baker's still in this. Darnell's in it. All the while, 3 wide a little further on back.
8 laps to go when they come to the line. It's Ryan Bass now. Where has that name come from? He powers to the top spot on the outside lane. Hill will stay to the inside. They're going to do-si-do and duke it out side by side. And the Tango is 6, 7, 8 rows door to door. Back up the bank and into turn number 1 with 8 to go.
Matthew Baker, second on the outside, trying to give a big push. Not going to work. Everhart to the top. Even bigger block by Alex Hill to hold him off.
Yeah, Alex Hill throwing the blocks just like they did a little early on. They fan out a little further back, about 5, 6 rows, make it 7 rows deep. They go 3 wide. Now put Eberhardt to the bottom. He throws the block on Darnell. How did that work without causing a wreck? Eberhardt the 90 to the race lead.
And the outside lane is coming to fruition again. Here comes Jeff Merck up on the top side where Santa hikes the cookies from the elves. Working up on the top, ready to make a move and sweep around them. Here comes Merck. He'll go to the lead. He'll power from everybody 3 wide. He'll go to the top spot and pull from him into 1.
That was a blinding move by Jeff Merck. Now finds himself in the lead, but we got one big wreck out back. Couldn't tell who that was, but man, we had one on the fence.
Caution is out with 7 to go after a daring move by Jeff Merck. And the yellow is out again. Is that the 17 or the 07, I believe?
That's the 57.
57, the 57. That's going to be Harrison Whitehead.
Man, that was one heck of a wreck, too. Holy moly. Looks like he got up into the catch fence. Not sure how it started, but I'll tell you how it sure ended. That's going to be a fast spare, assuming he has one left. The 57 of Harrison Whitehead.
Oh, goodness.
Look at that contact right there. My goodness. I love the new damage model, by the way, they've done on these trucks.
Yeah, everything flies off of them now.
Wolfpack Racing. Hey, by the way, also look at this. So another look on the replay of it. iRacing has updated their damage model and updated new tracks. And Terry and Austin, I'm looking forward whenever we do a race at Slinger Super Speedway, the home of the Slinger Nationals. Man, that is so cool that they have finally put that track on the simulator world.
We're still waiting on Florence. I think that's ooh, hello. Up and over. Well, at least he has the Ricky Bobby helmet on. He had the Wonder Bread helmet going for him, but
it's perfect.
Yeah, that's the most. There's Fig Newtons across the banner up there. So, yeah, yep, I'm flying through the air. That's not good. But no, putting Slinger on the server. That's a big positive win for iRacing. Hopefully, getting Florence at some point in time will be huge. I think the only thing stopping them from putting Florence on the server is they have to build walls that don't exist at Florence on the back straightaway. I think that's what's necessarily stopping them to get that racetrack scanned and put in here for all of our late model drivers. They also did another update, Wesley, with the dynamic track. So the track surface builds grip and looseness, so it gets slicker more so than it did before. Obviously, if you have 100-something degree track temp, you're going to feel it a lot more with this update than you did in previous builds, as you see now in our KC Kaufman creative weather conditions. Is 129-degree track temp. I hope it's not 7:28 in the morning still.
No, we started at 7:28 a.m. So now it would probably be
very
just
early.
Just after lunch, probably about 11:30.
It's hot
because we're 4 hours and 12 minutes in sim time. It's probably about yeah.
If it makes you feel any better,
11:30 Eastern or Central actually.
We're in an authentic green-white checkered attempt, so it does not chirp into our 3
That's right,
that we have.
Right.
So we'll have 4.
The way I feel, I'm ready to get this race over with.
We'll be done about 1 a.m. I'm missing Sons of Anarchy with the wife. So.
Oh boy, Austin, you having fun?
Yeah, I mean, just sitting here. I got exams tomorrow, so hopefully these guys can wrap it up. But I mean, it's still going to be an exciting finish. I mean, I think that's always the thing that ends up saving money racing. No matter how the rest of the broadcast goes, they always seem to put on that stellar finish, and I think we'll probably get one here tonight because that's a lot of money on the line.
Ain't that the truth?
We've been entertained for the last 4.5 hours. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm
That's the good part. And Austin, I'm very glad that you joined us. I've raced over there in the league, in the PGR guys, and the good connection with a lot of the leagues that do money races. You come in here and you see some of the same names that happen in here. But the big story out there in the chat is the race leader, Jeff Merck. Where did he come from? He's not necessarily done a whole lot in the money world, and here he sits, your race leader, with a good chunk on the line. 4 laps to go now. We'll take it with 3 laps to go. And he's going to have one of the most aggressive pushers. And Austin, I think you know just as well as I do, if Daniel Eberhardt's behind you coming to the white flag, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he pulls out to make that move.
Yeah, but he's really smart about it, right? So he's not going to put himself in a bad position. In this case, he knows how much money he would still get for finishing anywhere up there in the top 4. So I agree. I think he does make that move, but I don't think he makes it unless that third lane is either well established or maybe coming through the tri-oval. Maybe he tries it, but man, you talked about Jeff Merck right here. I can tell you, because I've been doing a lot of the ones he's been in, he has had the worst luck out of anybody here by a mile. And man, this would be the night to turn it around if he's going to have one to do it.
It'll be fun for sure, and we'll see how it all goes on. A lot of people in the chat box, close to 70 at almost 12:30 in the morning Eastern time, cheering on these drivers, rooting them on. Who's your pick to win in the chat box? Let us know. Be heard. And remember to hit that subscribe button.
I think we're all on Team Merck.
You got to remember, he crashed, 2 or 3 times. Prisoner of war missing in action. Beautiful looking machine on the truck. You don't only see that in the flag, but man, it's awesome what they've done. And how cool would it be with American colors to win this race?
It doesn't matter how many times you've wrecked. Only matters if you can finish first.
Caution count with 23 plus 3 before we reset. 26 cautions, Josh Giambri. 26 cautions. Ready?
Yeah.
That's it, Austin.
That's it. 26, son. 26.
Let's go back to green with 3 laps to go in the regular distance of the American 500. Coming to the home stretch, ready to break back into the Geico restart zone. It's Merck on the outside. Merck will get the jump first as they work their way. Pick up speed in the outside lane. He'll clear by about a half. Working into turn number 1. Will it work? Heel protects the inside. Merck on the outside. Here comes Eberhardt to give him a punt and assist, as well as the deuce as they work into 1.
Yeah, outside line took longer to get organized, but now that they're going to have a huge run as they go down the Talladega back straightaway.
Yeah, Eberhardt did not get the shove on the back bumper of Jeff Merck like I thought he was going to get. They bottlenecked the field behind them. They'll try to take it 3 wide, a little bit outside the top 10, but it's still Jeff Merck in the 60, your race leader. Alex Hill to the bottom, Joshua McCullough, Daniel Eberhardt, Ryan Bass, your top 5, and they're wrecking.
The 30 machine got spun coming off turn 4. There's more trucks wrecking there off that turn there, Terry Radford. Yellow flag number 27 here at Talladega.
Oh, lucky number 27.
In overtime as well. Oh, my.
It all started right when they took it 3 wide. We've talked about this all night long. Drivers not being able to really contain their trucks in the draft. They're getting a big pull. They're getting the suck all the way up to the back bumper of somebody else, and they can't contain it. You see the bad push up there on the outside. That's 2 drivers that probably haven't been around one another, that are trying to get more aggressive. Austin, more often than not in these type of races, when push comes to shove, they're hitting wherever they could potentially hit.
Yeah, I mean, especially in the trucks where we know that as long as you're square and you got a guy who's pretty good at taking pushes in front of you, you can push in the corners. And it's just a matter of playing, like you said, that kind of risk versus reward game. But here this late, I mean, you got to get to the front, so you got to push as hard as you can. And if it doesn't work, I mean, at least you tried.
Well, we're ready to try to go to overtime. Strap yourselves in, get ready for it. Man, oh man. By the way, don't forget we're back here with your home for sim racing coverage of the Sim Racer Hub Challenge Winter Series. In addition to that, we will be with you on Wednesday for the next round of the fake PC Customs Wednesday Night Super Speedway Big Money Series. Daytona is where we'll be. That's our planned coverage. And Terry, what's the event we're doing in December? The doubleheader? Something about sleigh bells and mayhem or something?
You throwing me on the spot again. I got to dig through messages.
Tonight feels like sleigh bells through mayhem.
Yeah, I'll dig through the messages of being asked to do
I'm
it.
already doing it for you. I'm trying to find it. Our producer should know. You know, he don't even help us, right? He just throws us to the wolves.
There's a guy in our ear that knows all the answers.
The Christmas stampede, is that what it is?
Yeah, the seashore race. That's what it is.
Christmas by the seashore.
Yeah. That's the one we're doing. It's the 22nd and 23rd, right?
Yeah, December 22nd and 23rd. Yep.
Let's say he will remind me regardless of where it goes. Oh gosh. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Right?
I'm trying to say, we finally brought in a 3-man crew. We need to have 3 men in the booth in the first place.
I would have loved to work with Austin the entire race. He's got a lot of talent and a great voice.
I appreciate it, fellas. Now, one thing I wanted to bring up real quick that I just realized is Alex Hill in the 77. He's missing a rear bumper tailgate. That was not the case when we just went back green, and that could be a big turning point with some of these new damage models. I don't know if that's going to affect the 77 or not.
It is a good point.
Instead of being a turn announcer, he might just be a pit reporter.
Well, no, I mean, he brings up a wonderful point at the fact that you gotta think who's about to be pushing him here at this moment, because Merck is starting third. He's going to be behind him. He has a little bit of damage on that right front as well. So the fact that he's got a little bit of damage, Hill has a little bit of damage. Do they get the initial start that they're looking for over the 05 of McCullough and Eberhardt? And how crazy would it be if McCullough wins his own race? Maybe a little worse for wear here in the latter parts of this one. But this is survival of the fittest, boys. We've made it this far. I think we've been going for 5 hours. We're in overtime, Wesley.
Well, you are.
Yeah, we're definitely in overtime.
This is the first attempt of overtime of 3 attempts. Let me explain it to you. The field will come to the line. They'll take the green flag. If a caution comes out before they take the white, the field will freeze. The yellow flag will fly, as we've had for 28 times already. And we will re-rack them and restack them and go again. We'll do that again for a second time. For a third time, if the green flag comes out for a third time and they get the white flag, they will rate. Actually, I was told, my apologies, third time in overtime, they're racing to the checkered flag. No bets. All bets are off, Terry Radford. There will not be no field frozen at time of caution. If there's a yellow before the white, they will literally race back to the checkered flag.
Send it.
Send it. Wreckers or checkers, Austin, you ready? This
Yes,
is Talladega. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed it wherever you are around the world. On behalf of everybody at Rocket Racing Media, iRacing on LSRTV, and the Ghost Racing Network. We wish
don't forget the Ghost Racing Network.
We wish you and yours a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And hey, I know all of y'all are proud to be Americans at the American 500. Green, white, checker. It is shootout time at Talladega. Who will win this event for McCullough Motorsports? Alex Hill, Joshua McCullough, ironically, alongside with Merck in the catbird seat. Back to the Geico restart zone of the green flag. This is it. Picking up speed. Hill with a little bump track.
Oh, they're wrecking.
Behind them. Caution is out. Overtime 2 on deck next. Wow. I think John Ward's involved. McDonald is involved. EIEIO. All tore up from the floor up. The truck is gone. So much for a Big Mac. McMahon. My goodness.
So I take it I'm not getting breakfast in the morning.
Mac Daddy is Smack Daddy. It's a Smack Daddy. That's a McGriddle right there, Austin. Literally.
It's a tough one for Larry McDonald, man. I know you guys are getting ready to take a look at it here, but he's not going to be too happy of a guy. I mean, he's been around here for a while. And looks to me like O2 got a little aggressive here, and yeah, McDonald's versus Takis there.
The Takis took him out. Those stinking Takis.
I never liked those. You know,
that's why I can't stand them anyhow. I'd rather have. You know what the best part about McDonald's, Wesley and Austin?
The apple pies? The apple pies, right?
Nope. Austin, what's the best part of McDonald's?
I'm not sure. Enlighten me.
The fact that they sell ice cold Coca-Cola Zero Sugar.
Oh my God, here we go.
Bam! Plug it again, baby.
The official soft drink of what?
The official fan refreshment of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. And if you want to join iRacing, grab your iOS device or your Android, scan the QR code, find out 50% off new members. Help pay my salary for the eNASCAR College Series. All right, scan the QR code, the holiday special, and they have specials all year round, all the way up past Christmas, up till January 1. We'll run the holiday special for 50% off new members. And 1 year subscriptions, you can get up to 25 to 40% off your yearly subscription. iRacing.com is your ticket to the iRacing world.
I love how he just he plugs in iOS for iPhones, but we're just Android people for the Google Play. You know,
y'all are all dirty Android users. If you're an Android user, stay out of my DMs. Don't even ask me to do a race again. Bad Android people. Dumb. Androids are dumb.
Not getting into a debate with you.
It's almost 1 in the morning.
By the bad between Alabama and why Alabama? I saw your post. I was like, I so badly want to say something.
You just keep your mouth
really
shut.
Why did Alabama get made in the playoffs? I don't
Austin,
get it.
do you watch college football?
I do.
13-0, ACC champion.
But they played nobody in the.
What do you mean they played nobody? They beat LSU.
Oh my God!
Beat LSU. They beat Florida with a second-string quarterback. They beat Louisville, who was higher ranking than Texas beating Oregon State. Alabama almost lost to Mexico. Alabama almost lost to Auburn in Auburn with their the greatest team in the world.
Lose to Mexico. Auburn lost to New Mexico.
Alabama played them as well, and they were trash. UNVL or whatever they are, almost
UNLV.
to them. Almost lost to them. It's 1 in the morning, Wesley. They almost lost to them. At the end of the day, they almost lost. They lost to Texas and Tuscaloosa.
Shut up.
That
was a team that developed to where they are now. Okay.
And Florida State did nothing but win. Second-string, third-string quarterback still won the game.
I feel bad for all you Florida State people. I'll be honest with you. I think the College Football Playoff Committee were sick of the chant. They didn't want to hear that chant anymore. They didn't want to hear the chant during the playoffs. You're not even close. You're not even close. What in the world? Come on, Terry.
Florida State should have been in. And you know what? The only reason why we brought this up is because we're calling a race in Alabama.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Well, I was about to say it, but I'm not.
Luckily, my mom isn't watching anymore because she would be in there with me as well. Here we go. So Merck got back to the front row here. Austin, how big is it for him to now be back on the outside lane with Hill having that damage? And the 05 of Joshua McCullough has damage too.
Austin, roll tide.
Well, I mean, in terms of Jeff Merck here, I think he's got to get down if he gets clear, but he's got a lot more experience in this than I do. But man, you see we're on the second out of the 3 green-white checkers, and I wouldn't count out a last lap wreck with what we've seen so far tonight. So I almost feel like maybe being on the bottom in front is your safest bet, but at the same time, that top lane here at Talladega with the start-finish line not 200 yards further than Daytona, I think that makes a difference being up top if they keep it clean to the line.
Bim time, by the way, 31 minutes remaining. Thank you, Christian Martinez. FSU would be beat by 21-plus points against any of those playoff teams currently. Thank you. You are my newest virtual fan of YouTube.
What's going to be the excuse if Alabama loses by 21 to Michigan?
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen, dude.
But you don't know because the damn game hadn't been played yet. We thought Florida State was going to lose to Louisville. They were 10-point underdogs to Louisville, and they beat them with a game-time decision quarterback get wrecked.
Hey Terry, what bowl game is Tennessee in? By the way,
Citrus Bowl.
You
can't spell citrus.
The 27th, the 28th. What is it?
The first. You can't spell citrus without UT. Okay. Good Steve Spurrier call. Austin, who are you a fan of?
Well, probably Miami Hurricanes. So, I mean, I don't want to hear it this season.
I'll take the Hurricanes. Austin's my new friend on iRacing.
All right, here
Wesley,
we go.
You're out.
Overtime 2. Shut up. Overtime 2. Let's do this again. We have another caution. I got to put you in your place. Man, volunteers suck this year. Here we go. Let's go back to the restart. Overtime 2. Alex Hill, Jeff Burke. Boy, Merck backed away there and let his team, or let the bump draft man, Daniel Eberhardt, get right there to it. McCullough, a little bump draft on Hill, and they are going to go 2 by 2 quickly up the bacon. They're Austin into 1 and 2.
Yeah, we got 2 of the best pushers, but right now the inside's going to get lined up quicker. Eberhardt, though, does that damage for Alex Hill hurt him here? No, they're going to stay side by side off of 2.
Yeah, outside lane stays nose to nose, wheel to wheel. They go down the back straightaway for this hopefully second to last time here at Talladega in the Alabama 500. 3 wide, a little further on back, should not affect what the battle for the race lead is. It's still Hill, it's still Merck, McCullough, Eberhardt, your pushers from behind. Drag racing, can they get to the white flag, Wesley?
That's the plan. They need to get through this tri-oval clearly, simply, clearly, mainly. Can they do it? There's Ward up on the top. They're going to cross the line. Merck takes the white flag. 1 more lap to go in the American 500. Austin, final time in turn number 1.
Yeah, he's got to stake him in. Oh, Alex Hill gets loose, saves it. Now he goes up. They're all going to wreck everyone who gets through. It's based in the 73 off of 2.
Baker's with him. Matthew Baker, Ryan Bass. Baker takes the lead. How in the hell is Baker still in this? He'll take it down the back straightaway. Shades from last night. Aubrey Thompson is your race leader. Wow. He's blinking like crazy, but Aubrey Thompson was in the lead for a moment. Does he blink back in? No, he doesn't. The 5 of Baker, the 73 of Bass. Drag race to the line.
Aubrey Thompson walks back into view again. Baker goes to the inside. Here comes Bass to the outside. 3 wide. Aubrey Thompson is gonna steal one in Talladega. Are you serious? I told you. Watch him in the fake PC series. He always does well. And tonight at Talladega, the American 500 winner is Aubrey Thompson in 31. I cannot believe it.
He won the ugly sweater 250 last night, and he did it in dramatic fashion over Andrew Navarro. The problem that is going to be based here, and we just had this debate about the college football playoffs, what does the race control director say about the connectivity issue with Aubrey Thompson in the 31? Is that going to become a factor? Because Baker or Bass could not see the 31. He's not even on our replay from the 5. He's there, but then he'll go away. he went away. He goes away again.
I'll just say this. He at least popped back up into view when they were coming to the tri-oval, and he was the first truck to cross the start-finish line.
I'm not arguing with it. What I'm saying is the fact that the 5 had to check up with the 73 at base, does that count into a factor? Does Matthew Baker get credited the win? I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm saying based off of the iRacing sporting code, and that's all I'm basing it off of, does the 31 get penalized for the blinking? If he does not blink out, he does not win this race. I agree 1,000,000% with Kenny Real of what he said. I don't think that the 31 would have won this race. No disrespect to all. Front for a while. We saw Stamper Matt Lee. Wesley was having a great run until he got taken out. Whitehead was our third to last caution. He's 17 laps down. The rest of the field, we get through all 59 of them through 41 on down. This was early on wrecking that we saw. Parker. We saw Cody Griffin get caught up. Steven Karesic, he was leading quite a bit. Taylor Peacock was up front. Much past down to the end. All of these drivers were very early. John Mollahan, he wrecked late. And then Easton Glover was one of our first caution flags that waved over the Alabama or American 500. But we got a lot to unpack.
And you got overtime. Instead of 188 laps, you got 196 laps. And let's take a look real quickly. The Virginia 811. Here you go. 31 caution flags in this race tonight. There were 27 lead changes before we had to reset. Their total lead changes of this event for the American 500, Terry, is 107 lead changes.
I just want to know, are they going to credit the win to the person that should have won this race?
We need to find out.
Well, if you guys don't mind here real quick, I have never seen something like that before in any race that I've broadcasted. I mean, it looked like
anything like tonight in my life, Austin.
Yeah, well, I mean, when he got through the wreck, though, he looked clean. Yeah. But then, last night I had the same issue where I was blinking, and whenever you start blinking, you lose the draft. So that would almost make you think that Baste and Baker would have been faster. But then all of a sudden he pops out ahead of. I don't even know where to start on this one.
And let me just add more to this, Austin. I'm going to cut you off. I just wanted to say this. This is my own decision. In my opinion, if he was in front of the guy at the line, if he was disappeared and then he crossed the line, then I would say, no, you got to give it to Baker. But I kind of take more what you said, Austin. If you're blinking out and then you pop back in, does that change it because he did cross the line? We will find out the verdict from Ron Morris Jr., the race director, and more as we move into the post-race coverage of the American 500. Stay with us. This is your home for sim racing, iRacing on LSRTV. Welcome back to the American 500. The race is official now, and Aubrey Thompson has been scored the winner. Again, Aubrey Thompson, winner of the Ugly Sweater Toys for Tots charity event that Terry said he won last night, or 2 nights ago, because it is the Monday morning Eastern time, 1 a.m. And of course, winner of the American 500. Presented by McCullough Motorsports. Before we have our top 3 podium, Terry, can we explain why Aubrey Thompson has been credited the winner when a lot of people were saying, no, that's not going to happen?
Well, he crossed the line first.
There you go.
That's part of the reason. The second part of the reason is he can't necessarily control the fact that he was blinking out majority of the race. So he had the issue last night with some of it. 60 cars on the field. The wreck happening behind him. The graphics card does not necessarily hold up, but he won it, and we got our winner with us.
we do, we'll grab the winner instead of the podium. We normally go 3, 2, 1, but we'll go 1, 2, 3. Aubrey Thompson, I know, buddy, this has got to be the second biggest win in your iRacing career. The Ugly Sweater 250 last night, and of course the American 500 tonight. What a big victory for you.
Yeah, first off, I just want to apologize. I know it's not my fault, I can't help it, but I apologize to everyone. Last night, tonight, I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless, to be honest with you. Had a good run last night, won that race, and won this race. And I apologize to Baker and them. I really do.
Darian.
Well, and I mean, you got the win last night. You beat Andrew Navarro, and now you go into this race and you outlasted arguably one of the best plate racers there is in the field in Matthew Baker. It was in controversial fashion. A lot of people out there in the chat aren't necessarily happy on the of the result, but I mean, you got a good bit of money now. This is a big payout. What are you going to do with it?
Probably gonna buy me a PC.
Well, that's a good start for you, man. I like that a lot.
Stop that lagging, right? Stop that lagging. Stop that. What do we call it? Net code? Stop that net code, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Austin, Ghost Racing Network, what you got for the winner? Aubrey Thompson.
Well, Aubrey, I mean, I get to watch you and broadcast in some of these other races that we see throughout the week, but I mean, this is one of those ones. It's a crown jewel event. I mean, this is the best of the best out here. And I mean, I just want to know, how did you go into this race with the mindset of, I mean, how do you make it to the end, especially with one that was as much of an attrition as this one was?
The race last night helped me a lot with the outlook of these big races because, usually I'm running pot races or 30-lap races. Stay out of trouble. I mean, that's all you can do with these races. I still left with my fast repair, if that tells you anything.
Final question. Segue this into thanking your sponsors as well, Aubrey, and a lot of calamity, a lot of cautions, a lot of chaos, a lot of trucks out here than normally other pack racing we see. How do you survive it? How did you survive it?
I don't know. Go back and watch some of the replay and watch. I mean, it's crazy, some of the stuff I drove through. I did at one time have 2.5 minutes of damage, but of course all the cautions we had, I got that fixed.
Right,
so,
right.
I mean, I just stuck it out, and then, I don't even know what happened on the last lap, to be honest with you. Just chaos, like the whole race was, pretty much.
Sponsors, bud, congratulations again to you.
First of all, I want to thank all the guys from last night that put on that race. Glad it was a good turnout since we didn't have an interview with that. And the broadcasters for that. I want to thank y'all for the broadcast. Y'all do a great job on Wednesday nights. And I'm sure this one's the same way. I also want to thank my team, Hyper Motorsports, John, all them boys is over there. They done great too. They were up there they were in the top 10 till the last wreck. And and Kenny and them. Kenny, thank y'all for putting this event on. I'll be back for the next one for sure.
There you go, the winner of the American 500 presented by McCullough Motorsports. Over $500+ going to the man of the number 31. He was in the 38 truck when he crossed the line, Aubrey Thompson. Let's go to the runner-up, Matthew Baker, number 5. Matthew, what are you feeling right now? Highs, lows, dejected, frustrated, don't agree with the call, and obviously, man, what a crazy night tonight here at the Talladega for the American 500. And nothing wrong with silver would probably be said, but what's your feeling of it, getting it the way that you get it tonight?
I'm okay with it. Aubrey blinks out because, it's just carnage behind him. PC can't handle it. He can't do anything about that. It's not his fault. And I thought I was just racing Ryan there through 3 and 4 for the win, and I thought I put the block on, and all of a sudden Aubrey appears in front of my truck making a block to the inside as I'm making a block to the inside, so I had to get out of the gas, but all in all, I had 5 minutes of optional damage, 49 seconds required. My fast repair took, but it didn't take my damage, so I'm okay with finishing inside the top 10. But just to talk about the product of racing, I don't want this race to really put a damper on the money scene, because these guys race with a ton of respect. It's just a lot of money on the line, and you have 60 trucks. It's going to be chaos and calamity. We're coming up on 5 hours now, but we put on great shows on Thursdays. You guys call great action on Wednesdays for FEG, so I don't want it to put a damper on who these guys are, because it's a great group of guys that we have out here.
Yeah, for sure. Terry, before we get you on for grabbing an interview for a second with Matthew Baker, Charles, we got a request from the audience. If you could put up a scrolling rundown of the results again. I think maybe some people stepped away to go grab a sandwich or a potty break because this was a long, grueling event, and if we can put the results of the race one more time up while we're grabbing interviews. Terry, you've got Matthew Baker second.
Well, Baker, obviously, I've known you for some time now, and I want to go back to the damage, because everybody thought you was out. Like, even your mom thought you were out of the race. You were one lap down at one point in time. You stayed at the rear for a good bit of it, and in that last 20 or 25 laps, you found yourself back inside the top 10. Did you have any kind of residual effects from the damage that you had, that you just were kind of, not feeling it truck-wise to get up there and maybe motor it to the win?
I'd like to say that the effects weren't really anything, but once I got behind Ryan, I took a little bit of front end damage with Garrett there whenever Kevin got hooked into the outside wall. It crushed in my front nose, so that was extra damage that I got. So when I got behind Ryan, I was double red within half a lap. So I knew that I wasn't going to be able to be the first pusher. I was just going to have to ride, stay in 8th or 9th, be fine with the top 10, because my truck could stay in the draft. And we just got lucky, parting the seas with the wreck, and then having a clean finish there with Ryan and Aubrey. But no, I knew I was only 1 lap down. Everyone else was 2 laps down. I could take my damage, get the lucky dog around, take more damage, go back down another lap, and then get that lucky dog, just because of the way that the pace of the race was.
Austin with the Ghost Racing Network. You got second place with Baker.
Yeah, so Baker, obviously we get to see you on Thursday in the booth, but overall, one of the most winning drivers when it comes to the money racing scene, but every once in a while we still get these big crown jewel events, and kind of a similar question to what I asked Aubrey Thompson. I want to ask you, how do you change that mindset from when we go to what is normally just a weekly money race to a big event such as the American 500 and ultimately bring home second here tonight?
Well, I thought I took care of my truck throughout the first half of the race. Wasn't in contention for the stage or any of the money spots for the different laps, except for in the very beginning. But I just saw the way that the race was panning out, and I knew that I had to play, that Denny Hamlin mindset of get to the back of the front pack, ride, save fuel, save my truck to get to the end, because at some point it's going to be either a 10-lap shootout or a green-white checker. It's just how these super speedway races happen. No matter if it's 188 laps or not, there's going to be some calamity that happens, and you just have to take care of your truck. And we talk about it every week on Thursdays. Track position's key. And once you start to work your way up, with 30, 20 to go, methodically putting your truck in a position to where you can either, one, avoid a wreck or just make more positions up.
Well said.
Hey, man, before I let you go, thank your sponsors. And again, shameless plug to the Fag PC Customs Wednesday Night Super Speedway Money Series. That's always a fun one. And good job, Todd. Good job tonight. I know there's a little controversy there. I got to say that you won and lost like a champion for sure.
Well, thanks, man. Yeah, just thanks to Coasting Thunder, MBG Motorsports, my teammates, Merck. Just unfortunate for him in that top lane. I've been waiting for him to get a big money win, or at least find a big money podium, and just unfortunate for him, but glad we could get the team inside the podium. Thanks to Baker & Son Construction. Thanks to my family watching back at home, mom, grandma, my wife, who's probably asleep now because she's got work in the morning, and so do I. Thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast. I know it was long, grueling. I just want to apologize for what happened at the pre-race. Do not take any of that context. It's just one person. It's not the whole community. And thanks to Kenneth for putting on the show, and Ron for dealing with us for 5 hours. That man is one of the best race controls out there, because he deals with a lot of hotheads, I'll tell you that.
That was a good one. A lot of cautions, over 100 lead changes when it's all said and done. Matthew Baker will settle for the number 2 spot. Third place on the podium in the American 500, the number 73, Ryan Baston. Ryan, you were right there in the cat's whisker of being in contention. You were there, and when it counted the most, your take of the craziness that went on. And why did you back away from the 5? Do you kind of regret now that you didn't try to make a run to the bottom or way up on the top to try to clear both of these guys and go for the win? And obviously, there's nothing wrong with the podium in third.
Yeah, I mean, once that wreck happened and I was kind of trailing Baker, I was just happy to be where I was. The goal when I started this was a top 10 finish, and I was really just to be happy there. Once Baker threw the block on me, I knew he had it, and I was good where I was.
Well, you race around these guys quite a bit, and Austin asked the question about the money scene, and Baker kind of hit on it too, of not putting a black eye on the scene. What do we potentially progress to for maybe the next big crown jewel money event that'll be put on? Do we change the car count? Do we potentially take the fast repairs away? What do you think would potentially make the money scene for a lot of these iRacers grow exponentially?
I think a race this long, 188 laps at Talladega, I think maxing the car field at 43 should be the move. I really thought going into this race that we were going to have a lot of green flag laps, especially before the stage break. Didn't pan out that way, and once we got to the stage break and the wrecks kept coming, my goal was to kind of sit by the lead pack, keep a watchful eye out, put myself in a position to be able to dodge things, and like Aubrey, I ended the race with the fast repair in my pocket, so it all worked out.
And I was just wondering here real quick is, Ryan, once we saw you come off of turn 2 and get through the wreck, I thought for sure you were going to have it until we saw Baker pull up on your right side door. But you talked about the move where you just said you tried it once, couldn't make it happen, and you were okay with where you finished. And I mean, a podium finish is great nonetheless, and you got to think it helps you carry some momentum forward for the small team and the one-stop shop guys. So how are you going to carry this momentum forward?
I just keep getting out there, just keep putting the laps down. I've learned a lot over the last year that I've been doing this. I'm glad to be finishing these races, let alone placing in them. So just got to keep that momentum rolling. I have the confidence that I can go out there and do what I need to do, and this is a big step towards just putting some more W's under my belt.
Well, right before we let you go, man, thank your sponsors, and again, a good job here tonight, at least being on the third spot, and crazy race, definitely one we'll never forget for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I want to thank the guys over at KSR. Let me ride with them. It's a great group there. We had a lot of drivers in the race tonight. Unfortunately, stuff happened with them, but I'm still happy to be racing with them. I want to thank you guys as well for putting on the broadcast. It allows everybody, close to me to be able to watch it. So that's great. It's a big plus. Thanks, Kenny, for putting on the race, and I want to thank the boys over at Blampers and the Yango Discord.
Certainly going to be a fun 5 hours of entertainment when you go back to check it out for the replay. Again, that's, of course, Mr. Bass, the driver there, finishing in the number 3 position. Ryan Bass there when the race is over. All right, so we have a scrolling ticker of the results. We want to acknowledge the partners one more time. $464 was in total given away in bonuses and prizes because there was an extra $150. However, the winner of the race was not the pole driver that took the challenge or lead at the end of the stage. So $464. This race of the American 500 has been presented by Auto Medics for the pole award. Thank you to Auto Medics. Mark Vondell for the stage. Thank you also to the Kanawha Valley Key and Fob for the Hard Charger Award. Blind Squirrel Racing for the Clean Driver Award. That'll be hard to pick out. One Stop Shop Halfway Leader Award. The Wolfpack Racing 2 Random Driver Awards. The Hyper Motorsports Fastest Lap of the Race. This KSR Lap 69 Leader Award. The Fitz Racing Leader at lap 9 coming to 10, and the Ford Entertainment Group FEG PC Customs Race Control sponsor. A grand total $40 from that, $464 $64. The sponsors will scroll across the screen. And final closing thoughts, Austin with the Ghost Racing Network. Pleasure to have you jump in and join us in the booth for about the last hour and a half it seemed. And your final take of tonight's event for sure. One I'll never forget in iRacing.
Yes, certainly not. I mean, I only got to saw the last quarter, but even with all the caution, still enjoyed what I got to see. And then, of course, you knew we were going to get a crazy finish of some sort. And as per usual, got something I have never seen before. So all in all, I mean, for Aubrey Thompson, for anybody that's questioning it, I don't think there should be any questions. Again, I agree with Baker 100%. He didn't do anything wrong. He kept what he could control. And, I mean, just, sometimes at the end of the day, it's the sim. Can't control everything. And a great win by that 38 truck. And a good event overall tonight. Hopefully these guys put on another big one here pretty soon.
Well, one of the drivers that are a part of the McCullough Motorsports program is the man that put this event on. And, of course, that is Mr. Kenneth McCullough. Kenneth, again, 60 trucks, a big super speedway like Talladega. Any and everything is going to happen. I think the word that I'll take from this race will not be the plethora of yellow flags, the 100-plus lead changes, but I think it was the entertainment of bringing everybody together, new faces and veterans and rookies, and just enjoying something to celebrate the holiday, man. You're taking this event, and obviously what a crazy ending it was.
Yeah, man, I just want to apologize about the pre-race show there. Sorry it went that way. Was not expected that at all. Definitely going to clean it up, and I hope this don't change y'all's mind for wanting to come back, do some broadcasts with us, because, man, y'all do a wonderful job. Racing overall could have been cleaned up a lot. I definitely think dropping down 43 cars is definitely going to be a lot better. Maybe have some heat races or something. And, I just hate people that pays money to go home, so that's why I don't like the heats too well. But overall, we got a lot of money and a lot of sponsors in here. You can't ask for no better as far as the community coming together.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ron Morris Jr., the race director, the David Hoots of this event. How many times tonight would you yell and put it out, put it out?
Man, yeah, it was a lot. It was kind of rough, but between the cautions, it was some really good racing. Like Kenny said, we'll get it cleaned up. We're going to put on a whole lot better show next time.
Yeah, we got through it, and again, I think it was entertainment. Terry Radford, always a pleasure, my friend, to work with you, whether reality or virtual. Bud, your final take of this race, and it's definitely a memorable iRacing Memorial American 500 event we'll never forget.
Well, we were supposed to go 188 laps, 500 miles around the Talladega Superspeedway. We went 195 laps, is what we ended with all, 2 attempts at the green-white checkered. And I love races like this. I think that I agree with what Baker talked about. I agree what Kenneth and Ron talked about as well. The community as a whole, I said this earlier, does not get the love and respect that I feel like they should get. In money races like this, money races like FEG, like PGR, those type of leagues and series that run, not only do they tell the community they love them, they respect them, they want them to come race with them, they don't care who you are or what your background is, you come and you run with them and you have a good time. That's the type of respect we need in the community again. And it's leagues like this, McCullough Motorsports, who have done a wonderful job all night long. I mean, 5, almost 6 hours. We've been here calling this race. It has been, it had its times where it was trying, where the caution flag waved quite a bit. But we still ended this race with over 30-plus drivers on the track. I think that should not go unnoticed. Baker finished this race second. He did not get his fast repair, granted. He had to fix the damage. He stayed the course. Aubrey Thompson never touched a fast repair. Probably the only driver in the field, Wesley, that did not touch it. I look forward to the next one. I hope that I'm racing in it and having some fun and mixing up and maybe pulling the Aubrey Thompson and shocking everybody and coming out here and winning this thing. But it was fun. Always good to work with you, man.
At the end of 3 overtime attempts, again, as Terry Radford mentioned, what could have been 188 laps turned out to be 195 laps with 3 overtimes. A 519 miles the distance. Aubrey Thompson, whether Incan, Blinken, nodded at the line, crosses the line first. He is the winner of the American 500. On behalf of McCullough Motorsports, race director Ron Morris Jr., for Rocket Racing Media, of course, with Jeff Stabnow, Charles Wooten, for Ghost Racing Networks Austin, Terry Radford, this is Wesley Outland wishing you and yours a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and a great, prosperous, successful 2024. Thank you for joining us for your Racing Homes coverage of LSRTV's McCullough Motorsports American